Yo. Yo, what's up, boys? Yo's in the chat. Yo's in the chat, baby. This is the gameplay. This is the gameplay y'all all tuned in for right here. I know it. I know y'all all tuned in for the glass blowing. What's good? What's good? What up, Pink Shark, Holmstein, Slinky, Hamsick, Barcelona, Lady Sov, Don't Ban Wavy, how we doing? Hit Fora, Holmstein, Tilsker, Barrow, Prozac, MP Guns, Dark Matter, Tubsessed, Jalerkin, Titus. How we doing, boys? Wavy and Don't Ban Wavy. I see you guys. What's going on? Mute is in. We locked in. Yo, Sir Blib. How we doing, baby? Show the grind. That's what we do over here. Branchard. Today's the day, Sard. I can feel it, brother. You got this. Yo, thank you very much. What's the plan for today? Plan for today, watch a couple YouTube videos, do some Inferno, and honestly just train, get better gear for Inferno. Because we might hit a wall. I mean, we might hit a wall if our setup doesn't do enough damage on Zuck. So some people have been saying that, you know, my gear is not good enough to kill Zuck. So, I mean, if that's true, then we got to get better gear, right? We're going to have to get prayer. We might have to get a prayer. We might have to get a light bearer. We might have to get full Masori T-bow. We might have to get dragon darts. We might have to get dragon arrows. Okay. That sounds very accurate. Thank you very much, Tech. That's very accurate. All of it. Yeah. Did you see the No Monkey Sim clip? We were watching it, but I got one guide and they said it was cheating to watch it. Only thing you really need is anguish, huh? Really need an anguish. Oh, well, good thing I'm glass blowing right now to get my crafting up. That's what I'm working on first. Anguish and dragon darts would be enough. See, everyone's opinion is different. Everyone's opinion is different. Somebody says your gear is fine, you can do it. So I'm getting a lot of different opinions on whether or not my gear is good enough to kill Zuck. What time's Inferno? Soon. You need a U longbow? We might have to get a U longbow then. You just need a T-bow. That's it? How many Zuck attempts? 1. I would actually say 0. We haven't done a real Zuck attempt yet. Since I did the simulator and figured out how to actually do it. Some would say 1, some would say 0. You can't do it anymore. It's too late. Your account is too strong. You need to restart so that you're weaker. No one else knows what they're saying. How many runs are you on? Maybe 30 or something like that. I keep dying to 60 and 63. But I hadn't really done any simulator practice or anything like that. So I think I'm getting to a point where I can solve it every time now, even if it's the worst wave. I think getting the worst wave actually make you much better at the game. But it's being able to solve the worst wave instantly. So now that we've gotten to the worst wave a lot and failed it a lot and studied it and come up with 1, 2, 3 different solves for it, as long as we pick one of those 3 solves and execute it quickly, I think we'll have more success. And make sure I'm gonna make sure I'm not on a Germany server. That was an issue. I was on a Germany server, guys, yesterday, all day long, and I didn't know. Unbelievable. I'll make sure we don't make that mistake today. I'll tell you that much. We got to make sure we don't do that. That was a complete accident. That was a complete accident. Yeah, we're not doing any guides or anything like that for Inferno. Any help or any coaching or anything like that. I mean, I've seen some stuff out there on the internet. It's not completely blind. It's definitely not a blind Inferno, but it's a no-help Inferno. So we're trying to do it on our own and see if we can do it, man. And it's been really challenging so far. We're just throwing lots and lots of attempts at it and trying to get better with each one. I can't stand blowpipe with anything weaker than rune darts. Yeah. I'm probably a month away from getting rune darts or even dragon darts or amethyst. I mean, it would take me ages. I mean, I would have to stop running Infernos and just skill for 12 to 15 hours a day for like weeks in order to unlock stronger darts and stuff like that. Doing good already. You made it to Zuck in 2 weeks. It's not too bad. We take those. I died to Soul 9 times before my first call of CMKC. You get better over time and eventually everything goes right. Nice. You're on a 1K population West Coast world that's not much better? Is it really that big of a deal? The population numbers. I feel like nobody really plays West Coast. Nobody plays West Coast servers. We can go there. Yeah, it would be nice if I could finish blowing this glass, but I'm kind of getting into this situation, guys, where every day I run like 2 or 3 Infernos, then I run out of mats. And so off stream, I have to put in like another 3 or 4 hours of grinding mats so that I can have enough mats to do Inferno tomorrow. And that's taking all of my glass blowing time away, which I could be at 87 or 88 crafting right now if I wasn't having to farm mats for Inferno. So then we could spend the first 2 or 3 hours of the stream just killing tormented demons or whatever they're called, demonic gorillas, trying to get a Zenite. So I don't have a Zenite, and even if I did have a Zenite, I couldn't craft it. Yo, I'm just lurking. Yo, thank you very much for the 2-monther. Do a glass blowing stream. We could. We're gonna do glass blowing for a bit here and watch some sick videos so I can get some of it done. And that way we can hopefully get an Anguish at some point. Yeah, Anguish would be sick. Good vibes today, bro? Yo, what's good, Caps? Yes, sir. Good vibes. Is mats a WoW terminology? Yeah, it is. Like getting mats for the raid. What do you guys say in RuneScape? Supplies or supplies? Iron Method with the Prime. What up, Sar? Did you know that every unused sub goes to Jeff Bezos? Keep up the good work, buddy. Dude, every single unused sub is sitting there. Some people don't even know that it's just sitting there. Some people don't even know they have one available. And Jeff Bezos is keeping that money every single day that you don't hit the Prime button. Jeff Bezos gets to keep that money. He's getting richer by the second. It's absolutely crazy. No wonder he's the richest man in the world. It's because people aren't using their Primes. No wonder. I mean, imagine. Yo, Rugs with the Prime. Citizen Kane with the Prime. Thank you guys for those early subs in the stream, man. Legends. Joker doing Temperos off stream. Oof. I think Joker is... I was watching him today for a little bit. He was calling himself out on how much he's been playing. He says he's going to tone it down a bit. He says instead of 14 hours a day, he's going to play like 11 or 12. It's pretty good. I don't know if it's true, but you know, maybe he's trying. Yo, Dark Matter, thank you very much for that tier 1. He said he needs to play more. Well, that's the problem with RuneScape that everybody has, is we all need to play more RuneScape. There's just not enough time in your life There's not enough time in your life to play this game. He was showbacking? A little bit he was, yeah. Just a little bit of self-reflection. That's all he was doing. We're going to watch a Classic Plus video from Willie today. He put out a Classic Plus video. I'm interested in it. The Classic Plus problem that no one can answer. And then we'll watch a RuneScape video after that. Majin Vegeta, yo, thank you very much for gifting that sub to the stream on the hype train. Legend. Classic Plus is copium. Does anybody in the chat think WoW Classic Plus is copium? That it's not coming out? Classic Plus will be okay, I think. It'll be a season. Old school RuneScape or die. Ride or die, brother. We're going down with the ship one way or the other, huh? I like that. You need the osrs J mods. If the osrs J mods went to Blizzard, maybe we'd have a banger. It's a reach that Blizzard will actually do anything their player base wants. I think they have to at this point, or they're screwed. I don't know. People tend to just play WoW regardless. I can't believe how many people are playing ultra hardcore WoW. It's crazy to me. Crazy that people are playing it. It's popping off too. How the supplies look? Supplies are looking good, guys. 500 brews, 200 prayer pots, 250 restores, 17 prayer regions, and I farmed 7,000 bloods and 7,000 death runes since last stream. So last night. And we made about 500,000 in CG. So I'm trying to keep my cash stack at 1 million. So anything above 1 million is basically what I farmed from yesterday. How many hours of sleep are you even getting? 8. I get about 8 hours of sleep a night. Push Slayer for money? I know. I really want to start the Slayer grind. Trust me, guys. I want to finish the crafting grind, and then I want to do the Slayer grind until 87. And then I want to do, like, fletching to 92, and then I want to do mining to 92. Just to get the bare minimum stuff, like to have the strongest amount of damage and the rest of the content that you need to do in the game. Like, dude, I'm gonna tell you guys, the only thing I want to do is combat. So I just want to get the stuff that gives me the most amount of damage in combat. That's pretty much it. That's all I want to do in the game. Good to break up the grind sometimes. Yeah, that's true. What's the goal with the crafting grind? To finish it so I never have to do it again. That's the goal. I mean, the item that I need is I guess like a torture amulet, a Zenite, a suffering, and there's one other thing I need. You need like 4 Zenites. Bankrupt? Yo, Assmac, thank you very much for the prime. Crafting cape? Definitely not crafting cape. Why don't you go for the quiver? Oh, we're going for the quiver next. I don't really know anything about the quiver or what items or what stats you need to get a quiver. So I guess we'll work on whatever that is when it happens. Show your chaos rune stack. 17,000 right now. I did quiver first. Quiver is execution based. You can do it with minimal gear. Same stuff as Inferno. SGS. Dude, I don't know if I'm farming bandos or I don't know if I'm farming any of the god stuff anytime soon. I guess we'll see what happens with that. I mean, we can always throw a few attempts a day and just kind of try to get a good gameplay loop. Right now, I'm trying to degen some glass blowing. But it's many, many days of glass blowing. You should try Inferno. I heard it's easy. Might have to try that, McTardius. Might have to try that Inferno thing you guys are talking about. I think I'm getting better at it. Every day we get a little better at Inferno. Eventually we'll get to Zuck consistently, and then we'll find out just truly like how bad our damage is. First try Inferno soon? Yeah, first try Inferno today, maybe. When are you going to complete Imp Catcher? Yeah. That one's pretty rough. We're working up to that. We've been doing the sim for Zuck. I mean, we did the sim on stream. We killed him one time. Have you counted the amount of attempts we've done? No, I don't really care, but it's around 30-ish if I had to ballpark it. Salvami SOTE. The legendary combo. We're going to keep blowing it down over here. Okay. Let's lock it in here. Let's lock it in, boys. I want to watch this video about Classic Plus and see what Willie is saying. The Classic Plus problem no one can answer. Seems like a pretty good video. I haven't seen it yet, so let's check it out.
Who are expecting Classic Plus to be the next big release from Blizzard. And a sentiment I hear time and again is that Blizzard need to move away from vertical game design and more towards horizontal. But what exactly?
Exactly. They just need to make the game like RuneScape, baby. Just make Classic Plus as much like RuneScape as possible with still keeping it like WoW. Vertical, horizontal progression all the way.
Does that mean, and could this realistically work in World of Warcraft? Because Classic Plus is not just going to be fresh realm number 22B. If the game is assumed to be persistent and us staying at level 60, how will systems within the game work after 6 months? What about 1 year, 5 years, or even 10 years and beyond? There simply has to be a long-term plan for World of Warcraft to move away from vertical progression and more towards horizontal. But as for how that can be done, now that's a bit more complicated. Today I'm going to be looking at some ideas about how this can be achieved within World of Warcraft and what kind of things Classic Plus would need to do in order to essentially break the meta of how people.
I personally think there needs to be more Thunder Fury-like items in the game, like how it's made. You know what I mean? Like really, really good weapons. They should be extremely rare, or you would need like materials or a quest line in order to unlock it. I love that type of stuff. So we need more items like that.
People have understood this game should be played for the past 20 years. Real quick though, we should just go over the differences between these two design philosophies. Vertical is what World of Warcraft has always been. You level up, your numbers get bigger, you get better gear, and you get higher stats. And as a result, old content becomes trivial and irrelevant. Each new raid tier makes the previous one largely obsolete. To a lesser extent in Classic, but the jump up between raid tiers is pretty enormous. Naxxramas gear, very powerful. It's a constant climb upwards, hence vertical progression. If you take any expansion in WoW's history, you'll start off in your quest greens, you'll get your dungeon blues, and then you get your raid purples.
So, I don't know how I feel about set bonuses either in WoW anymore. Because if you do a set bonus, then that kind of like makes all of the gear from that tier even more stronger, and then it really invalidates all of the other gear in the game. So I'm not 100% sure how I feel about like set bonuses anymore, because I would rather have there be pieces of BIS from everywhere, and you need to mix and match your gear and unequip items based on each boss that you're fighting, like very similar to like what RuneScape does, where you have bosses that, you know, you use like a slash damage set, or you use like a crush weapon, or you use a weapon to weaken the boss, like special items that have niche cases, and then being able to bring in different types of armor and gear based on each boss that you're fighting, I think is a great system, and it keeps older gear relevant if it has special niche uses that give you more damage on certain fights.
You've got tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and so on. We've all seen the format dozens of times. And by the time you're in endgame gear, well, the stuff from the start of the expansion just doesn't feel that great anymore. Horizontal progression, on the other hand, is about expanding outwards rather than upwards. Instead of making your character objectively more powerful than they were the other week, you're gaining new options, new ways to play, and new problems to solve. Old school RuneScape is really the go-to.
And how you do that by not just being like, okay, here's a piece of gear. It's like a chess piece. It's got 20 strength. You know what I mean? You do that, you keep it horizontal by, if you add another chess piece in the game, it might also have 20 strength, but it could have a +5 damage bonus versus fighting demons. And now you have a chess piece that you would equip when you're fighting demons. Okay? And you would swap that out. It's like, that's kind of how you keep gear on a line. Otherwise, it's like, if you just have 20 strength, it's like, what's next? 21 strength? The next chest? Or 22 strength? It doesn't get like, it's hard to go horizontal. So how you keep it horizontal is you have like type damage where you have to mix and match gear, and your gear will be changing a lot.
Game here that exemplifies how well this can work. When they release new content, it's not always about pure power increases. It could be a weapon which is especially good against a certain type of enemy, such as dragons or demons, a specialized tool, or additions to a spellbook, whether that spellbook's for AoE attacks, for utility, or whether it's more just well-rounded. This creates a game where
He's
content
showing a lot of
from
RuneScape in this
years
video
ago remains relevant, and people are still using a gearing ladder in RuneScape of things which came out well over a decade ago. Which brings us to class.
What is the oldest item in RuneScape that's still BIS? What is the oldest item in RuneScape? Pop quiz, boys. Bando's Godsword or Whip? Best in slot. Bando's Godsword is one of the oldest weapons in the game that's still BIS. Barrow's gloves. Like, Barrow's gloves are still very good, but they're not BIS anymore. Maybe Bandos, or, yeah, something simple like... Yeah, Strength Ami is still very good, too. Dragon... Okay, DDS. DDS is still very good. Yeah. Somehow they've been able to keep DDS relevant over 20 years. Obviously, Dragon Claws are probably better, but DDS is still good in a niche situations, you know? It's goated.
Classic Plus and the opportunity that Blizzard has in their hands here. And I think that Classic Plus has to realize a few things with updates beyond just how do we make things more horizontally minded. First, we really need to unlearn how people
some
have learned to play
DDS
the game.
is BIS.
We've had 20 years of optimization. Players know the fastest leveling routes, the best talent builds, the optimal raid compositions. If Classic Plus is adding more of the same, that will be optimized too, and we'll be back to raid logging within a few months. Second is, it should be understood this will be a long-term project. Hopefully, not just a season or something temporary and ephemeral. It should not just be another fresh where you rush to 60, gear up in a predetermined BIS list, and then wait for the next phase whilst raid logging. This needs to be a living, breathing world that continues to evolve and surprise players for years to come. I mean, think about it. If you can hit 60 and be raid logging after 2 months, something has just gone wrong in the game's design. MMOs are meant to be these sprawling menu games that offer multiple different experiences, and Classic has a great menu. It's got dungeons, raids, PvP, professions, exploration, questing, but we've eaten everything on that menu so many times that, as good as it is, a lot of people are getting bored with it.
Yeah,
we know everything by heart. Classic Plus needs to expand the menu horizontally.
We need to have vanilla Classic WoW if it never went to TBC, where we stayed level 60. And that's the thing too, is I wouldn't even care if they put TBC into the game if we stayed level 60. That wouldn't even bother me. Like, I think it would be fine if we fought Illidan in a Black Temple, as long as we were still in Classic.
I mean, things are different nowadays compared to vanilla, where back in the day it would have taken people months to hit 60, and it was an entirely different environment. But Classic Plus needs to recreate the sense of wonder that existed back then, but it can't just do so relying on player ignorance. It needs to mechanically encourage their exploration. Third is that World of Warcraft desperately needs what I call new cool rewards and goals that make players stop and just step.
That's Thunder Fury. That's Thunder Fury and full tier 3 Dreadnought. That's the full bit. That's a full Bis warrior right there with the Face of Death shield from KT. That's the best item. That's like the best gear you could get in the game as a tank right there. Just full Dreadnought, Thunder Fury with the Face of Death. Like, that's the Giga Chad warrior right there, and it's a Tauren, the biggest model in the game. So if you see this guy running around, he's Giga. He's a Giga. What's the difference between 60 and 70 in WoW? Okay. So the reason that when Classic stopped being Classic is basically when it went to TBC and onward, and they added flying mounts and arena into the game. And basically, TBC is still people's favorite version of the game. I would like TBC more if we didn't have the flying mounts, but the problem is the whole areas and zones were all designed to have a flying mount pretty much. So it's rough without one, because it was designed with it in mind. If it wasn't designed with flying mounts in mind, I think TBC would have even been better, because then you probably still would have kept elements of world PvP in the game, which people like. I hate it, but I'm speaking for others here. But they increased the level from 60 to 70, and then they added new gear, new raids, and things into the game. The new raids and the new gear is great, but Classic is Classic because you see people in the world. One thing that I actually don't mind about RuneScape is fast travel. And I thought that would kill the world, but it doesn't really kill the world for me in RuneScape. I don't know what it is, but like being able to fast travel or go to your POH and get somewhere instantly, I don't really care too much about seeing people in the game that much when I'm playing RuneScape. It feels very much more like a solo player experience where other people are also doing their solo player experience kind of alongside you. In WoW, it's more group oriented, forced group content. You can't do content unless you group. And so you kind of want to see people in the world and have reasons to gather, which is like when world buffs happen. And there's a lot they made a lot of changes in TBC, but for the most part, TBC is people's favorite expansion. Now it got worse beyond that. And there's a lot of other issues we could talk about, but that's primary thing is like it went to like flying mounts. There was a lot of reputation grinds. It was way more difficult, the game was, and then they added arenas into the game too. That's like the main portion, the main things that they did in TBC.
There at your character. The old cool is still in the game. You know, you see someone with Thunder Fury or in full tier 2, and that is still pretty amazing. Back in the day, even an epic mount was a status symbol, or things such as a Winter Spring Frost Saber. They all show dedication, but nowadays, we've all seen these things 1,000 times. I'm not saying they're trivial to get still, but they're expected. They're just part of the solved meta. They're not cool anymore. Classic Plus needs new cool, achieved through both solo and group content. Imagine if you saw a hardcore character with some kind of unique set of armor that shows they've soloed every single dungeon in the game, or someone with a title earned from reaching the top rank in some kind of Brawlers Guild style.
Okay, wait a second, he's cooking here. He's actually saying to try and turn WoW into more of a solo player experience, and I kind of agree with this. I love forced group content in WoW. It's what I look forward to, is running the dungeon with 4 other people. Every time I'm leveling a character in WoW, all I look forward to is the next dungeon. But if there was some solo challenges in the game, you know, with some prestige or some type of reward for showing how good you were at that solo content, that would be crazy cool. But it would be insane to balance. It would be insane to balance with 8 different classes and 3 different specs for each of those classes. That's what I get worried about. I definitely want combat achievements. Like I said, I would take every single thing from RuneScape that could possibly be taken, and I would put it into WoW. combat achievements, Zuck helms, solo content like Inferno, like Coliseum. I would take all of those things and put it into WoW. Like, without question, if we could make it work, I would put it in there. Because those are the best things, some of the best things from RuneScape. I would take a lot of the quest design, like Sins of the Father, master level quests, combat achievement, collection logs, pets, yes, all that stuff, Fashionscape, any of that stuff, I would probably put it into Classic. With the exception of a bond. I would not put bonds or WoW tokens into Classic Plus. I wouldn't want that.
Scenario, or a mount that required leveling every class to 60. These aren't just bigger numbers which are vertically progressing your main, they're different achievements that show different types of mastery. So with those three things in mind, where can Classic Plus go a bit differently from normal? Well, let's start.
GDKP is a tough one. I think that they need to fundamentally solve, and I think that if they can dissolve a reason for GDKP to exist, where either the items from raid are tradable, and then there's no lockout. Like if they got rid of a lockout and the items from raid were tradable or something like that, then there wouldn't be a reason for GDKP to exist. So I think we need to address a core fundamental systemic reason of why GDKPs existed and why players went to that as the premier form of loot, and address the reason why it exists rather than just talking about should it be banned or should it exist, right? And so maybe there's something we can do in the design philosophy that could fix that. And we'd have to sit down and have a huge discussion about that. But that's a very controversial topic in WoW, is GDKP. And I can promise you it's about as 50-50 as it can get. Some people love it, some people hate it.
With the endgame, because right now Classic's endgame is pretty narrow in the scope of content that it covers. Once you're into the endgame, you raid, you PvP for your rank, and then you farm gold on an alt, and that's kind of it, really. And once you have your gear and your PvP rank, what then? You really just wait till the next phase and then just repeat the motions. People will tell you to make another character and do it again, but repetition is not variety. I think Classic Plus must release with at least one or potentially even two additional endgame avenues that are repeatable and can be built upon in future patches. The journey to 60 is great, it always has been, and I absolutely agree there should be new stuff on that journey too, but players will inevitably reach max level, and they will spend most of their time at max level. So this is the area of the game which, at least initially, I think needs the most attention.
Same. Can I get a shout for El Jefe Corona, the first unofficial WoW player to get Inferno and Quiver on his pure and main? Yo, congratulations. Thank you for that $5, Pizza Boy. Good shit, man.
So what can we do to the endgame then? Well, as mentioned earlier, World of Warcraft is a game that typically relies on vertical progression, and vertical progression is often reliant on grouping. Even retail, which is for the most part a solo player friendly game with things such as LFR and Dungeon Finder, eventually hits you with a wall where solo progression has a cap, and you're gonna need to start grouping up to get an...
Oh my goodness. What's a better solution to loot, guys? Allowing people to infinitely run dungeons and lower the drop rate? Or have high drop rates with a 1 week lockout? Infinite or 1 a week? What would you guys rather have? Infinite? You'd rather be able to run infinite runs? Why would WoW players not want to play the game more? I don't know. I mean, it's such a core philosophy of WoW design, the 1 week lockout. And the reason it exists is so they keep your sub longer. And it's copium if you think it's not. The reason that it exists is so people won't run the raid every day, get all the items, and then cancel their sub until next season. That's the reason it exists. However, if they took it away and they lowered the drop rates and they did gear like shorter raids, like imagine every raid was just one boss fight and you could do it in a pug. it was just like you had to learn how to do that boss, and then once you did it, you know, then maybe they have a hard mode or a challenge mode of that boss that has higher drop rates. Like, think if they did every single boss like TOA, where you zone in, you customize the difficulty of it, you add mechanics which equals higher drop rate, it extends the duration of the fight, it makes it harder. So you have the Giga Chads that go in, they do it on 600 for a higher chance at drop rate, and you have to kill that boss a bunch of times to try to get the loot. I think I would prefer that version of WoW. Instead of doing, it's like one raid, 10 bosses once a week. You need 20 people that all know what they're doing. And you have to have a guild. Or you could try to pug it. But I'm a huge fan of pugs. Although I think guilds have their reasons and, have their place in World of Warcraft. Guilds are a core part of WoW. Maybe there's other things that we could do to make guilds great again, but I don't know if you should need to be in a guild to raid in classic WoW anymore. I just think that the culture and everything has changed, and I personally prefer pugging. But some people don't. Some people don't. I just don't like being on a schedule. I want to just raid whenever I log in and see what's going on. Try to find a group to go with, Wouldn't harder difficulties exacerbate the problem of class diversity? No, I think that if they balance the class right, like, it doesn't necessarily like need to be a damage check all the time. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to be like a DPS check. It could be like healing checks, or it could be, mechanic checks where it doesn't matter what class you are. If you're dead, you don't do damage. Or honestly, I wonder if WoW would ever do something where, like, if you took too many casters into the raid, or if your raid was imbalanced, then you had like a handicap where, like, there's a boss where if you try to zerg it with all casters or something, you don't do very much damage because then he builds up immunity to spells. And so you need like a balanced damage raid. I don't know. I'm just popping ideas randomly out of my ass right now, but these are kind of things that maybe they should be discussing. If you bring too many Fury Warriors, then they do no damage. Yeah. That could be kind of dope to try and make people balance out the raids themselves. Or that's kind of what world buffs. That's kind of like what raid buffs are, like raid wide buffs. That's why in TBC you needed a shaman in every single group, because shamans had bloodlust, and it would only affected their party. So you needed 5 shamans in every TBC raid, and so I don't think that any class should ever be like that. I don't think it's good class design anymore. I think those buffs should be raid wide. Raid buffs exist and everyone hates them. Yeah, I know. You shouldn't feel obligated to like just bring a class because he gives you a buff. It might be better if you just get rewarded for bringing a slightly balanced raid. Or if you bring too many, like if you bring 2 hunters, then the hunters have their damage slightly reduced. So you get rewarded for like not bringing a ton of the same class. Does that make sense? I think that could be kind of a good way of maybe dealing with overpowered classes and stuff like that.
Any further. Whereas in Classic, when you hit the endgame, you need other people to do basically anything of value whatsoever. And I think Season of Discovery actually got something right here by mistake. You see, when they released Molten Core, they designed it for 20 players there, but accidentally you could bring up to 40 when it first came out. So Blizzard ended up noticing this, and they fixed it and set the cap back to 20 again. But players then gave feedback and said this flexibility was a good thing. So then Blizzard amended the raid where you...
This was a cool accident that happened in Season of Discovery, guys. Blizzard accidentally let 40 people zone into Molten Core, which was supposed to be a 20-man raid, and it just made the raid easier. And so instead of everyone struggling on 20-man, casual dads could go in with 40 dad gamers and clear the raid every week, and they were very happy about this. So imagine you take 20 guys into Cox, but Cox is tuned for 10 players. Like the max it would scale to is 10, but you could take 20 in there if you wanted. But now you have less chance of loot. So yeah, it's like, it makes it easier because you only have to do half the amount of damage, but you have half the chance of loot now. So, or like, imagine you could take 4 people into Yama, but it didn't scale past 2. And people really like this in Classic WoW. People really like this. They like the casualness of it, and they could just go do an easy raid. Some people don't. Some people really want to do content, but difficult content, guys, doesn't always mean good. You know, some people don't like difficult content. I personally love it. I love pushing myself to that limit, but not everyone is going to get an Inferno cape, and people in Classic would probably, you know, it's okay to have a couple of items that not everyone will get, but you can't just like keep people out of a raid because they're not good enough, right? You need easier versions of raids so people can play that content and feel included.
You could bring between 20 to 40 players. No need for content scaling, just design it for 20 players, and if people want to bring more than 20, then go ahead, you can still do that. We've seen it time and again during Classic expansions, that when raiding gets too hard, the player base absolutely falls off a cliff, and I think it's best if we leave it up to players to make their own difficulties within.
We have studies that show harder raids equal less players playing the game. That's what he's pulling up here. These are number of players, and every time, this is like the first raid in Wrath of the Lich King, and the raids got harder and harder in Wrath. This is Ulduar. Everyone like quits playing, and this is like Trials or whatever it's called, and then this is the Frozen Throne. This is Arthas, or maybe this is the Arthas raid. What the fuck is the name of the Arthas raid? I can't remember it. I never really raided much in Wrath.
In the game, such as via passing or speedrunning, which I'm sure will always be a thing. To go above and beyond that amendment to the raid size, we could take things several steps further. Now, I'm about to say some crazy stuff, but it's in regards to horizontal progression and realistically how we're going to keep these raids alive for a long period of time. So hypothetically, after many new raid tiers have been out, they could drop older raids' flexible requirements down from 20 to 40 players to 5 to 40. At this point, when it's 5-player, you would need to adjust the loot volume.
What do you guys think about 5-man raids? What do you guys think about being able to do a raid as a 5-man, but it's tuned for 10? And if you do it as 5, you get the same amount of loot as a 10. I think that's good. I think that's so sick. Yo, Bushy, thank you very much for the 19 months. All raids should scale 1 to 100. I think it's good, man. 19 months from Bushhead. Yo, thank you, Bushy. I appreciate that. I think scaling is a good thing. And also, optional difficulty to take less players is also really cool. So if the raids were scaled for 10 people and then they scaled beyond 10, it's basically what retail is. I mean, retail has this already. Retail has 10-man raids, but you can scale it to however you want. And you could take less people in a retail raid if you wanted. So I think retail is already doing this.
Mechanics accordingly, or its loot would replace a lot of the pre-bis phase stuff, and the mechanics just might be overwhelming for 5 people. And when it's on 5 scaling, there should be some classes which are able to solo the old raids. They'd need a lot of gear to do this, it wouldn't be easy, they'd need to invest consumables, but it should to some extent be possible. And you could add more to it than that. You could tie special materials to these old raids. Imagine you could get core forge materials that can only be obtained from breaking down molten core items at the Black Anvil in BRD.
Bro, what if the raid scaled based on your item level of your gear of your whole group, like your average item level of your whole group? It's scaled based on like that. That's interesting.
Maybe you need a specialized blacksmith to do this, and then these materials are used to craft new items that remain relevant as new content releases. Or what about this? Imagine they considerably reduced the drop rates of epics from Molten Core, but made the gear tradable that dropped from the 5-player mode. As in, if you hit an epic, it's like hitting an epic from a regular dungeon boss. Suddenly, there would be an economy around farming old raids, specialized blacksmiths who can process materials, and crafters who can turn these materials into future gear. This wouldn't just be keeping old content alive, but also making it serve a new purpose. It will be using thematic locations within the world for crafting, creating new profession demands, as well as gold farms. It will be adding to the menu of content that exists within this game.
Oh, also, randomly, someone just said rank 14 weapons. PvP should not be BIS. I don't think PvP should be BIS in PvE. That happens. That does happen sometimes in Classic WoW. Like, the PvP gear is insane. I think PvP gear should just be like heavy stamina. It should just be heavy stamina, but it shouldn't be BIS in raids. Yo, Bryce Hunter, thank you very much for the Prime. Yo, W Bryce, thank you, man. I'm feeling much more confident about it already. Like, I can kind of start seeing the patterns and stuff already. Yo, Potato, thank you very much for that raid. What is up? UI Emmers. We're watching a little WoW video right now about Classic Plus. Welcome in, guys. Thank you for that raid, Potato. I appreciate you. Yeah, so we're going to get to the Inferno today. After this, we're watching, I'm doing a little glass blowing, trying to get my anguish. I am a little bit tired of 4,000 people a day telling me to get an anguish necklace. I've been working on it. I just have to blow 60,000 glass really quickly that I've stored in my bank, and then I need to kill like 800 demonic gorillas. So we are working towards that, guys. So just have some patience, and we'll get an anguish here soon. Anyways, we're back to the video. We're deep in conversation right now about Classic Plus. Some people don't even think it's coming out. I think it's coming out. And they need to be very careful with how they approach the game and try to make the majority of people happy and try to make the game more horizontal and more like RuneScape. Personally, they just need to make the game more like RuneScape, and that will solve a lot of problems.
Without just simply replacing it. Because the alternative is, for Molten Core for example, is it's just something you do as a split raid at the end of the night because your main tank still doesn't have Thunder Fury. And even then, how long is Thunder Fury going to be relevant for? Another thing which we're going to have to bring up at some point in this video, so might as well do it now, are in regards to player-created services. These are in two main forms, from GDKPs and boosting. The idea behind both these services is they essentially speed up progression through the game's content, and they're symptoms of a larger problem of people wanting to rush through things. GDKPs do fundamentally warp how players approach the game. This system is highly efficient on the surface, people are motivated to put raids together, you join a raid, even if you don't win an item, you get gold in return. I absolutely agree with the positives to it, but there are negatives as well, and I'm not just talking about real world trading or gold buying. The root of the problem here is that so many people only want to raid because it is the only reliable way to increase your character power. And I don't see Blizzard adding GDKPs in back either way because they haven't added them in SOD or...
Damn, what is he suggesting? Personal loot like retail? Because how it works right now, guys, is the raid leader gets all the loot. When you're running a raid in WoW, one guy gets everything that drops, and then he has 2 hours to trade it to whoever he wants. That's how it works. It's called Master Looter. And that's the reason that GDKP can exist. Now, they took that away from retail. They took Master Looter away. It doesn't exist anymore. And how it works now is 3 items will drop from a boss, and 20 people, if they can equip that item, like if it's an upgrade for their class, then they're allowed to roll. And that's called personal loot. There is a chance that 3 items drop from a boss and you're not able to use any of them. It's kind of like that. I kind of like personal loot. It's more RuneScape-y. Personal loot is when you get an item you looted, like BFA. Or they do it like, yeah, like you loot the boss and then if you just get the item. But now I think if there's 2 warriors in the group in retail, if there's 2 warriors, an item drops, the 2 warriors will roll on the warrior item, and they have to win. They have to win the roll. So you're always gonna be fighting over an item with another like class that's in the raid.
Or Anniversary Realms, which are the 2 most recent classic releases. But if we're trying to put more horizontal content in the game, the whole idea of GDKPs being a one-stop shop for the best gearing options and the best gold in the game is entirely antithetical to that. If players can just do one activity and then skip what should be pretty significant parts of the game otherwise, that is going to be a problem, and for me that is the singular largest issue with GDKP. It's simply too efficient and too good. Gear needs to come from more sources, and good gear as well, not just optional things. I'll talk more about that in a moment. As for boosting, it's also very problematic as well. It completely bypasses the leveling system, which absolutely should be a core part of the game. Again, I understand why people do boosting. You've leveled so many times, it's not an area of the game that you enjoy that much, but at the same time you kind of should go through that leveling journey. Again, I think things will be a bit different in Classic Plus when it comes to leveling. Also in Classic Plus, you shouldn't feel that pressure of, I need to boost and level my character now, because
no, I hate boosting. I don't like boosting, and people that sell boosting services. And then the game turns into, see how much gold you can make on your main so you can pay someone to boost your ult instead of having to level the characters yourself. It's kind of an annoying part of Classic that has turned into the meta that I hope doesn't transition into Classic Plus. I really hope that doesn't happen. What I was thinking, guys, would you like to see... Okay, let me explain something. In RuneScape, a level 3 can land hits on a level 500. Okay? You can actually land... You'll only do 1 damage, maybe, but you can land a hit. Okay? Would you guys like to see that in WoW? Where a level 10 can do damage to a level 60, but it's only like 2 or 3 damage. I personally would like to see this change. I think it's a fundamental issue that you can only hit mobs that are 3 levels higher than you, and it limits content creators and everyone from doing harder content in the game. If they want to push higher level mobs, if you want to go into Molten Core on all level 30s, why can't we? Why can't we do that? If we want to push raids way under leveled, that's what makes RuneScape so awesome. Is seeing people like Rindy clearing it on a level 3. It's like, how did he do that? You know what I mean? And WoW needs to have this. WoW needs to have this implemented, and they need to change the whole core fundamental combat philosophy of WoW in order to incorporate this. I think it would be way better.
Because if I don't do that, then this raid tier is going to be irrelevant and I can't play it anymore. Or if I wait too long, the next expansion will come along and this will all have been for nothing. Breaking up boosting is just another area of the game where people have come to understand that this is the way they should be playing the game, but overall it's just not healthy for the game, and it definitely should not be a part of Classic Plus. And in a world with or without GDKP, to be honest, there needs to be more ways to get gear and to care about gearing your character. Just for a moment, think to the previous phase of Classic. It is really good. Gear comes from everywhere. You've got crafting for your Devil Saw and Lionheart, you've got dungeons for Mask of the Unforgiven, Hand of Justice, you've got world drops for Maiden's Circle or Edge Masters, you've got quest rewards on top of that for Blade Fist's Breath or Mirror's Song. And then what happens is raids happen. In Molten Core, the majority of those items are replaced, and by Blackwing Lair, there are very few that you care about anymore. And this is absolutely compounded in AQ40 and Max Ramus, where the jumps up in gear are just way too large. Classic Plus needs to maintain that diversity of loot sources throughout its lifespan.
True.
You've got crafted items that should...
True, I like that idea. Chat, let's have a discussion here. In Classic WoW right now, the average time that it takes an average player to get to 60 is between 6 and like 10 days played. How long should it take in Classic Plus for the average player to reach 60? If they did the change that I'm talking about, where you can hit mobs at any level, you just do less damage. JPC says 50. Increase the journey times 5 is what he's saying. 100 days, increase the journey times 10. We'll say an average player does it in 10 days. 100 days played, 50 to 100 days played is what it should take you to max out one character in a classic sandbox style MMO, if that's what Classic Plus is going for. So right now, if they were to change the way that we are able to hit mobs at any level, increase the journey, they would need to add maybe 4 or 5 times as many quests into the game, adding more zones into the game, and adding more content that people would grind and level up to compensate for that journey being longer. Because right now, there's already a bit of a quest drought if you're questing all the way through and you're doing your 1 dungeon a day in hardcore. There's still droughts on the Alliance side where you still have to do like the Naga Cave and just grind for basically like 8 hours, which is nothing for a RuneScape player. But for WoW players, it's the part where everyone dreads it, of just killing Nagas in the Naga Cave for like a full day. Did he go back to WoW? I'm playing RuneScape in the bottom.
Should remain competitive, dungeon drops that fill specific niches, quest rewards that are added with major updates, and perhaps the odd world drop. I don't know, adding world drops to Abyss is probably a bit toxic because it's just gonna be people throwing gold at them, but still having some good ones is always exciting. And I think when you have more ways to get gear which are both friendly to solo players and group players, the effect of not having GDKP and breaking up the meta of raiding being all there is to care about should be less impactful. Another key way that practically every single MMO addresses horizontal content is collection and achievements, and this just seems like an absolute no-brainer to include within the game, to be honest. And these things both do exist to some extent, they're just kind of not officially recognized within the game. For example, you could have a dungeon journal which you gradually fill out as kind of a semi-replacement to transmog. The idea would be when you see an item drop within a dungeon or raid, it would appear as grey within the journal, and if you've collected it would show up as in white. I know this is nowhere near as thorough as what transmog is, but it would just...
He's just saying to add a collection log into the game, which, like I said, I would take every single thing from RuneScape possible and put it into Classic WoW. Take the collection log, take the achievements, take the Zuckhound titles, take the total level, unlock all professions, make it so every profession has a benefit for your character, make it so all the quests help you figure out, you know, things that you can do in the game. They unlock different potions that you can use. I would literally take a lot of this system and incorporate it into WoW. And it would just make the game, it would make the game better, in my personal opinion, having all these things in Classic.
Be some kind of collection green bar for people to fill up. And if there is a green bar, people will fill it up. You could have achievements for completing dungeons solo without leaving the instance, hardcore based achievements for reaching level caps on different classes without having died,
They should not put agility into WoW. Okay, no, they should not do that.
Achievements for completing certain content with specific restrictions, such as, I don't know, no talents, no gear from certain sources, only using specific spell schools, and so on. The rewards don't have to be power increases either. In fact, they absolutely shouldn't be. And I think cosmetic rewards can work without transmog, because if you have some kind of item that you want to flex, you have to go to the trouble of getting that item out of your bank before you can display it.
Now, because the problem is, guys, if they put farming into the game, Joker is never going to show up to the raid. He's always going to be late. That's the reason that farming can't exist, okay? It just wouldn't work.
People already stand around in the middle of Stormwind or Orgrimmar Bank with their ZG Tiger and Thunder Fury in tier 3. Are you telling me people wouldn't stand around in some kind of achievement-specific rewards that showed off they've done something cool? Of course they would. The thing is, though, these items just shouldn't be functional.
Yeah, dude, if farming went into WoW, Zarya would quit immediately. He would have to quit WoW. He wouldn't be able to figure out where the Raynars are.
combat and should be for the flex for people to see and, as I mentioned before, say, wow, that's cool, that's something I want to get as well. You could possibly also have some form of mount customizations, different armor sets on epic mounts, recolors, those kind of things as well. Next thing I want to bring up for horizontal progression is something which I'm pretty sure is not going to be popular, but player housing. We all know player housing was a feature that was planned to exist in vanilla World of Warcraft. They just did not get around to finishing it, and now finally it's coming into the game in Midnight. And what people do when I say player housing is they think garrisons were bad because people never left them. Garrisons weren't housing, they were just some kind of weird abomination that went terribly wrong. I think housing could work with a focus very specifically on personal storage as well as achievement display. A place to store toys, display old tier sets, show off rare items, let players build and design within reasonable limits. And that will be the key here. You don't really have many reasons to be in your house unless you're getting something out of storage or setting up some kind of achievement that you've just earned. No profession benefits, no daily quests, no mandatory gameplay loops, no auction house, no mailbox. You would have so many reasons to still leave your house, such as trading, enchanting from other players, auction house, traveling around the world, picking up world buffs, and so on and so forth. Essentially make it largely like old school RuneScape's housing is, where it is to a large extent about collection and achievements. You could even add in a new profession.
Damn, Willie is cooking right here. He's just saying make classic WoW like old school RuneScape. Hey, I mean, guys, we might have an old school RuneScape version of classic WoW. It could be coming soon, and that would make me so happy. I'm just saying it.
Alongside this carpentry, where as you level up you gradually build new things. I think this will be thematic, it would make sense within the world, and it would give players some kind of additional way to build up their main character, which is very in theme with classic.
Yeah, they should just call it old school WoWscape at this point, and like, let's just launch this thing.
When I'm talking about these updates which are horizontal content focused, there is something else I need to bring up here. Horizontal design almost always leans towards solo play that can be flexed into group play rather than forced group play. The leading MMOs right now are driving solo content more so than group content, and I think to some extent Classic Plus has to acknowledge this reality, because multiplayer doesn't mean requiring groups for everything. The game is multiplayer by virtue of being persistent and online. Look, if old school RuneScape was an offline game, do you think it would have anywhere near the player base that it does? Of course it wouldn't. It works entirely because of the other people in that world. They are, to some extent, the content within the game. They make it feel alive. You can see what other people have achieved or learn from them in various ways.
Like I said earlier, you're playing a solo player game alongside a bunch of other people. And most of the game you experience solo, and when you feel like it, you can group up with somebody and do something. I don't want to talk about the grouping system that they have in play here. That can be improved. Definitely the grouping can be improved in RuneScape. But for the most part, it's designed to be a solo game that you're playing alongside other people. And I think that that's great.
Classic already has group content thoroughly covered from dungeons, raids, battlegrounds, and so on. Horizontal progression by its very nature more often than not is solo player friendly, and I think this is going to go for Classic Plus as well. Now, one concern that I'm sure you have about solo content is that it's going to affect the social aspect of Classic WoW, but consider the options. Solo players still need an economy, they still want to show off their achievements, they still want to participate in the world. It's just that quite often they can't commit to raiding at a certain hour every single week anymore, or sometimes they need to leave their PC, or they've just got an hour to play every so often. Look,
so
we both
quit.
know what the age demographic of games like Classic WoW is, and it's often people who are very much shorter on time than they were when they first started playing. So what kind of solo content would fit within this game? Or not just necessarily solo, but things that could be solo or group? Well, I think one of the best additions World of Warcraft has ever made was the Brawlers Guild. I think this would fit in any version of WoW ever. One-on-one battles against increasingly difficult bosses. No help,
this would be
no
sick.
outside group to carry you,
Inferno,
just your own
boys.
skill expression.
Look at that's the Inferno right there. They're adding the if they add the WoW Inferno, boys. Oh shit. It's gonna be so sick.
And you can add in hardcore achievements to it. Imagine watching a hardcore character take on some of the most difficult Brawler Guild bosses.
Buddy, just call it the Inferno. Just call it the Coliseum. Call it what it is, buddy. Come on.
No Petri flasks allowed, of course, just that person against the boss. It would be crazy good content to watch. The rewards could also be cosmetic focused, but prestigious, maybe new armor sets that show you've conquered the Brawlers Guild, potentially titles that mean something, maybe even mounts as well. But if possible, every system should have additional content within this same vein. Professions could have solo challenges, such as crafting items under specific conditions.
They would have to design the Inferno differently for every class and every spec. It's a nightmare. RuneScape has it easy. RuneScape developers have it easy compared to WoW. I'll say that.
Conditions, gathering materials from dangerous or instanced areas alone, and in any event, professions, in my opinion, desperately need to be more than I'm going to look up what gives me the best DPS gain, make 200 vendor items in a row, then forget about it forever. As it stands at the moment, they're just not very good. I think hardcore and the classic community's real work towards making that mode a reality has also proven what individual players can.
What if WoW worked like OSRS? Okay. Imagine you zone into Azeroth and you only pick your race or whatever. And you choose Orc. You zone in as an Orc. And then you had 8 talent trees. And each talent tree, there was like a Mage talent tree, a Warlock talent tree, right? And you could like choose different builds and stuff. I mean, that I don't know how they would do it. But that's definitely game-breaking design for WoW. It's so different from what everyone is used to. It's like, it doesn't even feel like WoW at that point. Yeah, it was like PoE or ESO, or actually I was thinking Star Wars Galaxies, where in Star Wars Galaxies, it's a sandbox MMO. You zone in, you're just a guy. You're just a guy. And there's 36 different talent trees, but you're limited on how many talents you can choose. Like you can only choose 50 talents. And so you had to choose, I want to be a smuggler, rifleman with a little bit of doctor so I can heal myself. That's basically what everybody did. They would like choose different hybrids. Like you do like Skyrim where you have different races. Yeah, maybe, but I don't think Classic Plus is going to be breaking the game design that much. That's like completely changing the foundation of the game that it was built on. It's like they do need to make it more like OSRS to have that style of content, but I don't think they will. I would love to see that. I just don't think I don't think it's feasible to like have to break the 8 class design system. I don't think it's feasible. I think classes are a bad, in my opinion, after playing lots of MMOs, I think classes are actually bad game design now. It works in WoW, it works in retail, but I personally don't like it anymore. I rather play a RuneScape type of game where I'm just a guy and everyone's also just a guy and you level up your skills and stuff like that.
Do and just how impactful they can feel within the world. And I'm sure Classic Plus will have hardcore modes as well, but
okay, a bald guy, I mean, come on, he doesn't have to be bald. Come on. What are we even saying?
I hope they can expand on what's already been done and bring in certain achievements or additional rewards as well. The economy is another great way to stimulate horizontal content within the game as well. All of these systems, from old raids, crafting, housing, solo content, PvP and so on, need to work together in the game's economy. Old raids dropping materials for new crafts creates demand for people to go back and farm them. Specialized processors create a service economy. Housing would create a demand for decorative items, storage solutions, and if they tied it to a new profession, everything involved in that as well. They should feel as though there's a variety of ways to go and farm gold and to add to the economy without just having the one-stop shop of GDKP. When our content stays relevant, it stays alive for longer, and that's an area where traditionally World of Warcraft doesn't do very well. And I know people will say, well, Molten Core still is relevant in Nax Ramus. Okay, they put a few overpowered items in there like Quick Strike Ring or Onslaught Girdle. You still want your Thunder Fury, but those items will have an expiration date. We're not thinking kind of long term here. We're just thinking mid-term and how the game's already understood to be played. The raid will be irrelevant eventually. Another area which definitely...
Is it possible to make Molten Core never be irrelevant? 20 years from now. How do you make Molten Core relevant for 20 years and like forever? How do you make it relevant forever? Mats? Maybe you make the mats from Molten Core. Future gear will always need mats from different raids or something like that. You use base drops to upgrade your items. Damn. That would actually work. I don't know if I would like that, but that would actually work. Imagine you needed tier 1 in order to get tier 2. You can't just loot tier 3. Wait a second. That might be a cook. That might be a cook. And the thing is, once you get strong enough, you can go back and like 5-man Molten Core. You know what I mean? And that would keep it relevant for a long time. And then people would probably sell 5-man carries or 10-man carries. People already dislike combinationscape. That's the thing, is it is a solution to the problem, but does it make it doesn't make the game better? And I'm not so sure about that right now. Would that make the game better? It would prevent people from skipping the original content though, if you had to get full tier 1 before you could get tier 2. It would keep people running Molten Core for a long time. The game needs improved stat itemization for horizontal progression. Dude, that's so easier said than done, especially with 8 different class designs where you need to keep all of them horizontal. And then there needs to be new raids every year, a new raid every year. And then 20 years from now, you got 20 different raids. It's like, how do you keep all those raids relative? And you need other content that gives you gear like crafting, and you need other content like solo challenges, and you need dungeons to stay relevant forever. Like, that's making a truly horizontal game is a nightmare for WoW. And I get a headache just thinking about it, making 8 different sets of horizontal progression gear for 20 years that comes from 4 or 5 different sources. That is like, it's easy in RuneScape. It's actually easy in RuneScape compared to WoW. It's so difficult, and I don't know how they do it.
Needs talking about is in regards to PvP. So regardless of what happens, the current ranking system and how it's implemented long term just doesn't make sense. The ranking system is unintuitive for new players. You need an add-on to understand what exactly you're getting out of it, and the way people grind gear creates a meta where people who do not want to PvP flood battlegrounds for the rewards. This leads to very low quality PvP. You're running down AV to maximize honor, you're AFKing in Arathi Basin, and pre-mades are just stomping pugs. This is just bad. The rewards from PvP are so good at higher ranks though that players feel as though they are forced to do it, and this is exacerbated by the scarcity of raid loot and people wanting to get the best gear possible as soon as possible. This creates a very negative feedback loop where battlegrounds are full of players who don't even...
Dude, I wouldn't mind in a Vernic Tread-like system where you needed 3 different pairs of boots to combine them into 1 pair of boots that's actual BIS. These types of systems I really enjoy. And I think I wouldn't even mind if there were if like you got a small upgrade if you were also good at PvP into PvE if you combine the boots. Like if there was like 1 item or something like that. I wouldn't mind like a 1 item crossover or something that was BIS in PvP and PvE. But you can't have full sets.
Want to be there, and it's just making the game worse for everyone. I mean, long term, how would ranking work in Classic? Would there just be additional ranks beyond 14? Rank 15? Rank 16? What kind of rewards would they give? How many weeks do I have to run down AV for each of those? Beyond ranking, there's the question of how PvP servers themselves should work.
I don't even know. I don't even want to give feedback on PvP. I've never done the grind. All people do is AFK in the battlegrounds for 3 months, and then they give High Warlord. Like, I don't have anything to say about it. I hate that. I never want to do that. I don't enjoy it. And I hope that they figure out a solution for that. But I don't really have anything to feedback on it. How do you feel about... Sorry, somebody said, how do you feel about... what or was that have enemies having weaknesses? So yeah, I think that WoW had a decent idea, but it was just the wrong version. So instead of you having to wear fire resistance in Molten Core, that's defensive. Defensive is not fun. Imagine you had to bring fire damage or water damage, or like gear that had plus water damage procs would give you more damage. So things like that, like damage versus elementals. If there was different items in the game that were bis versus elementals, and you had everybody was fighting for those items to try and get them to bring them to Molten Core so they could do more damage. That's a more fun version of fire resistance, and I think that damage types is a good solution for extending the gear horizontally for the next 20 years.
No, Blizzard recently consolidated Mr. Pandaria Classic Realms because there was no faction balance. There hadn't been since midway through TBC, to be honest. And on top of that, you may remember more recently that Blizzard did a survey, or an alleged survey, where they were asking about the potential of adding War Mode into Classic. However, Tom Ellis from the WoW dev team recently tweeted about forced faction balance in Season of Discovery. He said that this had worked out stupidly well, despite it being very simple in what it achieved, and by preventing one faction from dominating, they stop the slow death spiral that happens time and again. And if you asked me a bit ago, I would have said War Mode would 100% be in Classic Plus, but after having read this, I think we're going to be sticking with PvP servers, but there will be forced faction balance.
I hate PvP servers. They are the worst thing ever. I want you guys to imagine that everywhere you go is the wilderness. And you're a streamer. And there's only one server. And all of you fuckers are ganking me and camping my body. It's the worst.
Either way, just thought I'd mention that too. But if the ranking systems are gone or they're being overhauled, PvP is going to need something in its place. And what it needs is competitive systems to replace it. Look, it's not 2004 anymore. The activity of PvP, the intrinsic PvP, isn't enough to garner a decent player base these days. PvP is entirely centered around competition. So what could they add? Well, again, remembering back to that Blizzard survey, there were 1v1 arenas on that.
Dude, that would be kind of sick if World PvP wasn't multi. You could only fight one person at a time. Like you could only engage with one person at a time unless you were out of combat for longer than 10 seconds, and then you could PJ. That is so much better. And then I would only have to worry about one of you assholes ganking me.
Will be pure skill expression, no relying on your teammates to carry, no blaming anyone else for your losses, just you versus another player. And there have been a number of 1v1 tournaments run for Classic already over the years. I've watched all of them, and there's often quite a bit of skill expression and depth to PvP already. You could have rated solo queue battlegrounds which could work, but you'd need to limit how many consumables people could spam. Without limits, it would just be gold buyers spamming consumables every few minutes, and the mode would not be popular. You could have Battleground Blitz to offer faster paced content for solo or duo players. Think Battlegrounds but designed to finish in under 15 minutes or less, with modified rule sets to keep the action constant. And for more casual players, Battleground Brawls that could rotate a special rule set throughout regular battlegrounds,
thank you for that tier 1, buddy.
Such as Fog of War limiting visibility, lower gravity so you could jump about, multiple flags in Warsong Gulch. These wouldn't be rated though, just for fun to keep things fresh, instead of the current battleground rotation. As for traditional arenas, I'm not so convinced about them for Classic Plus. They probably could work, but I think the focus should be on new battlegrounds and fixing what we have, rather than copy-pasting this.
I think a 1v1 is way more classic. You can make a dual arena or whatever, and you could do 1v1s, and you could have people be able to uncheck, like, check what consumables are allowed. Kind of like staking was in RuneScape. If they had I don't even necessarily know if you need to be able to stake, but if they had it to where you could check off certain items or things that were allowed in the duel before you dueled, like a dueling arena, and then you could get a rating based on how many duels that you've won, that could be pretty sick. I could see them doing something like that for Classic, but not arenas.
System straight away. There is also the question of rewards for PvP, because you need to give people something. Again, as I mentioned earlier, PvP by itself isn't good enough anymore, whether these are cosmetic items, gear tailored towards PvP, or both. Now, it is very classic to have a mix of PvP and PvE gear, or to get excited about getting that new two-handed weapon from a raid and going into a battleground and crushing people, but I have a real concern about players min-maxing battlegrounds purely for the rewards and then leaving the content dead because they've achieved what they wanted to. This is what's happened in every single version of Classic where we've mixed PvP and PvE gear. I don't see why it wouldn't happen again, but the alternative is creating specific PvP gear, which also seems to not be a popular take, so I really don't know what Blizzard want to do here. And of course,
yeah, I mean, I would say PvP gear, the only solution I could think of was it would be like high stamina, but not like high damage. But then you get into a point where like then everyone has really high health, but they're not doing a ton of damage. So I don't really know what the solution is for PvP gear versus PvE gear. Resilience was just, no one liked resilience. It could have, I mean, every piece of gear that you get could have plus damage to players. Damage types is a solution for most things that I've thought of so far in Classic Plus, but damage types, it could just have plus damage to players. That's not a bad solution. They tried PvP power, that didn't work either. They had that in MoP, right? It was plus PvP damage. I remember having that in MoP when I was playing the beta. Just delete the whole game and start over. I'm telling you guys, every time you think of something or think of a solution, it's usually been tried and it doesn't always go the way you think it is, the way that you think it's going to. And that's why it's tough to be a developer, but I enjoy putting myself in that seat and trying to think of solutions for these problems. Sometimes it is a bit frustrating, but that's what the developers are having to go through. And that's what I don't envy being a dev at Blizzard. Like they have so many more hoops to jump through with the class system. It's really tough to work around the WoW class system. And the reason I say that is because you could just give all the PvP gear a ton of stamina. But then tanks are going to take PvP gear and they're going to go into Nax with it. Right. And then now that benefits tanks. And so it's going to benefit somebody if you try to nerf everybody else. Right. And it's like, it's very tough to figure it out.
Of course, with all these proposed changes, horizontal progression, new solo content and so on, it's important to acknowledge that some things have not worked over World of Warcraft's history and to avoid going back into the same problems we've seen before. Mandatory daily quests, no. Borrowed power systems that are reset frequently.
You said you were a developer for WoW? Guys, no. That's pirate software.
Absolutely not. The level scaling that removes sense of character growth. Of course we're not going to have that either, making travel across the world instant and convenient. It just really wouldn't fit in the Classic world, but we should absolutely learn from successes wherever they have come from. Not just necessarily retail, but different MMOs too. And it's crazy to me, for Classic Plus, people will say, if you want Classic with changes, why don't you play retail? What do you think old school RuneScape is? They started doing changes within the first year the game was out. Again, this isn't just going to be another fresh server. This is going to be something which should last for years, and the design of the game has to fit around that. The trick is, if we're bringing something into Classic, it has to fit into Classic in terms of its pacing, its graphics, how it fits into the game lore-wise, and so on. At the end of the day, you're probably thinking I'm going way too out, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed because of all of these expectations and so on. But it's okay to be a customer for something and to ask for more, or what you would like to see. No, of course, I don't expect all of these to be in the game, and above all, the single most important thing for Classic Plus for me, beyond anything else, is that it's a persistent realm. It's not going to release with anywhere near as many features as I would have wanted it to, and I already know that. But that's not going to stop me talking about and discussing things which I would like to see in the game, or I think are worth talking about. Some of these systems absolutely wouldn't exist until well after launch. If they try to do everything I've gone over here from day one, it would be an absolute balancing fucking disaster. But it is going to have to grow, it is going to have to be different, and it's going to have to plan long term instead of just going through an expansion every 12 months or so. I mentioned it in a recent video, but Classic Plus needs to think in terms of years, not just phases. There is no expansion coming to roll everything over to. Old school RuneScape is in what many people call its golden age now. It's over a decade old. It lost players initially. It wasn't doing well, but through community feedback and polling and listening to players, it's built itself back up and it's doing incredibly well. Classic Plus should aim for this same trajectory. Start with a solid foundation, iterate based on feedback, and build something which can truly last for another 20 years. And that means being willing to experiment. We've seen experiments already in Season of Discovery. Some of them were well received, other ones not so much.
Dude, I feel like all the classic WoW players are just looking over at RuneScape and they're like, hey Blizzard, can we have what they have? That's how I feel. Can we just get what old school RuneScape has? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? Why is it taking so long?
Everything's going to work, and that's okay, but the important thing is to maintain a dialogue and to really understand what should fit within the Classic world, because Classic always needs to feel like Classic, with the slower paced gameplay, the graphics and art style that we all associate it with, no character services beyond the absolute basics, and keeping in the social elements that made the game special, and importantly, different from other versions of World of Warcraft. Classic Plus has an incredible opportunity. The community is hungry for it. The foundation for the game exists, and there have been so many lessons learned over the 20 years of World of Warcraft's evolution. But it does need to be bold. It can't just be classic with a few extra new dungeons, a raid here and perhaps a zone there. It needs to fundamentally expand on the MMO menu that we know and love from the game. Horizontal progression isn't just about adding options, it's about creating a game where players can forge their own path, where content from years ago remains relevant, and where achievements mean something beyond just having the biggest damage numbers. Nostalgia to some extent and just having a very good base game are things which keep people coming back to Classic, but it's not what's going to grow this version of the game into something that it has.
Bro, this is about to be out of left field, and I know, obviously know this is not happening. What if WoW, when you zoned in, you had 3 talent trees and it was tank, damage, healer? And you could put points into one of those 3 trees. That would solve the class imbalance problem. No classes. The best game would be basically osrs with WoW graphics and movement. That's the game I want to play, JPC. I want to be over the shoulder, have the whole world be immersed in that, have real time, like where I actually am is where I actually am, not my tile. So like that movement system and the combat system would be sick. And then you have like WoW raids and stuff like that in WoW's universe, but with RuneScape systems. That would be insane. That would be so cool.
Has the potential to be. Classic Plus for me must be more than just a fresh start. It needs to be.
No, I want OSRS with a WoW skin on top. Like I want it to be in the WoW universe, but I want to play OSRS.
A game that can last another decade, evolving and expanding while staying true to what made vanilla World of Warcraft so special. The question really isn't whether Classic Plus should have horizontal progression. The question is, how should Blizzard go about implementing it? Anyways, those are just a few thoughts from me on that topic and potential ideas which they could explore. What do you think though? Are these the kind of changes you would look for from Classic Plus long term? And how would you make old content remain relevant? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And as always, thank you all so much for watching and listening in, and I'll see you all in the next one very soon.
Just make a completely different game at that point that wouldn't even be considered WoW anymore. Yeah, that's the problem. Like we're just talking out loud and thinking out loud and thinking of ideas here. I mean, obviously, what I say doesn't matter at the end of the day. I don't work for Blizzard, and they're the development company. So It's just fun. It's just fun to talk about it. You know what I mean? We don't have to be so negative or anything like that. We can just have a conversation and chill. It doesn't have to be this or that. It's not like a live or die type of conversation, boys. We're just popping off. There is this classic survey. We might like look at a couple of these things and do a couple yes or no's. New raids, yes. I think that this is like somebody made this. It's like what should or shouldn't be in Classic Plus. And I think, yeah, new raids, class changes and balancing, of course, yes. Dungeon raid maps added. Yeah. New zones, of course. Solo challenges, of course. Dual talents, of course. More quests. I mean, yeah. Honestly, I wonder if they put like slowing down the leveling process. Tanks other than warrior, yes. Bounty system for hunting players in world PvP. Wait. Does that mean if Peo ganks me in the real world, that he would get flagged and then somebody could go bounty hunt him and claim a reward because he's killing me too much? This website took Zaryu's questions and put him into a poll. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how, I mean, that if that would work, that would be kind of a sick thing. People could go hunt down Peo for killing me too much. Hot stackable on target. Yeah, this stuff is getting really into the nitty gritty of stuff. More faction reputations. Dude, I don't know how I feel about Slash Spit. Do you guys know the lore on that? That they took Slash Spit out of the game in WoW? You could spit on people. And they took that out. Now people want... they're asking if people want it back in. Taunt ability for paladins, of course. Option to view bags as one. Yeah, that's just Bagnon. They're talking about adding plugins into the game. Faction balancing on servers. Okay, yeah. Extended character stats. That's just another add-on. Instant mail. Yes, there's no reason you have to wait an hour to mail something to you to somebody. Profession in-game. I don't know what that means. Hardcore cannot leave group when in combat and port out. When you're playing a hardcore, if you overpull a dungeon, you can leave group and Petri, and then the dungeon will port you to the major city in 1 minute. People want that removed. I would agree with that. At the same time, like RuneScape has the Hearth Out Crystal if your character just stops moving for a second. So maybe that's not so bad. Mage table, a lot of quality of life stuff. Modern auction house. Definitely auction house needs some improvements. Increase the quest cap to 30. That would be a nice quality of life. I would like that. Honor as a currency. I don't know about that. I don't know what that means. Expand the fishing profession. Every profession needs to be expanded upon. The professions are ass in Classic WoW, man. They are so ass. Horizontal gear progression. How does this have any downvotes? That doesn't make any sense that people would want vertical progression in Classic WoW. That makes no sense. It should obviously be horizontal. It does feel impossible though. World buff changes. I hate world buffs in Classic. I don't want them. Add prestige modes, yes. No more instance leveling zones like Outlands, Northrend, etc. Okay, nice. Add a new race. I don't really care about that. More trams. Faster travel would be great. The flight paths are too long in Classic. But this doesn't fundamentally... Most of this stuff doesn't fundamentally change the game. It just makes the game better. Like, it's just stuff that should be in the game already. Optimize flight paths. Who would downvote that? Nameplate 40. Oh, God, please, yes. The nameplates are so ass. It's 20-yard range in Classic. Purple Lotus, Black Lotus, Alchemy Transmute, 1 to 2 week CD. I don't know anything about that. I'm not really a profession guy. All mage city portals at level 40. Damn, you're trying to make mages more OP? Blood Elf race for the Horde. Survival profession from Turtle WoW. Okay, I don't know what that is. Rogues can equip axes. I would agree with that. Summoning closets for warlocks, that's fine. Shaman tank. It would be a little bit imbalanced if shamans couldn't tank, if paladins could. So maybe I'm for that. I'm not sure though. Shamis are decent tanks. They just go They go I played a hardcore shaman tank. Got it to 60. Tanked every dungeon. But when you go you can't do anything. So they do have to change. They do have to balance the class. Shaman tanks are great, by the way. They have no taunt, but they have really high threat. Their shock spells are high threat. I think there's nothing wrong with the shaman tank. They already can tank. They need a taunt button and better mana mitigation or better mana back. So yeah, I think a lot of these things are good. Darker zones and caves. This, I think, should be a switch, like RuneScape. I think that this should be a 117 versus what is it called? UHD or whatever it's called in RuneScape. The GPU. It should be GPU versus 117. And you should be able to click a switch if you want the better graphics on or not. $10-slot bags for other professions. I guess it's just quality of life stuff. Remove bind on pickup from crafting. Yeah, so, okay, yes. Don't make it so you have to be a tailor in order to craft that specific robe. I don't like that. Don't make me be a tailor if I don't want to be. And matter of fact, no. I think that's fine as long as you can do every profession. You shouldn't be locked out on professions. You shouldn't have to choose which profession you want to go. If you want to get True Bis and grind out every pattern and level all of your professions, I think that's fine if you make it yourself. Just let people do all the professions like RuneScape. Better crest rewards. Ability to turn off gun and wand sounds. Inbuilt voices for dialogue and quests. I was thinking that the other day that RuneScape quests could be pretty sick if there was an option to toggle text-to-speech or voice acting during the quest. I think that would be sick. Even if it was AI, I think it would be dope that I didn't have to read everything myself. It's a lot of reading. 2v2 arenas? No. Damn, dude, there's so much stuff in here that they have to think about. Learn all professions, yes, for everyone. And that will get downvoted, but I think it should be a yes. Remove the lockpicking skill. It is kind of annoying, but I don't know. Summoning stones, yes. Hearthstone. 30-minute cooldown. I'd be okay with that. Flex rating, yes. New classes, no. New specs, just improve the existing ones. Proximity voice chat, nope. Not in WoW. Okay. Theory-wise, had a video I wanted to watch about why in-game and OSRS feels lonely. I'm curious. I have not made it to the in-game, guys. Would you say that OSRS feels lonely in the in-game? Any in-gamers? It all depends on how you play. Kind of, yeah. Iron Man take. Let's see what he has to say.
Sometimes I'm asked, theory-wise, if you had to change or add something to old school RuneScape, what would it be? And for the longest time, I'd say a reworked skill, making smithing less irrelevant, making agility more fun to train, or reconsider endgame itemization altogether. And I think all of those things are valid. But the more I ponder the question, the deeper into the endgame I go, I realize that there is actually one thing I would do before everything I mentioned prior. I'd add a grouping system.
Yeah.
Saying that should trigger one of two responses from the most fervent OSRS player. First, they may say that the game already has a grouping.
Do you guys have a looking for group system in RuneScape? Like in, like what? How do I find a group for TOB? Chat, how do I, okay, right now, how do I find a group for TOB? How do I do it? You go to World 416 and play with bots. So I have to go to World 416. How would I know this? This world says 1,500 skill total. How in the world would I know that? We go to the We Do Raids Discord? You guys are kidding me. I have to go to a Discord to find a group. You're capping right now. No, how do I find a group for something in the game? +2 SFNF, +4 HMB, +1 RDPS. This is how y'all find groups in RuneScape? Click the board. Okay. So what do? I have to try to just join someone's party or what? This is awful. What am I doing? Look for someone looking for your role? RDPS? I guess I'm an archer. Since I have 97 range. So a lot of these people are looking for range DPS Scythe Trio. You got to figure out how to do the role first. Oh God. So now I have to figure out, I would have to figure out how to do the raid before I can get into a raid. To fill the role. Oh God. Oh no. Dude, in classic, I mean, I guess it is. I guess it kind of is like that a little bit. But yeah, that's if you're trying to clear the raid. You might need somebody who knows how to mind control on Vesuvius if you have a Shadow Priest, but there's very few roles where like you're actually doing something, you know? That's like specific. But like there is a grouping system where you could see a group, you could see a raid, and then you could see what classes, how many tanks they have, and you could see like, does that group need another DPS? And then you queue to that group as a DPS. You could message them, hey, I know what I'm doing. Or if they ask you if are you new, you'd say, yeah, I'm new. There are people that are looking for noob raids, and then there's easier raids. This is not really a noob raid, so I guess this is not the best example. This is like the hardest raid, I guess, in the game. And so you probably want people. Mutts. View party mutts. Apply. Get me in there. You bitch! He declined me. This system sucks. All right, well, let's keep watching the video. I'm not trying to join a group or anything like that, boys. I got a team that will take you guys. I'm not doing TOB. We're just looking at the grouping system. Thank you guys. No, I don't want to learn. I don't want to learn. Don't make me learn.
System, and second, they may
Get
say,
out of this world.
no changes, no adjustments, it's fine how it is. And you know what? Okay, I respect both of these perspectives, but I politely disagree. So give me a bit of time to explain why, and let me try and convince you otherwise. But before I do, I want to talk about friction in game design. What is it? Why is it? And how is it? Friction is a set amount of obstacles or inconveniences that slow a player's progression. It paces their journey and creates a greater satisfaction. It's also a challenging balance. Friction is as good as it isn't. There are games with too much friction and those with not enough. It can be something as simple as a quest requirement to deeper systems, such as the progression of movement in OSRS, starting at a snail's pace to eventually learn teleportation spells, crafting portal rooms, and making the world that was once a chore to navigate feel like it's bending to your will. It's really cool and satisfying to do that. Something I've said at multiple points on this channel is, if you have too much friction, then nothing moves. Players stay still, get burnt out, and never engage. But if you have too little friction, then players never connect to begin with. Finding a balance to a game's friction is part of old school RuneScape's success, maybe even the most impressive element of it. How did the developers manage to create an active, curated sandbox MMO that demands players invest 1,000 hours of their life just to complete quests and maybe some late mid-game content? For most MMOs, 1,000 hours is burnout and waiting for a new patch. For RuneScape, it's breakfast. And yet, RuneScape is growing, and other MMOs certainly aren't, at least not right now. OSRS is so grindy, so monotonous at times, full of inconveniences and frustrations, yet still manages to create a unique balance of friction. But that didn't happen overnight, and it's still a process being adjusted every few months.
I think theory-wise kind of sounds like Charlie a little bit. Moist Critical.
Just look at the most recent batch of new player improvements. Look at all this amazing content we've gotten for the early and mid-game over the past 2 years, from Varlamore to Scurious. Hell, look at the changes to the UX, the addition to each skill's info panel, and more. Clearly, Jagex sees a value in sharpening the user experience of the game to make it less of a detour to a wiki and more a process of engagement with the world. Less time on a second monitor and more
like
time
his
in
brother
the game.
or something.
The results speak for themselves. The player base has grown enormously over the past 2 years.
Evie Graham, thank you for gifting that sub to level 99 sex.
2023 to over
Yo, level 99 sex. Welcome to the Owl Gang, brother. Happy to have you, man.
135,000 in 2025. And that's just concurrent players. Peak numbers have increased by around 30 to 40% too. It wouldn't be far-fetched to suggest that this success is as a result of being able to capture new players and keep them for longer. A bit more guidance and explanation goes a long way to selling the game's friction as a point of
He has his sex cape untrimmed. Untrimmed sex cape is crazy. Yo, Epic Lou, thank you for the prime. I think Showback's still level 1. I don't think he started leveling that one yet. Yo, respect the biz. Thank you very much for the 3-monther.
History and charm rather than a spike trap to fall into. One of the most exciting points to reach in OSRS is, for many, the PVM, the bossing, the ability to do mechanics and see depth. Clearly, Jagex realizes this with how amazing of an encounter Scurious is, and how early in the game it can be done by players.
D with the 200,
Show
thank you, buddy.
the newest user what the endgame could look like for them, and they will likely stick around to try and see it. That way, they have a long-form MMO to call a home, and exciting content that breaks up the grind. It's a win-win. But there's a problem. One I would fix if I could implement these changes myself, but I have no way of learning to program. Is what I would have said if I didn't use boot.dev, the sponsor of this video,
Got
and
him.
the first sponsor that I've ever had. So while I know people usually skip sponsors, please stick around and show them some love for being as kind as they are. But what is boot.dev anyway? Well, imagine turning a RuneScape grind into a career grind. Boot.dev teaches some of the most valuable skills in today's market.
Should I learn how to code?
You'll learn Python, SQL, and Go by building real projects that...
Am I too late to be the best coder this world has ever seen? Am I too late?
Follow the link in the description. Now, back to the video. Old school RuneScape is an MMO, and it does communality better than most, but it also has group content, even if it's sporadic. There are raids, 2 of the 3 being far more approachable in a group. There are certain bosses like Nex and Yama that are intended to be done with multiple players, and even most recently, there is the early to mid-game Royal Titans. But that might be the problem. If most of the game is solo in a shared overworld, group content becomes a harder sell. And the friction that group content already has as group content is external to the friction of it as a boss, something in-game. What I mean by this is PVM in osrs is already full of friction, from spending supplies hoping for a unique drop to going dry. Group content adds additional pressure on top of that by putting you in the position of reliance and influence. Your mistakes can ruin someone else's time with the encounter.
Social friction. Yeah. WoW has a lot of this, I guess. Just like how I was kind of scared to join that TOB group a second ago because I didn't know how to fill my role. What if I told them I knew what I was doing and I got in there and I didn't know what I was doing? They'd probably be pretty mad at me.
So not only is there the solo pressure, there's also a broader social one too. So this content already has more friction than the average solo boss. And that's made arguably unbearable by the fact that there is external friction on top of all of that. The inability to find a group to meet players to learn the content. Many of the game's best PVMers always cite the Theater of Blood, the second raid, as some of the best bossing the game has to offer. But the reality is that it's the least popular raid, not because it's bad, but because it's difficult and group-oriented, meaning that investing so much time in creating another raid of its high-quality standard is an investment that is a difficult sell for Jack.
I ain't gonna lie, I love running TOA with the homies, but if I actually want to push difficult TOA, I run solo. That's just how it is.
Agax, studios are less likely to create content that isn't engaged with as much, especially if it hits the demographics they're intending. Which is why the follow-up, TOA, is far more approachable and soloable.
True.
A proper grouping system, and we'll discuss what that looks like later, alleviates some of this external friction and makes this kind of challenging endgame content easier to pursue. New players are less likely to be scared of it. I think it's inexcusable that World of Warcraft in 2004 has a better grouping system than old school RuneScape. And as someone that came from WoW, the more group content that is added to osrs, the more important it is to add something standardized to the game. Currently, the methods of grouping are decentralized.
Oh my God, RuneScape needs something from WoW.
In Chambers of Xeric, there's a board outside the raid that requires an invite to a friends channel. Note, no other group content requires this.
Ass, by the way. Cox is ass, bro. It's so ass.
So that alone is bizarre and inconsistent. When you figured out how to do that, then you can try and find and invite people.
Friends chat grouping.
There's no one here. That's because these boards are world specific. You need to be on the correct world. And when you are, you still likely won't find anyone, and there's no way to engage with them by saying, hey, I'm new, I'm a learner. And if you do, why should they teach you? This is problematic. I can speak from my experience. Learning Chambers of Xeric was
How am I? The only reason I'm ever going to be able to learn TOB is because I'm a streamer and people will teach me, but like that is not the case for everybody else. How does a new person learn how to play?
Likely the single most frustrating experience in the entire game for me. And that is in no small part due to that secondary and external pressure I outlined earlier. To be clear, I love group content. It's what kept me playing WoW far past Blizzard gutting everything else.
TOB is gatekept. Gatekeeping is a product of difficulty. The only way you gatekeep is if you have to in order to complete it. And a lot of people will do that. It happens in WoW all the time.
I love it in the modern retail version, and I actively did the most difficult mythic raiding for the better part of a decade. And I loved it in Classic, with overworld pickups being formed between random players to take down a quest boss or an elite encampment. It's all great. And that's due to the game's intuitive and simple grouping mechanics that facilitate that kind of stuff. So
this is a looking for group. You pick the dungeon, you pick the difficulty, and then you hit list group. You can look for players, or you could join an existing group. This is the looking for group system. And wow.
I was really excited to see what RuneScape could do with the raids paradigm. I didn't know that old school RuneScape's take would be not having a take. Instead, you do the Destiny 2 thing and have to join player-made discords, and shout out to We Do Raids because they make a difficult situation better. Anyway, I joined the Discord, spent around 20 minutes setting up, and then had to navigate like 50 different channels to figure out how to even do anything. Once that was done, I had to essentially convince people to do learners, because generally, learners require more patience and management. These runs are done on certain days or at certain times, and I couldn't find anything that matched my schedule. I resorted to cold calling people over and over until I finally found 2 individuals willing to spend potentially hours teaching me the raid. Worse yet, I made the questionable decision of trying to learn the raid as a mage skipper, the hardest role on the final boss in trios. I did this because I wanted an easier time.
Guys, to be honest, I mean, I nailed the mage skipping thing on the first time. All Sync had to do was tell me, do this tile, that tile, and then turn the head. And I was like, oh, okay, I got it.
Finding groups in the future. It's like being a tank or healer in World of Warcraft. You may enjoy the role, but you also enjoy the demand the role comes with. Anyway, I spent hours in this raid for multiple days, and this includes some learner runs with people I convinced to help me in the clan too. And finally, after hours, I kind of got it. You see, Olm, the final boss, is insanely unintuitive because the methods through which you do the encounter are mostly emergent. They weren't explicit.
I mean, I thought it was pretty simple. Although Sync could have simplified it a bit more. Olm looks in the direction where the majority of players are at, and you want to continuously turn his head left and right so he doesn't do any mechanics. That is Cox simplified. So it's like a seesaw. Put more players in the direction that he's not looking to turn him and look that way. It's pretty much it. And then you need to bait. The guy doing this mage skip thing, he needs to get hit by a ball, and then he moves to this one. Then when his head moves this way, then he goes that way. That's the mage skipper. He goes 1, 2, 3. 1, take a hit, 3. 1, take a hit, 3.
Intended.
That's how you do it.
Like my role as the mage skipper, I'm pivoting the boss head through meticulous positioning to prevent him from casting certain attacks. And the only way to do this properly is through internally counting and looking for subtle tells in his animation. It's very obtuse and certainly exposes this content as the first of its kind. Older, before old school RuneScape evolved its PVM in the Theater of Blood and the bosses that followed. As I became more confident in mage skipping, I began to form my own groups in the Discord and things became a lot smoother. But that doesn't mean everything preceding it was good. I don't look back fondly at that time. It was intense in a bad way. It's not fun to be clueless in an alien environment and risking your social credibility by effectively wasting other people's time and needing to do all of that before even playing the damn game. Now, I'm thoroughly in the endgame. The content that is left for me is by and large group driven. Next, TOB and some of the challenges like Inferno and Colosseum. Once again, I'm faced with the reality that the only way for me to continue my progression outside of the wave-based challenges I mentioned is throwing myself headfirst into Discord again, cold calling and messaging, hoping that I find people willing to sacrifice their time and resources to deal with a learner, and hopefully I can learn fast enough. Unfortunately, I don't really want to right now. I was excited to hop into the Chambers of Xeric because it was the first group content I did in the game, and after overcoming all that I outlined before, I have come to enjoy it. It's chill, but now that I must crawl over that same barbed wire fence again, I find myself logging off. It's demotivating knowing that I need to have absolutely no fun for days and days and days until I am more confident in forming my own groups, and that is in part because of every step required prior to actually doing the content. Infuriating isn't the word, demotivating and tiresome is a better descriptor. That's why an actual grouping system would do wonders. If I, someone who has spent over a decade in high-pressure group environments in WoW, have burnt out of RuneScape's system, or lack thereof, imagine someone who hasn't had that experience. It's no wonder grouping content isn't grabbing the amount of players' solo content.
I would say this, like, it would be cool if the group system was in the game, but low-key, that might make the groups worse. Like, the people that are willing to do all that effort on the Discord are probably better people to group with. If they're willing to go through that much effort to help people and like do all those kinds of things. If you put like a easy grouping system into the game, you're going to get shittier players because it's easier access to apply to the group. People that like have to go through, if you have to go through a third party extra step, that already shows that you're dedicated to try and learn. And to me, like, that probably means that there's a higher skill level of players per average over here on the Discord side of things, where people are putting in that max effort. So sometimes, like, if you get a solution, it's not always a better solution. And so in this case, I'm on the fence on if it would actually be better if it was in the game or not.
Content is. It's friction on friction on friction until the person doing it feels stationary, stuck. But that's just one part of the problem. The second is, how would a grouping system even work? Do we make billboards around the game world? Do we make those that exist in the raid space cross-server? No to all of that. I think the external friction of finding a group should be alleviated as much as humanly possible without jeopardizing the integrity of the content. So simple, curated searches and group creation without creating a randomized system that plops people into groups together. For as much as I criticize WoW on this channel, and I do that a lot, Blizzard has cracked the code with an amazing grouping system. Some WoW players complain, but those are generally people unhappy with being declined from groups and not having the foresight to create their own. The system is intuitive, simple, cross-server, and
Oh God, people cry so much. No one's taking my class in Mythic Plus. Well, you shouldn't have played Fury Warrior, bud. Fury Warriors are ass in Mythic Plus. You're also 2000 IO too low for this key, buddy. Okay? Like, how about you find a same group of people to run with all the time, treat the game like a job, have a rating schedule, and compete in the MDI. And then you'll get into a group.
Approachable. There has never been a piece of content that is intended for groups that I wouldn't confidently make a group for through that system. The reason its presence is so important is because WoW is driven by group content. All the most challenging things are group-centric. OSRS isn't like that, but over time, more and more group content is added without a single standardized system to hold it all together.
Class spec gatekeeping is just as bad though. It only happens, guys, gatekeeping happens when it's difficult. If you want to do difficult content, you need to play meta. Is that such a crazy take? If you don't want to play difficult content, then you can play whatever you want. People will take you. Difficult equals gatekeeping. If you want to play difficult content, be ready to be gatekept. That's part of the culture. It's not going away.
Considering RuneScape already requires more from its players as a result of the grind matched with the resource economy, there is, to me, as great an impetus to add a proper grouping system. While it doesn't have the amount of group content, RuneScape has as much relevant group content at any given time as WoW does, due to WoW's seasonal model. A great system that allows players to curate a party is free real estate. And this is how I envision it. Quick heads up, I am not a UX or UI designer. My Photoshop skills are problematic to say the least, so picture the following images in a cleaner, cohesive way in your mind. Anyway, the goal for grouping is to create a system with as little friction as possible, as opposed to most osrs content that relies on a level of friction to create pacing, value, and a sense of achievement. Group content already has all of that without the need to add more by creating inconvenient and frustrating systems to begin doing it. You already have more pressure to perform as a result of having others rely on you. You already need to find other players of a similar skill level. You already need to invest more resources to succeed, and so on and so on. A grouping mechanism alleviates the preceding moments to create a smoother transition to actually, doing the content, playing the game. Imagine this, you log into the game and you notice that your minimap has a brand new orb attached to it. When clicked, you open up a grouping interface rather than needing to navigate through 7 menus. I figured, why not attach it to a visible portion of your game without obscuring anything in the process? Now that we have opened up the grouping interface, you pick a content type. Raids, pugs for small group bossing such as Next, and miscellaneous to allow for custom group searches like, for example, help with the Shield of Arav quest.
Okay.
Now you don't need to search online for a clan chat
not a bad idea
that
right here.
requires you to message people individually and hope they help you with a quest. You could just click this button and find individuals kind enough to help. But for now, we need to find a Chambers of Xeric group. Let's do that. We click on raid.
What's a pug? A pickup group. Like, I don't know, you're pugging something. I guess you don't really have dungeons. You don't really have dungeons though in RuneScape, right?
And enter
Maybe it would just be raids and miscellaneous.
the raids submenu, from which we pick Chambers of Xeric, and here we are, a list of players currently looking.
Oh, it could be Yama. Is Yama a raid? Nah. Pug could be Yama. You're trying to pug Yama. You pick up one guy. Yeah, that would work.
Looking for a group. In the game, it'd likely be condensed and longer with a scroll bar and a search bar. Players are divided by the kind of raid they're doing. Our learner here is based in the UK and might not be using guides. If we click his note, then we can read the custom message written by them. We can do this for every tier of player and every listing. But what if you're looking for a specific run? Well, search
Not the no monkey picture, bro. 20 MCMs trios.
bar for word culling, but also filter. You can determine whether you want to find normal runs or challenge mode runs for Chambers of Xeric and even set a preferred group size. But we're an experienced player, not pros, but we have a few hundred clears under our belt. So let's go ahead and apply to this guy's party. Click, and now a perspective shift. We are the lister, the experienced player looking for players. Since this interface is cross-server, you are very likely to receive applicants quickly. And here's a list. This theory-wise guy seems kinda cool. Let's see what he has to say. Okay, clearly he wants an invite. But before we do, we can investigate his stats and inventory to see if he's ready for the challenge. Stats seem good, and so does his gear. He even has thralls he'll probably forget to use. Let's invite him. Now we have the expanded grouping interface. We also needed a third, so we got Frank in there too. Okay, we have our group. All that our leader needs to do is enter the raid and start. Easy as. And you can do this from anywhere. You can find a group while fishing. You can find one while outside the raid, any world, any place.
It would be cool to find a group while you're doing something, and then when the group is ready, then you just port there and go. You know, that way you don't have to be at the board to try to find a group. But I mean, I guess that's if it takes longer to find a group than it does. Maybe finding a group now doesn't take that long.
Any activity allows you to use the grouping interface to facilitate seamless matchmaking that isn't random. You aren't waiting in a queue until you're paired with random players. This retains player agency, gives you the ability to curate who you invite and why, all the while standardizing the system, making it more approachable, and giving methods of finding like-minded players for content that otherwise had no way of teaming up, such as Nex, Yama, and Royal Titans.
Okay.
And the best part, you do it all in-game. You don't need to get verified by multiple discords. It's all right here. No second monitor required. Finally, I would also add an additional invite option under the player.
I mean, it would be cool too if you could see the number of kills. And you could like see their collection log too. Like, oh shit, this guy's got like 3,000 deep delves. Only missing the pet. Should we bring this guy? You're like, fuck yeah, let's bring him. You know what I mean? That'd be sick.
Your right-click menu. This way, you don't need to type out their names or whatever else. Just click invite, get a small pop-up asking what you want to invite them to, and if it's a group, you will be able to see it either from the main menu element or even as a pop-up on the side like this. A great grouping system comes at no detriment to the game, in my opinion. The game doesn't suddenly become less old school when given the conveniences that are standard in every game, even those preceding old school itself. And games that don't have that...
I mean, this would have to be put to a vote, and I don't think it would pass. You got it. Old school players, old school RuneScape players are pretty stubborn. Like, if something's going to change, it has to be 70% vote. Like, convincing 70% of old school RuneScape players to change something about their game is nearly impossible. Like, it has to be very, very bad for them to want it.
Such as Destiny 2 suffered. Players didn't enjoy it, and the content saw major dips in player engagement. When it comes to retaining old school as old school, I am always a proponent of friction that works, that which enhances the experience of playing RuneScape. After all, that is the core of what makes...
You guys also have to remember that this guy is giving his opinion. Like, theory-wise, is a new player. He's giving his opinion as a new player who's just arrived at the end game, and he's expressing his frustrations as a person who's come from another game, who's been enjoying the game, but is frustrated. And you might have been playing this game your whole life, so you don't have this frustration. It's important as a longtime player to listen to new players who are coming in and hear what they have to say about the game.
Older MMOs still relevant. The collective realization that not filing down the jagged edges creates better experience.
And that's why everyone should follow the stream right now so you guys can listen to what I have to say about this game. Okay? And you can come and watch my stream every day because I got a lot to say. I got a lot to say about this game.
Ironically. To me, the current lack of solution doesn't enhance anything. It actively discourages players from trying some of the best content in the entire game at no benefit to the actual game. TOA surpassed TOB in clears mere months after its release. That's not just because it can be done earlier, but because it is done solo. There is a place in OSRS for group content. The endgame players constantly advocate for more role-driven releases like the Theater of Blood, and to this day consider it some of the best PVM. But it simply isn't an investment that Jagex can constantly make when there's the understanding that there is a huge demographic of even endgame players that won't ever touch it, those who would play a solo boss. The solution isn't just to only make solo bosses. I don't think this is...
I love TOA, and I hope that the next raid is soloable. I like raids that are tuned for one player. That might be selfish, but I like that.
This is a problem of group content as a concept. It is an issue of external friction preventing engagement. Eventually,
scaling
OSRS
raids tuned for one player
raid,
with optional difficulty.
That it will either be another permanently scaling system like
it's
TOA,
so good,
where it progressively becomes more monotonous and tedious the better your gear is, or becomes another TOB where the only people doing it are those who punch through the foot-thick brick wall of managing external discord.
Yes, guys, all content in the game should be scaled for one player and up to like however many Jagex feels that raid could handle realistically. I don't let that number be flexible. But if you want to do it as one player, it should scale to one player, and you could do it like that. That's pretty cool. I think it's fine to have a boss like Yama where it's 2 players. And it's like force 2 players, but it's just one boss. But for a raid, solo raid with optional to bring more is so cool. I love that. I think that they should all be like that, personally. I mean, I know you can do solo Cox, but it's tuned for more than one, I think.
Discords and social dynamics. We all know that it doesn't need to be this hard. There's a very clear reason why all the most popular plugins solve for points of friction that are
TOB
deemed
is though, right?
unnecessary. We see Jagex adopting certain plugins into their base client and how that will only become more popular when they release their new client. Plugins often
TOB is the one that doesn't scale to 1. My bad. That's right. Isn't that right? TOB doesn't scale to 1 person. So yeah, if TOB scaled to 1 person, then I think it could be pretty fire.
offer more conveniences and arguably smooth out the edges.
I've never done it
of
though, so I can't really give my
many
take.
things in OSRS. An in-game grouping system does not destroy old school any more than RuneLite tracking farm cycles, solving every puzzle in the entire game for you, or outlining clickable objects and hotspots. I actually like that parallel. A lack of grouping system is kind of like this, an easy to miss agility obstacle or a borderline invisible fishing hotspot. And everybody knows what the player base did all those years ago to fix this friction. They added a highlight.
Damn.
Thank you so much for watching, and thank you to Buddha.
Imagine, bro. Imagine trying to do agility, but it wasn't highlighted. Oh my god, bro. I would crash out. Trying to find the agility course. All right, so yeah, definitely some things need to be added into the game. Hopefully the next raid that comes out is like a solo flex. Solo flex would be ideal. I love that. I love that you can raid solo and crank up the difficulty. I think TOA is just so much fun. And I've only done TOA on entry mode, but I think that or TOB. Sorry, I've only done TOB on entry mode, but I guess there's like roles in TOB because you have to hit like different color stuff. Like you had the little crab room. You want like someone to like, you want like a ranger, a melee, and a major to attack the different types of bugs. I think that that's probably why you want 3 people in TOB. If you did a lap 10 times, you know where to click. I guess so. But all the agility shortcuts in the whole game, like you have to memorize every single one. That'd be tough. It'd be tough. Boys, should we do an Inferno? Is it time? I got like a full crafting level today. I'm up to 84 crafting now. I still need to do 22,000 glass. We'll work on it. Okay, quest cape, Draymond staff. Where am I going? I need the camel amulet. Temple. I just checked my world ping. It's 42. I'm on 421. I think this world is fine. What's the go today, Sard? Like goal or go? The goal is to get an Inferno cape today. Need Ancients for Barrage. Thank you. I'd kill for a 40 ping world. Where do you live? Do you have really bad ping everywhere? Let's go. Probably Aussie. Now, Aussies have good PvP. Don't they have their own worlds? Or they have good ping. Hop to a German world. Stop the cat, boys. We're not doing German world again. All right, let's pee real quick. Predictions up. Everybody gamble. Everybody gamba. Okay. Let's get my loadout. Inferno. Let's get the game sound on. Sound effects. Area sounds. Music on 1, I think, was ideal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then we need this. We're going to configure this for bursting. Good. Let's deposit this and deposit my worn items. We're going to put these here. Deposit the arty cloak. One sip, pre-potting. Here we go. Into the Inferno we go, boys. No necklace is crazy. Thank you for the comms. No neck Inferno. Imagine, bro. I'm on triples and I'm too scared to log in. Do you do the... You should do the doubles. I mean, if you could do doubles, you could do triples. It's not that bad. Just focus Jad. Focus Jad and... Or focus the overhead prayers and... Keep your offensive prayer on. It's okay if you fail, guys. It's okay if you fail. Just get back in there. Don't worry about it. Don't put too much stress on it, you know? It's totally fine. You're supposed to fail. Yo, Ranga. Good luck today. Thank you, buddy. No. Staff bash. First staff bash of the day. That would be really cool if you could turn that on by default to Blood Barrage. I guess I gotta choose it here. Alright, there we go. Uh-oh, first blob. I hope my Bofa is coming with some heat today. We need that big damage today. Bring him in. Okay. Bring this guy in. Very nice. We'll have to get, when we get to the higher waves, we'll probably have to turn the sound alerts off so people don't spam them when I get to Zuck. Up to like wave 50, I don't really care too much. We got a necklace. We ended up getting one out of the bank. I forgot it at first. Thank you guys for helping me remember that. Going in. Going out. You know how healers work? Yeah. You got to get their attention, then click them again. And then click move, click move, click move. Try to kill them really quick. Use your specs. Use the blowpipe. Faster you kill them, the less health that they give back to Zuck. Less chance you have of spawning more mobs. Today, we're just trying to work on getting past wave 63 consistently. If we can handle some difficult waves on 60 through 63, that'll give us more consistency at getting to Zuck. So that's the main thing today. Just gotta focus on small goals, try to improve each time. I think you can come here, and then you could go back here. This is the appropriate solve, by the way, here. What is that other sound? This clanging sound. Do I need area sounds on? In the Inferno, guys? Dang it. Praying the wrong prayer. We've been getting some tough waves in the last few days, boys. We've been getting some tough waves. Crap. not caring on darts is holding you back? It's not that I don't care. It's just that it would take so much time to get that upgrade that I'm trying to first see if I could do it without it. And then in my free time, I'm working on trying to get that upgrade. It's just lower on the totem pole on my prios than like an anguish necklace. Savix is moving to Texas, I think. So I think that's why he's been gone. Come on, big damage. Damn, just striking out heavy right there. Heal me up. Here we go. Oh yeah. Better darts yet? Nah, we have no upgrades, boys. We have no upgrades. It takes too long to get upgrades in this game. Takes way too long. It's not something you could just go get. Not everyone's cut out for the grind. I think my strategy, boys, is we're gonna try to make it to Zuck and through the healers. And when I realize, oh shit, I don't have enough damage for this, then we go and like commit to a grind that gets us more damage. But right now we're just dying to skill. So more damage is not going to help us. Type shit. No! He didn't die. Ten seconds left on my regen pots. Drinking now. Skill over gear, but SAR doesn't have either. Okay, okay. You guys are going to be the same guys that when I get the Inferno cape, you're going to be like, yeah, but like, he didn't really earn it. Like, he did the sim one time. How many attempts are we up to? Bro, we're up to like 30. I'm not keeping track though. The mages definitely die quicker with T-Bow on my main. But Bofa's not... Bofa's pretty good up until the mages start spawning. Then it falls off. I borrowed a T-Bow. It's not mine, though. I should probably return it because I'm not using it anymore. I hate that I attacked before I moved to that tile. Oh, looks like he didn't cast. We're okay. I want to experiment with a ranger in a second, too, and see what happens when I step under him. Damn, this is a crazy stack. Is this out of range of the ranger? I think it is. I lied. That's a good solve. Swap it there. I'm getting better at this place. Melee range. Nice, got the freeze. We need fast solves today, boys. Fast, good solves. It's okay to tank a... It's okay to tank a snake. It's okay to tank a snake. Especially if you have 2 blowpipe specs available. Fast solves. No DPS loss here. I was doing triple Jads. The first one almost died and my screen went black. Oh no. Did your screen go black or did you black out from the pressure? Be honest. Forgetting to breathe sometimes is like... I hear that can happen. You're missing quest? Is it a visual bug? Are you looking at my alt or my main? My, sorry, my Iron Man or my main? I think the thing I don't like the most is when a blob is on me and a snake. When it's blob and snake on you, I don't like that. That was a good solve. I should have killed that snake first. But it was fun. Okay. Good. It's a lot of damage off the pillar, though. Okay. So that's how you off-tick them? I safe spotted one actually too. Today's the day. We have a chance of making it to Zuck today. I've seen a lot of different waves. I think I'm pretty confident on now. So that's a melee on this guy? Okay, that's not a corner trap. We are going to experiment, though, in 1 second on this ranger. Well, we should have experimented with this one. I guess we could do it here. So I wanted to see what would happen if I move here. Okay. So they do move. I wanted to see what would happen if there's a ranger here and I move to this square. If there's a snake on me. If I could safe spot him. He appears to move to the east if he's right here. If you step under him. They just move. When you step under a mob, it moves randomly to try and figure out like a tile where it can hit you. Yo, Vilgi, thank you for the prime. We are lasered in today, boys. We are dialed in. Perfect CG is harder than Inferno. Hmm. Inferno just hits you with a different type of nerves, and it's like a stamina. It's like a stamina thing, in a way. Mental stamina. Fortitude, resilience. Ugh. I think eventually you become numb to it. It's just like, oh, this is easy, whatever. Once you get to that state, you could probably just clear Inferno 100 times in a row. But in the learning phase, I feel like you let the nerves build up too much. Like your first cape, it's tough to like... It's tough to just be like stone cold on your first cape. You know what I mean? Where like, you just don't let it get to you. Like, it's just like... Imagine running like a TOA... It would be like running a TOA 300. You know, like TOA 300, I don't get nervous on that anymore. But the first time I did it, I was freaking out. And the same time with Jad, like, first time you did Jad, you're just like freaking out, right? You're like, oh shit, I'm at Zuck, I'm at Zuck, I'm at Zuck, and like, and then you don't change prayer, and then you're dead. It's just like something like super easy that you would never die to, you're just blacking out because you're at Zuck. A 100% reason to remember the name. 40% luck, 20% skill, 10% concentrated power of will. Slash played 67 days. Solves are feeling good. Coliseum after Inferno. Killer health is decent. Supplies are fun. They should delete waves 1 through 49. It would be totally sick if there was like a thing that you could practice on. But yeah, 1 through 49 is kind of a sleeper at this point. Maybe after you beat it like 50 times, you don't have to do it anymore. That'd be pretty sick. We're doing a guideless, no help, no coaching playthrough. I'm like 30 attempts in here. Made it to Zuck once. I've died on wave 60 to 63 about 10 times. There was one thing I had to get help on though. It was a triple stack. I didn't know what to do on a triple stack and I didn't feel like dying, so I had to ask what to do. You have to move one tile back on a triple stack. I got help on that. No. A 0 tank on a mage. Let's go. I didn't know if that was going to be 10 tiles away or not. To kill that, the nibbler. Remove the middle Zuck tile. That one? Is that a bait or something? No! Got pulled in. Get a little healing from him, maybe? Splashing. Man. My mage gear's bad. There, back to full. Back to full, nice. No, I attacked the wrong thing. It's okay, we can go here. Grats, Annie. Annie Fresh has reached 1050. Annie playing RuneScape? She's back? You never quit. Guys, you asked me if I quit 40 times a day. What are you saying? Dude, I'm doing 0 damn right now. Doing 0 damn right now, dude. I need some suction. Come on. There we go, 11. No, 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 no. All right, that was decent suction. Nice. The little wait on the snaker corner trapper. Shit. Swap too soon. It's a race. Gotta try to kill him before he respawns him. Nope. Now we gotta kill him before he digs. That's no problem. It's no problem for us. Bro, killing the melees is like just... It's my strat. Just kill the melee. Kill the bat, kill the melee. Everything else is easy. I'm starting to see the board, though. I'm starting to see the board quicker now, guys. It's like, in the Inferno, it's like leveling up your chess score or something. You just start, you start getting farther and farther into a chess match, you know, the better that you get. Start playing harder opponents or something. It's like ELO, yeah. They're planning on returning to WoW. Yeah, we're gonna play Classic Plus for sure. If TBC Hardcore pops off, I could be down to run a character over there. And AFK some skilling on the side or something. Or if like OnlyFans happens. If OnlyFans happens, I'll definitely play WoW. Gotta invite Oda to WoW? Oh, dude, if we run OnlyFans, we're definitely gonna get Oda in there. We're trying to bring a bunch of OSRS content creators over. Or maybe we'll get OnlyFans in OSRS. Could be pretty sick. We got like our own server. What's the max hit that the ranger can punch you for? Like 18, 20? It doesn't seem very high, whatever it is. I think it's definitely better to take a punch from him than an off-prayer range or something. 19. I think I'm gonna start wearing my crystal gear at the start of the waves. More defense. In case I take a range hit. I'm dead. Potting? I clicked it twice. Oh, sketch. Do not want to go out like that today. Got most of that back. Back to full health. Good reset. Nice. Oh, it sucks when the nibblers don't die, man. It sucks when they don't die, man. It makes it so much harder. Double blob. Double blob next. Full health here. Got melee ranger next. Kind of prefer this side of the pillar. I think it's easier to deal with without taking any damage. Yeah, you could snake in this one. It's a shitty solve, man. I mean, it's a good solve, but those pillars, that pillar's gonna get owned. That's a terrible solve. I just got... That pillar's gone. Was that the right solve there? I mean, I could have killed 2 of the nibblers and maybe it was only one of them hitting the pillar. I could have came back here, prey range, killed the 2 nibblers. Maybe it's only one of them hitting. Rush down the major and then try to save it with 1 HP, but... eh. That pillar was pretty low anyways.
Dying on my hard cry, man. Completed.
Oh, I'm in melee range of him. I'm in melee range. I was frozen. I was in melee range of him. Jesus, guys, that's so dumb. That's so dumb. I haven't died like that before, so I just learned something there. I was thinking of my next move and wasn't thinking about getting meleeed, I'll tell you that. That sucks. That sucks. We go again. Is there anything better I could have done on that last wave? Let's watch it. Let's see. Was not even thinking about getting meleeed. Now I will be. Now I will be thinking about that. Okay, so for starters, I should never be on this tile. Let me watch this wave again. I missed the corner trap. I missed the corner trap, and then I was trying to do whatever it's called when you are trying to fix something that you've messed up. I just needed to get this corner trap and go and pray melee. And then it was too late. Then it was too late. I'm going to be tanking a mage hit, which hits for 0. Or 2. I got insanely lucky there. But then I get hit for 31 on the snake. And then I actually swapped. I actually did flick them. I did flick. I did 1 flick here, melee mage, but my health is so low that I tend to freeze up when my health gets really low. And try not to make any decisions. And then I'm trying to move to this one. I want to move to this tile so I can kill these nibblers. And I don't realize I'm in melee range. If I would have clicked there, I would have been, if I would have clicked when my mouse hovered over there, I would have been fine. So yeah, I was kind of frozen the whole time because I missed the corner trap. Like everything at that point was like trying to figure out what to do next because I missed my strat. The strat is corner trap, kill melee. It's the freest wave ever, but once that didn't happen and I'm praying the wrong prayer and then he goes here, it's all playing from behind at that point, trying to fix it. Yeah, it was just it was really scuffed, man. Really scuffed. I shouldn't be making that mistake at this point, but now I will be looking to not get meleeed by mages. So I guess that's one positive thing to try to take away from it. I'll put the prediction up here in a second. I forgot to pre-pot. One, two. How's the rune supplies? 6,000 of each, or 7,000. I farm about 5 or 6,000 runes a day after stream every day. I wish my off stream time was able to be put into crafting instead, so I could be working towards the anguish, but I have to spend all of my time getting supplies off stream so I could do Inferno the next day. 1,500 souls. Rune crafting is 80 and crafting is 84. If I don't miss a corner trap, I swear I think we make it to Zuck here, guys. If I miss a corner trap, probably not. But if I hit every corner trap, I really think we can make it to Zuck here. I tend to fall apart when I miss corner traps, because that is my strat. If I miss the strat, then I just fall apart. Have you seen Triple Jads yet? Yeah, I've seen Zuck one time, so that means I beat Triple Jads. Oh, man. It would be so nice if I could just do wave 50 plus, guys. Well, I mean, wave 1 through 50 is not really challenging. It just takes your time. Just takes so much time. Just takes an hour. Just takes an hour away from your life after you've got it down. It's your punishment for messing up a click. Do more 63 plus practice on the main? I could, but I'm like scared I'll probably get the cape on the main. With like Dragon Darts, Blowpipe, Full Masori, T-Bow, Light Bear. Like, it's so much easier. It's everything about it is just easier. I just don't want to get a cape on the main. It would be nice to not, like, yeah, like, have to go farm supplies every time I do this, but I feel like we're at a point where I need to get to Zuck on this character. I need to get to Zuck on this character. I need to get to the healers. I need to get to the healers on this character. And then I might do some, if I get owned on this character from not having enough damage, then I might do one on the main. Shit, I'm thinking and talking too much. If you have less range level on it, it's probably the same difficulty. I think it's like 95 range or something. Don't worry, guys. I'll make it through wave 63 as long as I hit my corner traps. All I have to do is move to that tile. Somehow I fail it. Somehow I fail it so often. I mean, once you can consistently flick a blob in a ranger or a blob in a mage, I mean, you'll start making it to Zuck. I really feel like that's the majority of the learning. And then, yeah, you'll have to deal with a bat or a melee on top of that sometimes. And if you can get through that situation, it's really like, it's not that bad. I feel like I can flick every single time now without making a mistake, unless I, you know, sometimes I double click, but like, yeah, we won't talk about that. Big heals. Annie playing off stream? Yeah, I think so. I think Annie was playing some RuneScape, guys. She logged back in and got 1050 on her total level. Maybe she's sneaking in some gameplay or something. The sneaker. Oh my god, someone hacked her account and started leveling her skills. They're doing nothing but agility. And she's not speaking English. Boys, we just gotta hit our corner traps, man. I had too many deaths. I have too many deaths to not hitting the corner trap. And then now I'll be aware to not be on that melee square if I do miss that corner trap. Wasn't really thinking that this square was not safe if the mage was here. Definitely was not thinking about that. I don't even know if this square is safe if mage is here. If mage is here, I don't even know if this square is safe. He can bite you diagonally. So here and here is not safe. Has to be one of these two squares. Yeah, you can corner trap melees there, but for some reason the meleeers can't attack you diagonally, but the rangers can. Like, they can melee you diagonally. Like, the range mobs can. It's to stop people from cheesing mage ranger mobs. So if I go this square, he can melee me. Yeah. Spray off too soon. Oh man, I don't like that when you're on this tile, the game runs this way. I want it to go that way. Whenever you get a mage range stack, you have to like make sure you go that the other way, otherwise you're dead. Okay. Blob Ranger. I'm gonna tank a couple of hits here. Not too bad. I like being in here. I like the Inferno, especially 50 plus. 50 plus is like where I'm in like the learning zone. I can still learn things from 50 plus. Magic or stomp, magic or stomp. Is triple Jads the easiest part of Inferno? Might be. I think single Jad is harder because you have more healers. Those healers hurt. There's only 3 healers on triple Jads. It's super easy. Heal me up. We're gonna get an Infernal Cape one of these days, boys. I don't know when. Hopefully before the end of the year. That's the goal. Dude, I just want to get to Zuck at this point. Like, this is crazy how many times I failed in the Inferno after getting to him. I thought I'd be getting back there a lot more, like, consistently. I mean, I've done 10 Infernos and I haven't been able to get back. Zuck said he missed you. He wants to see you again. All right, we might have to pay him a visit then. We might have to pay him a visit on this trip. Yo, Manjai, hashtag bankrupt Bezos. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for that 3-month prime. I appreciate that. Y'all know about hashtag bankrupt Bezos? There's a movement going on. So happy to see a fellow grinder just doing the damn thing. Proud they're sticking to it. Thank you, Cody. I appreciate that, bro. OG name Cody, though. That's dope, man. Got it. Bam. Moving back. Lock it in, boys. Lock it in. We might see a Jad on this attempt. We hit our corner traps, we might see a Jad. Corner traps and no double clicks on the flicks. It's pretty much what it's coming down to at this point. Guys, if I can give y'all any advice on how to be a better chatter, you guys can give me advice on how to be a better streamer too if you want. You guys are going to do it anyway, whether I ask or not. Don't be the guy that goes into every streamer's chat and tells them what they don't have yet. That is as low as it gets, I think. Is just like the people that come in all the time and they're like, yeah. Oh my God. Adamant darts? Huh. This guy not know? This guy not know that there's stuff higher than adamant darts? Huh. I'm going to tell him right now. I'm going to tell this guy. There's rune? Amethyst? Ha! Dare I mention Dragon? Mr. Streamer. Have you heard of an anguish? Do you even know what a Zenite is? This guy could really use a T-bow and a max cape. Don't be that chatter. If I could just help you be a better person, don't be that chatter. This is for your own good. Damn it. Shit. I need to go over here. That was a bad play. If you sit there and try to alternate, though, then you have the bat just hitting you. So you have to alternate while the bat's hitting you. Then you could alternate the other two. But I was getting low on health because I was taking a lot of hits from the blob. So I went with the easier solve. But then the snake was about to dig. Then the snake would be digging while I'm alternating. And then there's no safe spot over there. So the better solution was to come over here. I just took way too much damage. Okay, I'm back in it. Okay. Taking one hit there. I'm gonna rotate now and try to kill this snake before he digs. There was another solution on the other side. Oh. I'm an idiot. Oh, this is a blob. I'm going here now, and the blob's gonna hit me again. Yeah, it sucks. See if we can heal back up. The better solve was on the other side. I just didn't think of it till after I moved. Is Anguish all it's cracked up to be? I do have an Anguish, but even on my main, I was, hold on one second. Kind of planking right now. I might have to stop reading chat. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm just not capable. There we go. Ooh. Land it right there. Nice. All right, we're on the mage waves. We have arrived. What I was saying earlier is because I have like all the other gear and stuff on my main, I actually ran out of prayer because when I was doing the sim, Or when I was playing on the main one time, I ran a run, and I was running out of prayer. I made it to triple jazz, but I was out of prayer. So I actually used Dragon Bone Necklace on my main to save some prayer. I didn't even use Anguish. Because T-Bow and Dragon Darts was enough damage. What am I doing? I don't even know what just happened. Boom. I hardly use any supplies, though, with my setup. I know my damage is going to suck, but I have a ton of supplies. I don't know if that'll come in handy. What are you guys talking about? You guys are running some calculations in the chat? Some DPS calculations? Yo, Slaypex. Thank you very much for the 4-monther. I'd love to just have one run where I don't die to something stupid. Still waiting on that to happen. Okay. Blob Mage Bat. Oof. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is like I keep saying this, but I just wanna try to get to the healers. And then see how bad my my gear and damage is. And if it's really bad, then, you know, we'll go back to the drawing board and we'll farm some more gear. It's not a big deal. It's actually kind of like part of the plan. But right now I'm not dying. I'm not making it far enough to where I'm dying to like gear holding me back. So once I die because gear is holding me back, then we'll go and get more gear. Okay. Should go to this side though. Anyone know where Savix went? Yeah, he's moving, I think. Okay, praying mage. It's nice having 95 mage. When you get hit by a bat, you can just send it next wave anyways. I like being 95 mage. Ugh. Yo, Badger Blue, thank you for the prime. I don't know if I saw that one. I appreciate that, bro. See if we can get this major down before the melee spawns. The melee spawns, I'm gonna kill the bat in the front first. That way I can move up and corner trap again. Oh, I think we kill here. I think we kill. Oh, yeah. All right, wave 46 next. It's going to start getting a little spicy. Ooh, this guy's not dead yet. There's the corner trap that I missed last time. Got it on this one, though. What's the solution here? Probably go here and just kill the snake, right? Probably just kill the snake faster next time. Yo, DYL Slays, thank you very much for that gifted sub. I need to try to heal up on these mobs badly. Just totally missed that freeze. Misclick. Humble tanks there. Weird that I just ran like that for some reason. Could not tell you how that happened. Misclick will get me killed every time. I gotta be careful. Okay. All right, wave 49. Gonna go here right away. It's double melee. We're gonna kill the nibblers first. Got an easy one here. Need to move one tile back though. Take off that mage prey. I'm dead. There's no solution here. There's no solution. Just kidding. Ugh. Did I get hit by both of those abilities? Somehow? Yikes. Dang, 0-0 on the specs there. Yeah, I don't know why I try to, like, stop the ranger from hitting me that first hit. He's gonna hit me, so just, you have 4 ticks to change the prayer and move. I gotta stop trying to block the first hit from the ranger. Because then the mage walked up 1 tile and then hit me off prayer because I swapped to range too quickly. It's a race. It's a race to save the pillar now. Still at like half health on all of them. Is there an Inferno pet? Like a Zuck pet? There is. So we grab this corner trap. Deal with this bat. And then we have to move here. And kill double bat. A lot of bats. A lot of bats. A lot of flipping bats. We're gonna try to heal back up now. Let's try to heal back up. See what we can do here. Triple bat kind of wrecked me there. Blob Ranger Mage, Blob Ranger Mage. Damn it. I think I should have saved the pillar first. As long as I wouldn't take a ranger hit, though. Yeah, I wouldn't have taken a ranger hit there. Maybe we get back to full health here. Nice. Oh, I think I changed that too soon. Okay, we're okay. That shit's gonna suck. No, I took 2 hits from that. Okay. That second hit sucked ass, but... Okay, this one sucks ass right here. And the mage can actually respawn a blob. The mage can respawn a blob. If he respawns a blob, it's okay. I can just keep flicking. I can just keep flicking if he respawns a blob. Doesn't matter. If it's a bat, that's ass though. Okay. Here we go. We keep flicking here. Reset it now. I'm gonna take one hit. Nice. 0. That's the hardest stack you can get, I think, right there. That one's rough to deal with. Because of the mage can respawn anything you already killed. No, I didn't kill the bat yet. And I should not have killed those either. Bad solve, bad solve, bad solve. I should have just went here. Now he can respawn that blob and then I'll have to flick. And there it is. Now I have to flick, and I just took a hit for no reason. I guess I'll kill both bats first and then we'll flick because we have to flick either way. I kind of need to heal off these bats though. Actually, I could use the bats right now to just kill the blob. Probably the easiest solve there is. I'm getting smoked right now. Let's see if we can get some healing off of this, maybe? The mini blobs are just so random. Sometimes they hit you and sometimes they don't. God dang it, bro. This wave is ass. What do I do? I don't know what to do. Just alternate kill the ranger, right? Fucking A, man. I'm gonna drink. Wait, I can kill the mage right now. Fuck! Now I can kill the mage because I got him to the side. He wasn't like in that pocket though at first. I don't know what got him to go there. Okay. Save the pillar. Gonna try to heal up. And one tick flick on the ranger. Okay, we're back. I lost a yellow pot, but Might start potting here now. So we're getting a little bit deeper in the waves. Yeah. One second. Okay. Here we go, boys. We need to lock in. Get her done right here. Full health. We're going to swap back. Okay, going back square, swapping here. Do as much damage to the mage as we can here. Okay, now we're going to kill the snake. Then we're moving here. Hopefully we can two-shot this mage. Good. Now we're going to save the pillar. Nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice. I'll try to heal back up to full. That pillar's gone. We're gonna take out this snake. We're gonna kill Mage. Yeah, hate to see the pillar gone. Okay, now we're going to heal off the bat. Wave 60. Time to shine, boys. That just fucked me. Humble, 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 humble. I forgot you have to click after you attack once so that you don't get pulled into him. Dude, this snake is lost. Okay, hold on a second. We'll wait for him. I'm in no rush. Don't fucking misclick right now. God damn it. Get the corner trap. Brewing because I'm an idiot. Going on the next one. Dig. Let's go. Heal me up. Two more waves. Two more waves, boys. We got the corner trap, but we don't need it. We're going to move here and save the pillar. Easy wave. This is a tricky... I need to Jenga. I need this ranger to move up. I don't know how to do it. Is it here? Ah, there it is. Ha 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 ha. Did we get RNG in this freaking Inferno? How did we get RNG in this Inferno? I've been looking for it this whole time. Can we Jenga? Yeah. Well, I have to flick here. Oh, wait. I need that guy alive. And now for the final challenge. Double blob, melee, ranger, mage. I gotta eat. I don't know. I thought I was gonna take damage there. I forgot to range pot too. Fuck it. We didn't die. I had my blowpipe out when I ran down those nibblers too. Oh, such an idiot. I thought I had both out. The double blowpipe. Dude, you guys like the double blowpipe spec? The double blowpipe spec with the triple brew. Tank the melee. I don't know. I was blacking out too hard to see if they were off ticked to flick them. And the ranger was really far away, so it was a rough off tick. Hey, whatever, we got it done. Next one is double melee. Double melee. Okay. We only have one thing of prayer regen. I'm probably gonna run out of prayer during this run. So we gotta try to speed this up a bit, see if we can at least get to the healers at Zuck. I don't know if we can get that far in. We'll see what happens here. Moving up. Big heals here, hopefully. Nice, full health. Okay, double melee wave, double melee wave. Can snag the corner trap here. We definitely don't need it, but we're going to hold it until the mage gets lined up. And then we're going to save this pillar. Swapping to melee now. Need to click so I don't get owned from auto-clicking. Perfect. Oh man, that auto drag would have tilted me. I'm glad it actually happened on the other wave. It just reminded me to do it on this one. Can't be getting auto dragged on wave 64. Okay, here we go. Praying against the one in the back. Clicking here. Clicking here. Now. It's a 0 damage wave. Nice. Nice. Fuck. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. That's my last prayer region. We got 8 minutes, boys. We got 8 minutes to see how far we can get. I'm gonna try for a little speed run now. Do I really need to bring 4 prayer regions? Holy shit. I only used 2 sips of a range pot. I might repot before Jad. Magic or stomp, magic or stomp. How was I so slow on that? I'm gonna have to brew. There's no way I died on triple Jads, bro. There's no way I died on triple Jads. I should have prayed first and then did the move. Oh my god, bro. How are my supplies looking? Honestly, not like terrible. I mean, could have been worse. Damn, dude. I can't believe I died on triple Jads. They're actually not. It's actually not hard at all. I can't believe I just did that, bro. I was a tick late. I was a tick late on that swap. And then on the first Jad, I was like, dude, I don't know how I got here. I was so slow on the first Jad. Oh, man. It was a little hesitation on the click, and then just kind of like... I don't even think I really zoned out. It was just slow click. It was just slow reaction. I can watch it again to see how far behind I was on the click. One Jad is definitely harder than 3 because of all the healers. Damn. Maybe we could slow that down and see like exactly how... Is it this one or the next one? I think it might be the next one. Let's see how far behind this click was. So because I did the move first, I was reaching back over. Oh, I hesitated. I went back. Wait. Do I die here? Oh, it's already late. Are you sure? That's a full tick late. Okay. I thought you had to see the thing coming out. Is it this yellow thing? Maybe it's when the yellow goes off. Is that when it happens, guys? When the yellow goes off? No, that's a healer. Damn it. That little bitty, dude, that's such a small hesitation too. Oh man. Down, my dude, that so makes me so mad. It's almost like I went for the click and then it's like I went for the click. I thought it was a stomp and then I realized shit, it's a mage and then went back. It was like a hesitation. Like, do I need to click mage right now? And then that got me killed. Oh man. There's no way, guys. There's no way. Dude, I should have been at Zuck right there. I should have been at Zuck. I should never die to triple Jads, bro. How the hell did I die to triple Jads? That's annoying. I only had 3 minutes and 49 seconds left on my prayer regen. Do I need to bring more prayer regens? Do I need to bring a fourth one? I think we got to do some regular Jads. Gotta do regular Jad practice since we died. Damn. Where's he at? Is he east side? I think he's west side. I don't know, actually. There he is. East. Let me turn on the alerts and stuff back on. Okay. Damn, guys, I'm sorry to let you down right there. I really thought we were going to Zuck, man. I really thought we were going to Zuck. And that's upsetting because I still need to get to the healers. I need to at least do Zuck. I need to at least do one Zuck before I can commit on whether or not I'm going to be, you know, going for an anguish if I need it, or if I'm gonna need darts, or if I'm going to need a stronger prayer. Like, I need to get there so I can see how much damage I'm going to do. So close, bro. Damn it. I did not think I would be dying on that. I really thought that was after 63 I was going to Zuck every time. Damn. Can't do another Inferno today. I think I'm a little bit cooked on doing another one. But I really, really want to. I'm down to 11 prayer regens. Yeah. You already made it to Zuck with your gear. Just need to put in the reps. No, I know. It's not my gear to get to Zuck at all. It's just I need to get to Zuck so I can see how the damage is going to be or not. I don't really like to listen to what everyone's saying in the chat. I like to see for myself. Some people are saying my gear's fine. Everyone else is like, you need this, 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 and this. You need to get coaching. You need to do this. You need to do that. But I don't care what anyone's saying, to be honest, because I'm doing it my own. I'm trying to figure it out as a first-time player who's, you know, experiencing the content for the first time, who's trying to experience what it's like to play without a bunch of everybody and everything and meta ways of doing it and all of that. I'm just seeing if I can figure it out on my own, with occasional help from chat. Thank you guys whenever I have a question. So I'm wondering if I bring another prayer region or if I try and just clear the waves faster without, like, just chain pull the waves. Maybe 3 prayer regions is fine if I could just speed up the overall time in the Inferno, like, use less, stop flicking Deadeye when you don't have to. What are you guys saying? That would make the waves take longer. I wasn't necessarily out of prayer. I was concerned with the time, guys. I'm concerned with the time. I think my prayer pots at the end were fine. I was running out of time. I need to go faster. My prayer region was about to wear off. $1.5 restores for Zuck. Trying to see if my bag ever shows. Right there. Yeah. I think if you have 2 restores for Zuck and you have a prayer region pot running, it could be pretty close. There were some times during this run. There were some times during this run where I had to click pink and I was at full prayer though. Mm. Damn it. I got chanced twice. I got chanced once on single Jads, bro. That was awful. I was just blacked out, I guess. I don't know. I get chanced once on single Jads. It's terrible. Every time I've done the Jads, I've gotten hit. I'm going to do 2 Jads right now and practice a bit. I feel like I didn't do enough practicing on the Jads. Maybe I should practice Jads before I go into the Inferno, just for like a warm-up or something. Hmm. Sorry. Sorry, who was talking to me? My bad. I didn't see you, bro. I'm dead. It's tough because if you do click wrong, you can't swap it back if you accidentally click. Like you can't swap back in time because there's a delay. I didn't even pot here. Forgot to range pot. This is a much harder version of double Jads. There's a lot more healers. Also don't have any prayer pots. There we go. No prayer pot. Not bad. Forgot to bring a prayer pot in. So I had to flick the second one. I mean, yeah, it's good to practice. It's good to practice those a bit. Getting good, dude. Thanks, Czar. Dude, I mean, I just messed up on triples, though. I just blew it on the triple Jad, bro. Oh, man. I was a little under a tick late on it. We would have had another. We would have had a solid. We would have had a solid Zuck attempt tonight. Dang. I want one Zuck attempt, guys. Just one. One solid Zuck attempt. That's all we need. Practice triple? How do you practice triple? I mean, I don't really need to. I mean, dude, like, if you could do double, you could do triple. It's just, there's something happening instead of you waiting. You need to draw above the tile on your NPC. Yeah, I don't know what that means, bud. I had so much money on this. Dude, I'm so sad too because of all the prediction points. Like, once you make it past 63, you should be at Zuck. There's no reason to fail triple Jads. It's not hard. I just was a tick behind. And then I don't know what happened on the first one. I spaced out a bit. Dang it. I really want to go again, but I don't know if I have the mental stamina to go again. Triple Jad takes extreme focus. Yeah, I guess I wasn't really tunneling in on my prayers. Maybe I was a little too comfortable. Like, I wasn't nervous at all on Jads. I was kind of like, yeah, this is going to be easy, you know? Maybe I gotta respect it a bit more. I don't know. Like, first tick, you need to click. And then you can move. But as soon, you need to move right after you change your prayer. Like, if you are gonna move, right? Yeah. I don't know how I dropped the ball on this, guys. This is so free. Although every time I've done this is like, I've still gotten chanced every time I've done it, even though I say it's free. And then I would heal up to full here off these. And then we would go right into Zuck. Dang. Dang, y'all. I feel like I've gotten really good at the waves though. I feel like today was the first time where I was ready to solve almost anything that came out. I did get good RNG though. I did get good RNG on 60 through 63 in the waves. One tick flick. I know how to one tick flick. It just requires so much intense focus for me that like it burns me out. It like burns me out, and Inferno is a really long process. Try turning your prayer on the tick projectile spawns on Jad. Turning your prayer on the tick projectile spawns. Like after one cast or something? I don't really know. Inferno grind gonna help the Call grind so much? I think it will. Stick to what you're doing, you'll get it eventually. I think so too. Like I really think that once we're getting to, you know, triple Jads consistently, and I don't just completely whiff by almost a full tick, it's gonna be fine. I gotta just, that move that I did, I didn't do the move at a good time. I just like randomly thought I had more time. When I brought the mouse to the right, if I would have clicked there, it would have been fine. I just hesitated. It was too late. Dang it. Dude, I feel so lost. I feel like after the Inferno, I feel so lost. Because, like, I don't want to do anything else. All I want to do is the Inferno. But I don't know if I can do another one right now. I'm pretty cooked. And, like, I don't want to do anything else. All I want to do is the Inferno. There's nothing else I want to do in this game. Until after the Inferno. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. It feels like I just want to do the Inferno or nothing. I don't know how else to describe it. Like right after I get done. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I could blow glass and try to get the anguish. Dude, part of me wants to like get the Inferno cape without the anguish, just so I could be like to the thousands of chatters that are like, you need this, this, and this, that I could do it without it. And then part of me wants to just get it so they shut up. Like, I'm torn. They'll never shut up. I'll get the anguish and then they'll just pop off about something else. That's true. Remember Shobek wanted 99 untrimmed in Zuckhelm? Yeah, I remember. Oh. No Monkey did it the other day with half the gear you have. That's what I'm saying. Like, it can be done. It can be done with what I have. Do some Huey for Hawakas. I have 33 of them still. We're definitely not in Huey territory yet. If we get to Huey territory, we are in bad shape. Like, I can make a lot more of them. Guys, trust me, if you're telling me to one tick flick like this, where you click twice when it's like this, guys, I know how to do this, okay? I know what one tick flicking is. And I'm telling you that it literally doing this two clicks every 0.6 seconds, it just kind of burns me out. Like, I can do it for like one mob, but it really is not good for me. For my mental, for like a long-term pull. But it just like, I don't know how else to describe it. It just burns me out. So I prefer lazy flicking Deadeye, and I think if I can just go a little bit faster, like no hesitation, just consistent DPS, like don't waste ticks, I think 3 prayer regens is fine. And if we bring all restores instead of these 5 prayer pots to try and save restores, I think the restores will they'll give me 1 more prayer per sip each. So it's a lot more prayer. Yeah, I think using Deadeye is good. Guys, it really wasn't. I was about to be in bad shape because when you run out of when your prayer regen is not ticking, then you start demolishing prayer pots. Like that prayer regen, you need to be on Zuck with that thing running. Lazy flicking with Deadeye down? Yeah, but you guys understand what I'm saying. I don't know if you guys actually understand what I'm saying. It wasn't really these that was an issue. It was these because of time it took me to clear the waves. If I stop flicking Deadeye, now that'll take longer for me to kill the waves. Now, what I could do is bring 4 prayer regens, except that it's going to take longer, and then just off tick my or not camp overhead, just lazy flick overhead. We just lazy flick overhead, we make the run take longer, and we bring 4 regen pots. Yeah. You can line up your attacks with whatever you're attacking in lazy flick overheads and Deadeye with quick prayers. Oh, just lazy flick. Oh, if you attacking same global, same tick. Yeah, I don't know about that. First capes usually take 2 hours anyway. How long was I in there for? Because that was 1 hour 30 minutes. So I have a 1 hour and basically like 1 hour and 40 minutes of prayer regens. That's all I have. If you bring 3. I think I could speed it up a bit and get like another 4, shave like another 4 or 5 minutes off that time. We could just ditch a brew and play better and bring 4 regens. Yeah, that might be what I do. I'm wasting SP here. Should be blowing glass. I should be blowing glass, guys. So we can get our anguish. Hey, what level of crafting do I need to be for an anguish? What's the minimum? $87 boost? Yeah, we could just one tick flick next one. I'll one tick flick the entire Inferno next wave, next time we do it. We'll see if we save, we'll see if I can mentally handle one tick flicking for that long. Once you get anguish, your prayer problem is gonna get way worse. I know. Yeah, I did lose a lot of brews on 56. That was a rough wave. Yo, come party. Thank you for the prime. Okay, let's see. That was certainly close, guys. It was certainly close tonight. With the supplies I had, I mean, I was thinking I would have ran out of supplies on Zuck, but I at least wanted to get to the very end. Not using dead as the move? Yeah, I could just bring one less yellow. One less yellow and one extra prayer regen, and it'll just take longer. We'll just get there at like an hour and 10. Or we'll get there like hour and 40 instead of an hour and 30 to Jad. And then I don't have to flick the entire time. Bring an extra restore, not a regen. No, if it's gonna take longer, I definitely want regen running. We either push faster and take 3, or we go slower. We don't flick prayer. Or we just lazy flick overhead, and we bring an extra restore or regen.
$566,000 is a huge number, but the only number bigger than that is 567,000, and that is the number of bots that have been banned in the month of October. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just gotten a data dump from the player support and anti-cheating team, all the fun numbers from both the month of October and year to date, and I was diagnosed early childhood, so you guys know I love my data and my graphs. Let's go ahead and pop this on the screen because the information this month is actually pretty impressive. They start off with some support numbers, so the average response time in October was 83 hours. If I'm not mistaken, they're attempting to get that down to either 48 or maybe even 24. So I guess we're eking down there. The ticket satisfaction score, however, was 81%. And I feel like people only fill that out when they had a really good experience or a really bad one. Anecdotally, I have heard quite a few people actually having a positive experience with getting their accounts unbanned after they were falsely done so. We also got the live chat released to us this month, and we have had 2,460 queries resolved. I got a message about someone getting a false ban overturned from this live chat feature, so that is really cool to hear. But honestly, this is the juicy stuff down here. This is what I like, dude. Macro bans, 567,000. That is over 500,000 bots or potentially just cheaters removed from the game. Year to date, that is 3.72 million, which is just absurd. How many accounts are you guys making? The GP removed is also a staggering amount, dude. Nearly 2 trillion with a T GP removed in the month of October. And year to date, 25.5 trillion. I'm not sure exactly how much money that is, but it looks like that GP will never become real world money thanks to the Jagex team. The real world trade bans as well are also very large, 10,000 in October. Are you guys all real world trading 10,000 bans this month? Leave a comment down below if you guys got banned for real world trade, but you actually did it and you're guilty. I just like seeing that stuff. 132,000 for the month and nearly 5,000 spam mutes. Looks like Stella's OnlyFans must be hurting. Now, of course, I would like to do my part in helping out the bot bans as well. There is a massive bot farm at Dagonoth Rex. If you have not seen that yet, it's because you're probably not doing Dagonoth Rex, but I've gotten several messages about it, so Jagex, work on that one. Also, we did see a fantastic suggestion. This is actually one of the best moneymakers in the game, and it is almost never talked about. Get yourself a high-level UIM friend. Those psychos will drop insane items, dude. I don't know what they're doing. I do Top of the UIM, and I pick up his herbs every single time. He just drops them. They're mine. And finally, the Troutman controversy took this community by storm. Now, luckily for us, he has faded away into the shadows, but Eevescape, the hero and the legend of RuneScape, is coming back and trying to make things right. He's going to be sitting in the Edgeville Bank on World 537. He's going to be eating 100,000 trout before the release of Sailing and giving away 1 bill, which you guys love giveaways. So go ahead and check that out. Eevescape is the hero we never knew we needed. I don't even want that guy, honestly. Or wanted, frankly, am I right, guys? Anyway, gamers, welcome to Behemoth. My name is Tasty Life. I hope everyone's having a fantastic week so far. We're jumping right into the clips today because it is my favorite type to start off today's video. And dude, it's from Smitty. So calm. This is so calm.
Whoop. Whoops.
I've seen Triumphant die like that.
Well, that was silly, wasn't it?
And with that, we're jumping into the Grandmaster spoiler warning ahead, dude. These guys have been taking Twitch by storm. We're starting off with Viklin Lapu, whose name means weekend, at Chambers of Zarek.
Oh! It's a Dex T-bow. Wait, it's a Dex T-bow or Eldermaul. Oh my god. Yes! Yes! Yes!
I need that.
I got my Dex!
Lake and the boys also doing some trio tobs.
Ooh. Nice. Do we get an Avernic? Surely? I think that's Shay's purple. You have Shay's purple? Good luck. Second side. The Avernic exists. The Avernic exists.
A defender.
And frankly, it's only a matter of time before the inevitable happens, dude. Here's Lake at Yama.
I gooped a little bit. Yeah, I need to like practice more Yama before I do more, to be honest. I haven't done Yama in like a very long time. Could tell you, yeah, just barely.
They're
Damn.
brave, though. They did not stop. They continued killing Yama.
Yeah. Long.
Both plate legs?
Doesn't
Nice.
like it. With plate legs, we take those.
And back to back into the farmers. Spoiler warning for this one. To watch Mr. Mammal's videos first. Oh, we got a heater to start it off, dude. Here's MMO RPG.
No. He TP'd out.
I've got Wrangler come from Bard still. Oh my god. I always forget to change that. Bro, the first time I was like, why am I clicking him? I tried a second time.
83 is crazy.
The other POVs for that are also fantastic. You guys gotta watch these.
Yeah, you can lock your experience in Dead Memo to stay in a lower bracket. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Oh!
Bro, the first time I was like, why am I clicking him? I tried a second time.
Dude. So crazy.
It was not Mr. Mammal this time, which, speaking of, here he is doing some Vardorvis.
No. No! I'm gonna have to go for an axe now, aren't I? Fuck!
Mains, you're gonna want to look away from this one. They had too many dupe legs, so they had to do it.
All right, boys. I'm about to lose 350 million GP, bro.
It just hurts to watch, man. 4 pairs of legs, 80 mil a pop.
Minus 80 mil. Minus 80 mil. Here comes the next one.
Man.
And guess what? The one under the funny thing? These are all yours as well, mate. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, it's like I didn't even do Yama.
Haven't got an update from Satyr in a good bit. Here he is on Squat Cam.
Oh my god.
Chlamydia also taking on some Fasani Zymir.
True. Just a little too Voidwaker. No big deal. Oh shit, dude!
Nice.
And It's Yogg gets a dupe of this, of all things.
I do have my... No way! I got a dupe! I got a dupe Hellhound! No way! Oh my god, Enzo's gonna be fuming. I was like, oh, I got my Hell Puppy back. That is hilarious.
Here we have an Iron Man and a 245 TOA. First of all, what is that plugin with Oda's voice on it? Second of all, Rip Alkin.
Call me Squintin with Squintin.
What'd you get?
Verbal.
No. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Oh, wait, I got back just in time. Just in time. All right, GC's Shadow.
Please, Gagak. Please.
Please.
Got it.
Oh my god, I got no way. No.
On a 235, dude? A 235? What?
Bro.
No.
Please run yellow gems, bro. Oh my god.
I know everyone out there is trying to max their accounts before Sailing comes out. Baku is not playing.
We are ready. We've come so far. Let's do this. BAP! 99 construction! We're gonna blow a glass orb. We've got 99 crafting.
No way.
We've got 99 herb lore. This person's not watching? That's awesome. We've got 99 fletching. Woohoo!
Holy crap.
Let's go. We've got 99 prayer. And we've got the best one of all.
Fire making?
99 fire making. It has been done.
Blissdale, who looks
Damn.
shockingly like Elijah Wood, doing some TOB.
Mavis? Is this your scythe? Please. Oh, you got MVP, Mavis? What the fuck? Mavis has MVP, while there's 3 people with a scythe. What is this? Mavis? Let's go. Please. Please pull the big one. Yeah! Yes! Yes, Mavis!
Shout out to this guy also maxing right before Sailing.
There once was a skill that came to be. The name of the skill was a sailing. It came along and stole away my brand new max cape. At least I get to enjoy it for a week. Be he.
Our very own T-Papa Slice and Mr. Brett Dog take on Yama.
Kind of a banger.
Up from next, dude.
We're really warmed up. Oh, that's my first ever Oath play. That's sick. Oh, that's so nice. And it wasn't the chest plate. That's always the one you tell me not to get first. Oh, look how mean I look.
You look so good.
Joker is doing some Slayer today.
I've never done that though.
I like T-Papa.
Oh! Let's go!
Another one?
Number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
And for all the PKers out there, dude, we got your daily dino clip.
He waved at me, man. He thought, please give me this kill now that you waved. Just give me the best RNG in the world, I beg. I'm not making the same mistake. Beautiful. Where's the wave? Hit him with a wave. Goodbye,
Both of
Mayfa.
them. He both him.
170
through range prayer.
as well.
Masquerado catches a noob in the Rev Caves that was accidentally holding on to something quite nice.
What?
This is why I don't go to the Rev Cave.
What? Wait, what? He had a effigy? Hey, yo. Oh my god, he's so unlucky that I killed him for the effigy. Oh my god.
Up next, we got Jeed, who is a brand new player going for his first fire cape. Show him some love.
All right. This is it, guys. Let's go, boys. Let's go. GG. Right.
Hell yeah.
I'm done. Oh,
He's
man.
done with RuneScape.
Ooh, okay.
Gamers, that's all we got for you guys today. I hope you enjoyed
I beat the
this
game.
episode. My
I'm
name is
done.
Tasty Life. Thank you for watching Behemoth. You can find all the streamers we featured today linked down in the description box below, as well as my own channel. I stream as well. Come say hi. I love you all. I'm going to let Ham is Holy take out today's video.
Yo, nobody clip this.
Hey
Hey guys,
One downside to
anybody
being
here played
immortal,
RuneScape?
I can't play dead.
I'm not a dork.
I'm
I'm not like an old head dork.
What the hell? Old head dork. Damn, called out, boys. Called out. What the heck? The complete history
In November
of WoW
2004,
killers.
Blizzard Entertainment unleashed the World of Warcraft upon an unsuspecting world, and the MMORPG genre would never.
You
be
guys
the
know how
same.
many times WoW
What
has
began as a
died?
polished and casual-friendly evolution exploded into this cultural colossus. By 2008,
WoW has died so many times, or there's been like a game that's come out that was supposed to kill WoW so many times. There's been so many of these. I wonder if RuneScape is one of them. Definitely RuneScape got to be one of them, right? At the very end. RuneScape got to be the ultimate WoW killer at the very end. All right, here we go.
In November of 2004, Blizzard Entertainment unleashed the World of Warcraft upon an unsuspecting world, and the MMORPG genre would never be the same. What began as a polished and casual-friendly evolution exploded into this cultural colossus. By 2008, it commanded 12 million subscribers, which was more than the population of many nations. It became more than a game, and more of this second home, except without another premium currency in order to buy items for the home. Its accessibility, its stylized art that aged gracefully, intuitive questing, and overall a very polished experience made it the undisputed king. However, this crown would also paint a bullseye on Blizzard's back, as every major publisher saw the same dollar signs, and they dreamed of dethroning the—
Dude, anything that kind of looks like this, I don't really like it much anymore. And there's a reason that they say like a stylized art style is just better. And I agree now. I didn't really know what that used to mean, but when people say I like stylized art styles, like it has no style, it means it just looks kind of like generic fantasy. Like to me, this looks like a generic fantasy game where I couldn't really tell if it was New World, Elder Scrolls, Rift, anything like that. You can't immediately look at it and tell what it is because it just looks like generic fantasy game that tries to sell you good graphics.
The Titan, whether claimed by these developers themselves
Skyrim, yeah,
or
something
by
like
their
that.
fervent fans, the term WoW killer
Souls-like.
became the industry's most seductive buzzword. And so the question became, if Blizzard could bottle lightning, why not them? And so, over the next 2 decades, a parade of challengers armed with billion-dollar IPs and revolutionary mechanics and marketing budgets that rivaled Hollywood marched forth to claim the throne. Each was promised to be the one, and each, in the end, learned the same lesson. In today's video, we cover the story of these would-be usurpers, the games that dared to dream, and to be crowned the new king of the MMORPG. But I guess those scrubs should have learned how to code. Unfortunately for them, that
Damn,
the premier
Boot.dev
backend
is
web
throwing out a
development
lot of
learning
sponsors,
platform,
huh?
Boot.dev had failed to exist yet. Much like the MMORPG, learning backend development can sometimes feel like an endless grind.
Boys, if you want to learn how to code, Boot.dev is the best. You could use Mad Season's code, and they'll teach you how to do that if you're interested. Right there, here's his code. Mad
Link
Season
in the
Show.
description, and use my code to get 25% off your first month.
There you
or
go.
even your entire first year if you go for the annual plan. But anyways, back to the video. Before we begin, since we do have quite a number of contestants to go through, I'll have to keep each criminally brief, which can feel like a disservice to fans of these games, but I think in the future I would like to cover them all more in depth, one by one, than what you see here. And saying that just because they failed to take down one of the most popular video games of all time as people predicted or hoped, it doesn't mean that they were or are necessarily bad. Even if they aren't as massive as people would have hoped, many of them are still running today, and they're great games in their own right, and I'll try my best to do each of them justice. With that being said, we'll be going in chronological order, starting with The Lord of the Rings Online.
Anybody play Lord of the Rings Online? I don't think I ever played this one.
Developed by Turbine and released on April 24th, 2007. The Burning Crusade is a few months old, and World of Warcraft at this point has firmly established themselves as the dominant MMORPG. And here comes one of the most popular nerd fantasy IPs ever made. It was a match made in heaven. You have this IP that's worshipped by nerds, debuting in what is possibly the nerdiest genre of game possible. And during the breakout of the genre, where it was reaching these new levels of popularity and breaking records every single day.
There's RuneScape down there.
Old nerdgasm. Lord of the Rings Online, or LATRO as it's referred to, tapped into one of the most iconic fantasy franchises ever created, and one that was also recently revitalized by Peter Jackson's film trilogy. It promised an immersive digital playground for fans craving to explore the Shire, or battle orcs in Moria, or even join the Fellowship's narrative. Beta testers flooded blogs and forums with glowing reports and praising its faithful adaptation to Tolkien's lore. Reviewers highlighted interesting systems like the Deed system, which were achievement-like tasks that rewarded exploration, combat, and role-playing, as well as providing stat-boosting traits that allowed for some form of character customization. There's also a unique PvP mode where players could temporarily switch to
thank you so much for the Prime, man.
Evil creatures, and in particular, the game's story-driven quests felt more narrative-rich than World of Warcraft's kind of grindy equivalent, which in turn would draw in more role players and lore enthusiasts. So even though the Burning Crusade was pushing the game to new levels of popularity, many saw LATRO as the next big thing, thus labeling it the first serious WoW killer. They looked at it as this refined evolution of the MMORPG formula that could lure away dissatisfied players tied to Azeroth's more lightweight and cartoonish style. The marketing leaned quite heavily on the IP's popularity, teasing this living world where players could influence the events tied to the Lord of the Rings timeline.
Dude, there was such a time when, like, graphics was the selling point for MMOs. And that lasted about 10 years, where, like, graphics were everything and people cared about that. And then eventually, now I couldn't care less about the graphics, and that time is gone.
And interacting with its iconic heroes, which was a very alluring draw and a nice match for the genre itself. And so pre-orders surged, and the initial sales were quite strong, with estimates suggesting that hundreds of thousands of subscribers would be its peak. And notably, unlike many other MMO releases at the time, the launch was relatively stable. Yet, despite this initial fervor, LATRO ultimately failed to unseat World of Warcraft, and it ended up settling into a respectable but still niche existence. And this was partly due to the game itself and just due to World of Warcraft's overwhelming popularity, as in this point in time there were over 8 million subscribers. It just simply proved to be insurmountable, as Blizzard's game had already captured the mainstream with its accessibility and addictive loop and broad appeal. While LATRO certainly had its strengths, for many it really just boiled down to the gameplay and the combat, simply lacking the extreme amount of polish that World of Warcraft had. It just didn't feel as reactive and fun. The graphics at the time were quite impressive and detailed, but because of this they were also more demanding, which created issues with accessibility that World of Warcraft was able to overcome with its sort of cartoonish but still efficient graphics that ran smoothly even on modest hardware. A key factor.
Dude, I think that WoW Classic still looks amazing today. 20 years later, and I still think it looks awesome.
For its widespread adoption, as people weren't really interested in paying $1,000 to $2,000 for a computer before they could even start playing an MMO. Many felt that marketing had its shortcomings, as they felt like they relied too much on the Lord of the Rings brand and failed to really promote the actual gameplay and innovations that the MMO itself held, assuming that the IP's fame would suffice. And on the other side, Blizzard at this point were pouring a lot of resources into expansions and community engagement, such as their own personal convention, BlizzCon, to name just one. The endgame, though it was innovative in spots, lacked World of Warcraft's depth and polish and replayability, which would cause retention drops after the initial honeymoon and players hit the max level. By the year 2010, declining numbers had forced a shift into the free-to-play model, which was often seen as the death sentence of the MMO genre.
Yeah.
The game's focus on lore and immersion.
Yeah, I remember when that used to
quite
happen.
A dedicated fan base.
It's going
but
free to
it
play,
just
bro.
Wasn't able to
Okay, that
capitalize
means the
beyond
game's
that.
dead.
It wasn't bad by any means, and it still isn't bad to this day. Unlike some of the games in this list that you'll see.
Mad Season sounds depressing. Dude, that's part of his charm. It's like RuneScape when people say that game looks depressing. The way that it looks is part of RuneScape's charm.
Didn't have this catastrophic launch or a fundamentally flawed, unfixable gameplay design that doomed it before it even hit store shelves. It was just very similar to World of Warcraft in its setting, structure of this theme park, linear MMORPG that attempted all of the things that World of Warcraft perfected, but not quite being able to reach its level, which just left many players feeling like they were playing an inferior, less populated version of what was then the cultural phenomenon, World of Warcraft. And it was because of this that it was mostly the hardcore fans of the IP who were the ones that stuck around. Today, it still endures as a beloved cult classic, and it continues to get updates and expansions and introducing more content to keep things fresh. And it's quite loved by those who play it, and for good reason, even bearing witness to modern attempts failing before they even release. Shoutouts to Amazon.
What now, my lord?
Now we sound the bells of war.
In 2005, Funcom announced their stake into the MMO genre with the Age of Conan Hyborian Adventures, developed by Funcom and published by Eidos. The game drew from Robert E. Howard's iconic Conan the Barbarian universe, promising a gritty and mature fantasy world that contrasted sharply with World of Warcraft's more whimsical tone. Its key features, perhaps the main one being, was its innovative real-time combat system. Instead of the standard tab targeting that most other MMOs relied on, Age of Conan's was in real time with no
I played
auto
Age of
attack.
Conan. You had to do these combos. I played a Guardian in this game, and you could do like this big one-shot wind-up combo. If you landed it, it did big damage. I went pretty hard on this game when it came out,
but instead requiring button presses to swing in 3 different directions and having to physically hit enemies with your weapon if you're playing a melee character. There was also the guards.
Bro, it's crazy that at the time we all thought that these graphics were better than WoW's. These are worse graphics than WoW. Like, we all thought that like a game with better graphics was going to come along and kill WoW. These are worse graphics, bro. Worse UI, worse graphics, worse gameplay.
System where enemies would devote defense to either of these 3 points of attack, preventing the spamming of one direction, and adding a strategy element where players would have to try to work around their defenses, or alternatively, dodging away in order to avoid some damage. You could weave attacks together to create smooth combos and finish fights with brutal decapitations straight out of Mortal Kombat. All of this was marketed to be revolutionary compared to the usual tab targeting system, and it would be the main thing that the game would stake its claim on, as if it were the adult version of the genre and everything else was kiddie by comparison. Going further, it fully embraced mature themes and M-rated content, including nudity, gore, and profanity to appeal to an adult audience tired of the rather sanitized entries being offered within the genre. It touted voice-acted quests with strong narrative depth, over 800 in total, solo dungeons, immersive storytelling with 12 unique classes to choose from, and massive zones to explore, endgame raids to conquer, and PvP elements like massive sieges and guild cities promised large-scale warfare. The class system itself was interesting, focusing more on a hybrid
bring
style.
back some memories,
there were
man.
4 main archetypes, soldiers being the frontline fighters, rogues for the more agile-based DPS, mages for range spellcasting, and priests for healers. As mentioned, there were 12 in total, with a lot of them being hybrids, such as the Bear Shaman, which is a melee fighter, but also heals. Industry Buzz positioned it as the next evolution, like with many of the entries that you'll see in this video, with beta testers praising its hybrid classes and visceral gameplay. The hype for Age of Conan was absolutely unreal, earning rewards upon rewards for pre-release screening at conventions, and its initial sales reflected this fervor, nearing 1 million copies and drawing a very large player base eager for a fresh, skill-based alternative to World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
And looking back today for many, this particular period of time is sort of representative of the MMO Gold Rush's pinnacle, and where the term WoW killer was really being thrown around.
There was kind of an MMO Gold Rush. Like, because of World of Warcraft, other companies thought they could make an MMO to compete with it. And so you had all these MMOs that would pop up or be announced. And then one day they just kind of stopped. I think eventually, after enough companies tried to make an MMO and went bankrupt, they just stopped making them. And now we have no MMOs besides maybe Riot and the Ashes of Creation one. Besides the Korean ones, there's always Korean MMOs that pop up. But like Western MMOs, there's nobody that really like, there's no companies that are even attempting to make them. Even New World has failed now.
Quite a lot. However, Age of Conan unfortunately crumbled under its own ambitions.
So this is what happens whenever it locks up.
The launch was a disaster as they had rushed to beat other competitors such as Warhammer Online, which was on the horizon. It ended up shipping incomplete with polished content only up to level 20 to 30. And after that, many
game
dead
companies
spots
shipping an
between quests
incomplete
that
game. What do you know?
forced tedious grinding, and the game as a whole.
See, the thing is like they could have shipped that out as long as they, and it would have been fine as long as they put early release in like brackets or whatever. If they just put early release or pre-release, they could have got away with it. That's what they do. That's the meta now.
Becoming progressively more and more buggy and clearly unfinished further than that. Bugs, server instability, and high system requirements caused lag and crashes. In its first week, it had a huge memory leak issue, which required players to manually delete a file every 5 minutes during gameplay or else they would suffer a crash. Not quite what the players had in mind with its so-called interactive combat. And outside of combat, the crafting system in particular was a mess, barely passing as functional for the features that were implemented, with many others promised, such as the guild structure building, being absent during the launch, leaving a large portion of the player base unserved and disappointed. The graphics in particular would really become one of its biggest hurdles. We mentioned this as a problem for the Lord of the Rings Online section, but for Age of Conan it was much harsher. As promised, the graphics were absolutely stunning for its time, and the sheer scale of the world and how much you could see at any given time was truly impressive.
See, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about like foliage and stuff in video games like this. Like you can't really see clearly what's going on. It is realistic, but I think that realism or realistic stuff in video games is just, it doesn't work for me.
However, it also severely
you can't clearly see what's
gatekeeps
going
the player
on.
Base, as few had machines that were powerful enough to run it smoothly, leading to choppy frames and a very poor experience. As someone who played it personally during its launch, to get over 20 frames a second, I remember having to have the camera constantly facing the ground. This poor performance was especially bad because of this new interactive combat system. It demanded much more agency compared to the classic tab targeting, because you had to react to enemies putting their guard up and defenses, and putting yours up and trying to string combos together. So it was much trickier when you're getting like 10 frames a second. So for a very large portion of the player base, it turned what should have been this innovative experience into a rather frustrating one.
Do you think there's a coincidence between like classic WoW and RuneScape being popular MMOs today, and they're the worst looking game, like technically for your computer specs? Like you can have the worst PC and run the two games that are popular.
As for the end game, it was quite disappointing early on. As mentioned, the structure building was absent at launch, and the PvP stages were delayed by uneven leveling between the game's races. And similar to the Lord of the Rings Online, while the endgame PvE was there, it simply didn't feel as polished as World of Warcraft's, which now even had a few years of experience under their belts. All of this led to rapid attrition. The population halved within the first month and dropped to around 200,000 by month 2.
That's
World
most
of Warcraft's
MMOs.
impending Wrath of the Lich King expansion, which ended up being a peak of the game, rapidly drew players back as Blizzard's polished updates outshone Funcom's mismanagement, including post-launch layoffs and delayed fixes. It wasn't long after release that Age of Conan's co-founder would quit, citing dissatisfaction with the project as subscriptions continued to tumble until 2011,
Inferno win?
where it too
I gotta
would
get
convert
87
to the
crafted.
dreaded free-to-play model, signaling defeat. In retrospect, Age of Conan's innovative features and intense graphical capability ended up being undermined by execution flaws and, unluckily, World of Warcraft's continued success, proving that raw power alone can't top a cultural phenomenon, and serving as just one of many MMOs released during this era that hamstrung itself by releasing far too early. Today, it barely clings to life, despite the fact that there have been no official updates in over 5 years, serving as a depressing yet intriguing example of what was once a highly anticipated world, now forgotten and seemingly abandoned.
I never played Warhammer.
"... 2008 truly did represent the gold rush within the genre, as it was also then is when Warhammer Online, the Age of Reckoning, would also see its release, riding off the wave of immense hype as one of the most anticipated MMORPGs of its era. It was often touted as the legitimate WoW killer this time, for sure. Developed by Mythic Entertainment, creators of the PvP-focused Dark Age of Camelot, and published by Electronic Arts, it leveraged the rich and gritty Warhammer fantasy universe from Games Workshop, promising a world of perpetual conflict between the forces of order and destruction. The game's core innovation, and possibly its most advertised.
I can't tell, like, that's what I'm saying, guys. I can't tell. If you were to like show me gameplay of this, I can't tell that this is Warhammer. I don't know if like if the art style is distinct enough. It looks similar to the last game that was on there. I mean, it could be Conan. It's a little bit different than Conan, but like not much. But like when you see WoW or RuneScape, you can immediately tell that that's WoW or RuneScape.
Feature was its realm versus realm system, featuring massive scale PvP battles, objective-driven scenarios, and dynamic campaigns where players could invade enemy territories and sack capital cities, creating a sense of this real gritty, ongoing war. A lot of excitement was generated with video blogs from the creative director, Paul Barnett, where he had developer diaries showcasing concept art, gameplay, and promotional events. As usual, online communities and media outlets buzzed with predictions of it dethroning World of Warcraft, citing not only its RVR focus, but also its innovative public quest system, which were open-world events where players collaborated without grouping, and also a class system blending archetypes like the warrior-priest for hybrid roles. As the Warhammer universe predated Warcraft, it was quite clear that the latter took a lot of inspiration from it, meaning that these two worlds were very similar to each other, which made direct comparisons inevitable. Initial sales reflected the fervor, with 1.2 million copies sold by late September, with 800,000 registered users and 750,000 active players by October, primarily drawing in PvP enthusiasts eager for a fresh alternative to the world of Azeroth. But, as history would show, despite the strong start, Warhammer Online rapidly declined. Positive reviews highlighted exciting PvP, but the game's heavy emphasis on it alienated casual players who World of Warcraft had excelled in serving at this point, and offering a far superior leveling campaign, as well as a rich PvE endgame. Like Age of Conan, it too suffered issues at launch, with many believing that it was released prematurely. Too many initial servers led to fragmented populations as the initial surge started to wane, which caused deserted realms and subsequent merges that frustrated communities. Poor faction balance was an issue, and it hamstrung their most enticing feature, their RVR, as battles quickly became lopsided and unfun for both sides. They also suffered controversies outside of the game, such as players being erroneously billed for multiple years of subscription fees in a single day. Subscribers quickly plummeted to 300,000 by December of 2008, which prompted further server reductions from dozens to just 13, and later on just 3 worldwide. With the game waning, EA's influence began to become more powerful as they started to divert resources to other projects, which resulted in minimal post-launch support that failed to address core flaws as content updates slowed to a crawl. And all the while, World of Warcraft was going strong with what is considered today to be its highest quality expansion. As financial losses started to pile up for EA, Warhammer Online's fate would be sealed, with the Games Workshop license expiring in 2013, leading to its shutdown. It was a game that had plenty of innovative systems. In fact, many of them would later be essentially lifted by World of Warcraft itself, and its failure for many today is more of a reflection of a rushed launch with destructive influence from its publisher, as well as poor timing as it was pitted against World of Warcraft during the worst possible moment. A fan-run server, The Return of Reckoning, keeps its spirit alive today, providing a home for die-hard fans. And
yo, you guys want to listen to the Jimmy Savix interview instead of this video? I haven't heard the Jimmy Savix interview yet.
Welcome back to the podcast mini-series WoW to Old School, where I'm talking with WoW creators that tried old school RuneScape to try and see what they thought of it, what they're thinking of that other game they used to play, and everything in between. Two of the world's biggest MMORPGs and a bunch of conversations regarding those things. Today I'm talking with the WoW streamer that was second in line for the domino effect right after Guzu. One of the players that has truly embraced old school RuneScape, is still actively playing to this day. I'll be honest, I was feeling very jealous up until this interview, because it seems like all of my friends got in a call and talked with this guy before me. Well, I don't know where I was, but it wasn't in a call with him, that's for sure. So I finally made it happen. I feel like this guy's always having more fun than anyone else, except for when he gets pelted with a fastball at the OTK event,
did we listen to this
directly
one?
in the back of the head, getting concussed. I think we were probably having more fun than him after that. Every time else, though, every other time, he's been having way more fun, probably. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this conversation with Savix.
Have we listened to the Savix interview, or am I crazy? Maybe it's the Joker one we didn't listen to it. Which one did we not listen to? I don't think I did the Jokered one. Maybe we did Savix already. Did you listen to yours? Yeah, we listened to mine already. We listened to it on the first day. I think we listened to this one. We did Guzu. Hold on.
Welcome back to WoW to Old School, where I talk with WoW streamers that tried old school RuneScape to try and get some perspective on what they thought of old school RuneScape when they tried that, and what they're thinking now of World of Warcraft, you know, and everything in between. Today's guest was the very first player to hit level 60 in the 2019 original Classic WoW servers. Probably the most efficient player I've ever seen, playing way more efficiently than I've ever played in the 20 years that I've played RuneScape. He's embraced old school harder than most. In around 3 months, he's clocked in over 1,000 hours, sitting around like 1,900 total. He's done the raids, he's done CG grinds, he's gotten a Dragon Warhammer. This guy is a beast. We had a ton of stuff to talk about, so enjoy this conversation with Jokered.
So we have Jokered and Savix. Wait. My editor, this is how I figure out if I've done something or not. I look at the editor page. Okay, we did Shobek, Guzu, Zaryu, and that's it. So we have Savix and Jokered. All right. We could listen to Savix in. We unlock Savix. I miss Savix. He's been gone for too long.
Savix.
Hello.
It's good to have you here.
Thank you.
How long have you been playing World of Warcraft?
How long have I been playing World of Warcraft? Ever since I was in 5th grade, I believe, or 6th grade. Can't really remember,
So,
but
it's like 3 years ago, or how long ago is that?
it's a scary number, I'd say, like 20 years ago.
So did you start playing like when WoW first launched, or like how far into WoW expansions did you start playing?
So we grew up playing Blizzard games. We, as in me and my brothers, and they were a lot older, so they got into these gaming stuff earlier. And I was a kid. I followed along my brother's
Bad boy
footsteps, playing like Diablo 2, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, like everything, right?
Yeah.
And then one of my brothers started playing World of Warcraft. Funny enough, me and my older brother used to make fun of him, saying like World of Warcraft's for losers. We hear like you get no life, right?
Yeah.
And there was a day where my brother went to swim practice.
Bro, that's what everybody thinks until they play it.
And then I started playing on his account because he's like, yo, just try it out for once. It'll be really fun. So I made a Dwarf Hunter, played, fell in love with it. I just played on trial accounts for 2 months straight, I believe, or 3. It might have been longer. And trial accounts back then were only like 7 days, right? So I've been just like going through everyone's like trial accounts. But yeah, since like 2004, close to 2005, probably.
Okay. And did you ever take any like big breaks at all? Like, was there any expansions you kind of just didn't mess with? It just kind of stepped away at all? Or did you kind of play through all of it?
The only big break I really had was when I was going into my high school, which was when Wrath of the Lich King was just releasing. And I was like, I played this game way too much. I can't even believe that I had that thought as a kid, but I was like, yeah, I played this game way too much. I'm going to stop playing and have a life in high school, right?
Yeah.
But funny thing, I come back from school and on my table is Wrath of the Lich King expansion box. And my character was on the boat to Borean Tundra, and my second brother bought me this expansion so that I could play with him. And, you know, it was on my table and my character was already logged in. It was like a surprise. I was like, how can I say no to this? And then I started playing again. I think that was like a little break I had. I never took like a really long break off of like when I tried Lost Ark, Final Fantasy, and OSRS, which is like pretty recent of the years, right?
So it basically stayed as like your home base. Like you just always had WoW to go back to, basically.
Pretty much. I really, really enjoyed WoW.
Nice. Good stuff. So when it comes to like your approach to games, especially MMOs, how would you describe your play style and like approach to just the way that you see the game, how you want to play it? Like, you know, some players are more casual about it. Some are like, I got to complete every.
Savage's approach to the game is he tries to not get the items as hard as possible and go really dry. And then he curses everybody else so that they don't get any items, but the curse, for some reason, reflects back onto him. And he just never gets anything.
Everything, like completionist mentality. How do you go into games, especially WoW?
In World of Warcraft, I did have like a completionist mentality, but as expansions continue coming out, it's like, oh man, another set of dailies. I gotta get exalted with these, exalt with that, reputation farms, like Mog farm. Like it just became too much at a point. And I was mainly a PvP guy that wanted to get like rank 1 titles and mounts and tabards, shoulders. Like you get like special enchants for your weapons. So I aimed for those later. But I do like going in the traditional route. And luckily enough, I think if we could speak about OSRS here, is that there are changes and there's new additions, but I love how you can go through the same step that other people went through and kind of go through the same route they went and experience the same thing. And I really like that in trying out games where I get to really take that step by step, going through what other people went. So I try to like dip my toes in everything I can now instead of just playing PvP only.
Gotcha.
So I like to try out everything and see what I like from that, and I'll probably lean more into that side, right? Whether it be PvP or PvE.
So would you like say that if there was like a label put on you as a player, like PvPer would probably be the most applicable, or not anymore?
I don't really play super competitive or super sweaty anymore. I think the last time I did that was like 2021.
Oh, okay.
Now I try to go in a casual route because I'm pretty sure you've like done super hard grindy stuff or something super competitive like in your own story, in your own life, right? And I think I'm at that age where I got to try everything, and I feel like for me, I got to achieve what I wanted or go to the top that I wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
And now I want to just relax and enjoy the game in my own pace.
Right. Yeah, I totally get that.
And I say that, but at the same time,
Jimmy.
there's like,
Oh, yeah, he
my
totally
friends are
gets
doing this,
that.
I'm like, shoot, I do want to do that, but I don't go like super sweat like 20 hours a day like long time ago.
Yeah, no, I get that
Yeah, it's just
completely.
too much. Yeah.
So right now in the World of Warcraft landscape, like there is a lot going on with like anniversary servers, hardcore servers, a Legion remix, Mop Classic, retail. There's just a lot.
None of the PvPers liked RS PvP. Why would anybody like PvP on an Iron Man? And first off, Savix was addicted to LMS. You couldn't get him to leave there. Sony really liked it. But as an Iron Man, all you feel like you're doing when you're PvPing is wasting your time. Which is why I said none of us should have played Iron Man. With the exception of maybe Joker or Guzu.
Over there happening. And since you've been over here in the old school world for a while, when you glance back over there at this community you were a part of for so long, what are your collective thoughts about it right now, like the current state of World of Warcraft in general?
Gosh, can I answer it however I want? Like, how
however
do I? Do you want to like
want.
give me a little guideline?
However you want, just your general
however
thoughts.
I want.
Yeah.
Like, what do I think about the direction World of Warcraft is going through right now?
Yeah,
in
just
terms of, like,
anything, just like
they have.
Yeah, just like your initial thoughts, like you're walking forward and you're glancing backwards at all these WoW titles behind you, like the WoW, the Blizzard. Like you're just looking back. Like, what are your thoughts now that you've kind of stepped back from it a little bit?
Bro, this is such a big question.
It is, yeah.
Now that I'm playing osrs, when I look at it, I think it's normal. I'm pretty sure you'd feel it if you play World of Warcraft for a long time. If you look back at old school RuneScape, if that was your main MMO, right? Like you feel like a part of it is your home, right? So when I look at WoW right now, it's like, dang, I do miss it, but I'm loving the journey I have in osrs right now, and I'd like to achieve the goals that I'm aiming for. And then probably along the line, I'll go back, right? I think Tim the Tatman said it the best. He was playing Classic WoW, and he was like, this is like grandma's pie. Like, no one can do it like this, right? So for me, going back to Classic WoW is that vibe where it has a special spot in my heart because I played it so long and so many times, right? And then the cool part about it is that if I go back, it won't be necessarily like the same experience, but the playthrough is about the same, where we go from Dead Mines to Stockades to like SM. You know what I mean, right? There's that stepping stone. And that's what I meant by like old school RuneScape earlier, where I get to go through these steps of like Dragon Slayer 2, or Desert Treasure. Like, I love that we could go through these, and it's so fun. And going back to the World of Warcraft, I feel like it's a very good game. It's a very good game. It's just we played it too long, and there's no additions for Classic WoW. So since I've pretty much did everything I wanted to in Classic WoW, I think right now is a really good time for me to try out different MMOs, right?
True.
Definitely.
But if they were to do Classic Plus,
Please make Classic Plus like 50 times longer than normal Classic, so we can degen that game too.
and if they do it right, like I would love to go back and try it, and I hope they do it right. I think we're just all scared that, you know, it might not be that direction.
Well, that's
which
perfect
sucks, right?
perfect segue, because that's my next question. The fact that you said, hope they do it right. When you think about Classic Plus, because I mean, that's the big deal. Like Classic Plus, when talking about World of Warcraft, is what everybody is just waiting around for, hoping that it comes out. So in your eyes, you know, what would make it so that it's right? Because you know, World of Warcraft is a very vertical progression, and you know, if you're talking about creating a whole new WoW experience, you know, my biggest question with it is how do you kind of escape that end game gameplay loop of like, you know, is this just going to be a different farming for pre-bis and then getting bis and then waiting for the next patch? Or like, how is it going to separate itself from the current format of WoW, like without, you know, making it not feel like WoW?
I love that you're questioning about this because I really wanted to cover this topic in one of my other videos.
Nice.
But yeah, I think, bro, we're just nerds. We want to have a good MMO, right? And we love classic WoW as much as we love OSRS, right? But trying out different MMOs, different times, super fun. I think I pretty much kind of said it at the start too, right? The replayability. I think that's really important in Classic Plus. I'm not sure if you played Season of Discovery. Have you touched upon that at all?
Only the first like 25 levels when it first came out. Yeah.
Okay. If I could tell you the story of Season of Discovery, I don't think they necessarily missed. I think they had a good aim in the dartboard. It's just the directions they went were a little bit in the way of players disliking it, right? Basically, I think 1 through 25 finding...
Guys, Season of Discovery was like almost like a year-long league where they were testing out what should be in Classic Plus. It was like a beta. But they didn't call it a beta. They called it Season of Discovery so everyone would play it. And so now we think they have a good idea of what they should actually put into a full-fledged game that has a development team.
These runes for new ability, those are perfect. But the pacing and the addition to some of the things was where they screwed up. The pacing and what they were adding. So basically, they added these ways to skip everything and just level up super fast. And there's a vendor that just gives you runes like candy.
Yeah, you could level up very fast, extremely fast, which is counter to what a classic MMO should be. And I hope they go the complete opposite direction in Classic Plus, where it takes you 5 times longer to level instead.
Just by all of them, right?
Yeah.
And I think that ruins the game if they do that. And
I didn't know they did that. Because I remember when I first started, you had to go like search for a rune somewhere, like this mysterious rune or something like that.
Right, right. So their aim was correct. I think like the first part was really good. And then the last part, the Scarlet Enclave data, I think it was great. But if I could explain it in the way like you could understand and the viewers can understand, is that they need to, in the future, Classic Plus or any MMOs in the future, they really got to make it replayable. And I think that's super important. And I say this because Retail WoW loses that touch, where Retail WoW is really fun in its own ways, right? But if I were to explain to people about my Legion or World of the Draenor or Mr. Pandaria achievements, like not a lot of people could relate to that because they didn't get to play that expansion and they just played the newest expansion, right?
Right.
But if I talk about Classic WoW, everyone could relate to like going to Westfall or going to Barrens, going to like STV, getting your encounter.
Cubone,
like,
thank you for the
PvP.
prime.
Same thing in old school RuneScape. Like when I first played, like people are trying to bait me or lure me into the wildy, right? And they're telling me all these boss fights. Like it's that exists in Classic WoW and OSRS because there's that replayability. I know there's like new crabs and there's like sailing command, like there's new additions, but you can still play it in the same way. As for Retail WoW, you lose all that. Like it's just level to max, do the max content and do the raid that's available now. And you can't play the older raids, but it's not the same as we know, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like that hurts the game. And for some people it works. They just want to do the new raids, new keys, new achievements, etc. But in a way where we can all connect and appreciate the game's history, I think the replayability is really, really important, and I hope they do that correctly.
Do you have any ideas or like directions of what would create some kind of replayability in a Classic Plus?
Well, I guess if you've done a warrior, and I'm sure you've done a warrior, you know how there's like steps to getting your SM set, the Herald set, and then you get the Whirlwind Axe. Like those are like memories, right? And then everyone that played Classic WoW, they're like, yo,
those are
if
good
you're a
parts of
first-time
WoW.
player, go play that or go get that, right? And
as an old player, it's so fun to watch new players like go and tackle that solo, and it's great. It's kind of like how Tyler once played World of Warcraft Classic for the first time, and all the veterans of the WoW loved watching that because we can all relate in a way, right? And it's that replayability is available for them to go play that.
Right.
It might not be the most exciting because it's so outdated. All you do is throw knives and just skip around the water, but it's still fun to see their reaction of getting the loot and killing the boss, because it's something you achieve in the game, right? It's like one of those harder steps than just killing a random mob, right?
Right.
And I guess now that I'm playing OSRS, is that these OSRS streamers or viewers, they like watching the fresh people play and going through that same experience that I went through as like Tyler did, right? Where I'm doing Jad and we have like 30,000 people watching. It's just like people like to watch that nostalgic feel. And I think
Savage did have 30K viewers
awesome.
on Fire Arcade.
And if they
That
could
was
add
insane.
things, yeah, it's just like common bosses. I guess the real challenge for them though is that there's a lot of classes in WoW, right? And they would have to make something iconic for that class that everyone gets to enjoy doing.
Right.
And they did a little bit of that in Season of Discovery. I don't think it was terrible. I think some parts they did right, some parts they missed. And that's up to the people to decide on. But I really do think they should add fun little things and fun little bosses that are memorable. I'd even say in OSRS, I like the Moons, the Titans. Now I'm in the Red Prison, which is the Gauntlet. And
Yeah.
I like those steps. Even though it's like a prison, it's like a step that every Iron Man's go through, and I get to experience the same thing, right? And I like those bosses. They're like challenging. And dude, Red Prison is pretty damn challenging, I'll say. But it's
It is,
fun.
yeah.
It's fun. And that's what gamers like. They like to just tackle and try to beat the boss and then get the loot they need, right?
Definitely.
And that's why like Dark Souls or Elden Ring is popular too. It's just like badass hard bosses you're just trying to tackle and kill, and once you kill it, it's like, damn, I mastered the fight, got the loot, let's move on to the next boss, right? And it's those fun challenges. So I want Classic WoW to add some fun challenges, right?
Yeah, hopefully they do figure out like some angle to create that replayability, because I that probably is one of the hardest things to create, especially for an MMO where, you know, you're expected to sink hundreds and hundreds of hours into a character, or, you know, in RuneScape's case, an account, and having someone come back and restart is always a challenge, like creating something that people are going to want to invest that time again, sort of thing.
Right.
Replayability with WoW, I guess some might argue that like creating a new character with a new class could be considered replaying it. But it's just like a weird, it doesn't feel like replayability is the right way to describe it, if that makes sense. Like I'm not sure where it's at, but hopefully they do make some systems and some bosses and content that, you know, becomes somewhat of like an iconic
Triple Jad
pit stop.
today. Triple Jad. We died on
like
Triple Jads.
Barrows and old school kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd love that. It's a fun way to like play the game. I will say the challenge in WoW though, again, it's the classes where in old school RuneScape, like this shifted my view in MMOs, by the way. I kind of love how OSRS has no classes.
Yeah.
And everyone
Love
can do melee, ranged, or magic, right? I think
Classes
that's
are a
freaking
crutch.
awesome.
It is really cool.
And that also makes it where no one's complaining about their class. Like I don't see anyone saying, "Oh man, my magic sucks."
Dude, that's
like,
all WoW is.
Or in WoW, it's like my rogue DPS sucks or my
Rogues
main
are
DPS
OP.
sucks,
Yeah.
right? And there's all these classes crying, but
Nerf
I don't really see
warriors.
that in this game, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I guess to kind of
nice.
rewind a little bit,
nice.
to kind of get into the old school discussion, going back to the summer, you know, this mass migration of WoW players just all came over. Were you? It was like 2 weeks or something after all the other guys had gotten here. I remember you.
No, it was Guzu and then me and then everyone else came
Was
in.
it?
So Darko, Zaryu, yes.
Okay, I got it. I got everyone's order mixed up. Then I knew
did
Sardako
you?
was later. Yeah, I knew Sardako was later.
Yeah, so Darko was later.
I guess the way I'm
Guzu,
thinking about
Savage,
it is,
Shobek, me.
like, do you remember how long Guzu was playing before you had started?
Technically, Annie and Sony were before me, I think.
It might have been like 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, that's what was in my head. I figured, I didn't realize it was such a big gap between Guzu and when everyone else had kind of like looked over in the direction. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. Now that you're mentioning it, yeah, it definitely. I do remember you being the next like big stream that of like a WoW guy coming out. That does make sense. It's all blurring together for me at this point, but
it's been a while. We've been playing for like 4 months now, I believe.
Yeah, all you guys are in the fucking corrupted gauntlet right now. It's crazy. Like that's how far you guys are. It's been so long. But I guess rewinding to that, you know, obviously Guzu was playing it, but do you remember what your initial reason, like the tip of the iceberg that made you really want to go for it and try out old school RuneScape?
For me, every breakfast I eat, I try to like see what my friends are doing, and I'd go say hi to Guzu, and then his community would be all like, Savix, come play OSRs, come play OSRs. And then Guzu's like, yeah, you should join us, right? And I was like, I'll think about it, right? And at that time, I was already playing League of Legends because Classic WoW, you know, I've played it so much, right? I played it so much. And since they don't add like Classic Plus or anything, and I already beat Season of Discovery, they also mentioned that they're going to cut off Season of Discovery. So I was like, okay, why am I even playing this then if there's no, you know, continuous addition to the game, right?
Right.
So I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. So I came open-minded because back in my elementary school, I fought with kids saying that, you know, OSRS doesn't look as good, right? But I was super wrong. I was super wrong. I thought it was a web browser clicker game, but there's so much in depth to it. And I will say, like, I think this might be the most grindiest MMO I've played
ever.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
it's very grindy.
Very unique.
Not even close.
Like it's not. You can't really even compare it to other like grindy MMOs because the grinds are just so in their own genre, I guess. But yeah,
I'm blowing sand and I get 55.
Savix is blowing sand.
Like, I gotta do this till
I'm blowing sand.
Like what is this? It's very grindy. But yeah, that's how I got started playing the game.
Welcome to the game.
Yeah. So you were on the front lines, basically. You know, trash talking RuneScape graphics back in the day then.
Yes, I was one of those guys that really loved WoW. And I will say, I think for 2004, if I could compare RuneScape and WoW, I think WoW was like kind of a monster back then.
Oh, miles ahead of basically everything. Not just like obviously RuneScape, but everything. Like it was a monster. It was unstoppable. Revolutionary.
But I will say now, I think OSRS is better than Classic WoW because of how much they added to the game. Like all these fun bossing and these skills, I really like it.
Like in terms of back then, content available sort of thing?
Yes, in terms of that. Because Classic WoW paused at 2004, right? They never added anything. Well, I guess you could say like 2005, 2006, but they never added anything like old school RuneScape did. So back in 2004, I'll say World of Warcraft was like peak, but I think nowadays, I think you could say OSRS is doing fantastic, man.
Yeah, definitely. I'm so curious.
All the stuff they added.
Like now that you mentioned that, I'm so curious of what you guys would think if you got to log into the 2013 client of old school RuneScape before any updates or quality of life were put in. Like, it was a whole different game. Like using your arrow keys to turn your camera, it was brutal.
Wait, you guys didn't even have the middle mouse move.
Yeah, no middle mouse. Yeah, it was.
What?
Yeah, it was crazy. Couldn't change your F keys, like nothing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I probably would have liked
Yeah, most people would have. It was old school was not people were excited, but it was not big really until they started putting their own updates in. So the fact that they're not updating Classic WoW at all, definitely, I mean, it speaks volumes because, I mean, we've seen it over here, what just giving a rollback client looks like. It doesn't do much by itself. Like you have to attend to it, add to it, update it. If you want it to survive. And old school has been out for 12 years now. So it's like they figured it out, obviously.
Floating in the air?
Breaking records this year. So it's awesome.
It's so awesome to see that.
Yeah.
Look at these guys walking in the air.
Going back to when you first started, do you remember just your first week? You know, you're logging in, you're experiencing this kind of sandbox MMO for the first time, of just your impressions, like your first impressions of the game. Like what was going through your head each day when you were logging in for that first week?
Old school RuneScape.
Yeah, on old school RuneScape.
Okay, like I said, I came with a super open-minded, and I've done this for Final Fantasy 14 and Lost Ark and Blade and Soul. So coming into this, I will say the first few days, I did meme a lot because I was like clicking stuff. I'm just auto-attacking. These guys all fall over. There's like no real mechanic, right? And I continued playing though because I did see like what the other side looks like. And I heard about how challenging it gets. So I was like, okay, I'm looking forward to that. So I'm going to go through this to see that, right?
Yeah.
And I'm so glad I stuck around and I got to see all these like amazing bosses like Toa. I guess like the first step was Scurious. When I first saw Scurious, I was like, okay, this game actually has mechanics. And you got to play right, melee, range, and magic. And you got to beat up this rat, kill ads. Like I was like, okay, this is really, really cool.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what more they have in the future.
Yeah.
And from the OSRs event we got to do the Theater of Blood. And recently I did Toa and Cox, and I was like, dude, this is super fun.
Yeah.
Like this
So much
browser
depth.
clicking game actually has so much to offer, which is crazy.
I'll never forget you getting your fire cape and seeing your ass run underneath Jad through it with the high IQ mechanics. I'm like, what study guide was this motherfucker using, dude? Like that's crazy. That's wild. But yeah, it's cool. It's cool seeing all like the mechanics kind of open up to you.
I actually thought I was gonna die though, because the ones I studied were the ones where like he's on the side and you go down and kill the ads, right? And then you go back up.
Side spawn way
when
easier.
I saw that orange guy spawn in the middle, I was like, oh shoot, I'm fucked, guys.
Yeah.
But I remember like my chat saying you could go under him, just have to play melee. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna try that. And at that moment, I just tried it, sent it, and I executed it properly, and we got to beat him, which is freaking awesome.
I was in disbelief,
I almost panicked, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's usually like a rite of passage to panic in that situation. Like, I feel like most people would just completely.
Some people say I also one-shot Jad, kind of like Savix did. You know, when I was actually trying. If you think about it.
Botched that, so I was just mind blown when you just flawlessly pulled it off. I was like, oh my, I can't believe you did that. It's so cool.
Thank you.
But I guess that just goes to show, like, like these mechanics that you would have never ever guessed RuneScape would have, like just on first glance, sort of thing.
I would have never.
The mechanics in RuneScape does blow me away. Like, dude, the Inferno and how like precise you have to be with everything, and how many one-shot mechanics there are. I mean, you just have to be like so consistent with the mechanics for such a long period of time in order to get your Inferno cape. It's pretty crazy. They're not like insanely hard mechanics, but you have to be so consistent with them for like an hour and a half straight, 2 hours straight. That Inferno is like it's a test of mental stability, and then like later on it gets more difficult. Like when you start doing the Awakened bosses, and Colosseum is tougher mechanics but shorter burst.
So did you ever try the whole like guideless thing, or were you kind of embracing the wiki and quest helper like pretty much off the bat?
There's like a meme in my chat where they spam read, right? I never freaking read, and they tried so many times to make me like read wiki and go through them. I did use the quest helper, however, I didn't really use wiki as much as I should have. So I feel bad because the community really wanted me to learn the wiki. To this day, I barely use it, but yeah, I did kind of like a quest helper, but didn't really have a structure that I followed. I think that's why I was kind of slow on my skilling. But looking back now, I kind of wish I followed the Bodhi's guide. I looked at it and it's like, holy moly, this guy's min-maxing and you could get to this level in like 3 days, which took me like days to get to. Like the agility leveling, I leveled it up in like Varrock, Camelot. You know, I leveled it up in these weird places. You have no idea, Jimmy. And then I see Bodhi like leveling everything in this like place he goes into in the island. I don't know what you call that place.
When you first start, or where?
No, there's this is it in the Karabanji Island? Yeah, I think so. In Brimhaven, there's like this agility area you could go in, and then you could do the course to level up.
Oh, the Brimhaven agility course, like the one obstacle that people jump over and over. Is that what you're talking about?
Pretty pretty much where I leveled up to like 73 just climbing houses, right? I wish I knew about that place, but I didn't.
Yeah, it's really
Houses
interesting.
is
Just
a better
all
way to
the
level because you get your
various methods of
agility
training
set.
skills that people kind of figure out. Because the whole like agility Brimhaven thing wasn't really meta until I feel like recently. Maybe people were using it, but I had never heard of people doing that up until like the WoW guys came over. Yeah, like I'd never known anyone that trained that way. But I mean, maybe people have been doing that forever.
Graceful
but
and
who knows?
staminas are good.
Yeah.
Once you started playing a little bit, and you kind of found yourself
I'll
continuing
preheat the oven real quick.
your journey. There was a saying being thrown around a lot throughout the Twitch chats and YouTube comments of everyone saying progression matters in old school RuneScape. It was like the big argument of why WoW players are enjoying it. I mean, I don't have much credentials to be like, yeah, progression matters over here more than over there because I've only leveled like a few times in WoW, so I don't have the stuff to back me up here. But from your perspective, does the whole progression matters statement that everyone throws around so much, does that actually apply, or is it kind of oversaid, overdone?
Progression meaning like going to barrows, to moons, like that kind of stuff?
Yeah, just everything. Like your progression matters in general. Like just, I think it's obviously it's a contrast to the fact that when you're playing World of Warcraft, a lot of players feel like they're constantly like on a timer to get their best in slot before it becomes irrelevant. Their gear kind of gets, overwritten essentially.
Oh.
I think that's mostly what they're talking about.
Okay, I don't know if I'm going to answer this the way you're questioning it, but I do think I really like how you do Toa to get the staff, right? That's like the best in slot. And then you did Theater of Blood to get the Scythe, which is the best in slot melee. And you did Cox to get the Twisted Bow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I could backtrack a little bit, like getting the Barrows gear definitely does help in Moons. I don't think you need all of it if you're like a good player, right? But it definitely helps. And I like that. I think it's
Moons is the best usage of your time as an Iron Man in the mid game for sure. There's nothing else you should be doing than green logging moons. You need that gear. It takes a long time to get, like 300 chests, but it's only like 5 to 8 minute clears or something, which is nothing in comparison to some of the other grinds in the game. It like completely prepares your account and it gives you tons of prayer, herb lore, crafting, everything. It's just so good. It's like so good. It's like filled the gap that Iron Man's needed in the game.
very good that you have a choice of wanting to get it or not.
Right.
And then now if I can fast forward to the end game stuff, I really like that there's weapons that are best in slot in each raids where you have to go back and do them. Because, for instance, like Molten Core and BWL, yes, there are some trinkets that maybe you didn't get because there's like 50 rogues or 50 warriors in your group and you never get your turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to go get it. But I like that there's like these best in slot items where you have to go back and...
You do barrows first to get defense gear so you can go to moons, because moons is like, it's easier if you have high defense.
Do these contents.
Yeah, definitely.
And
I skip
guess
barrows
to
though,
answer
so you
the
don't need
whole
it.
progression thing. I like it. I like the steps you have to take, because at the start of the interview too, I said that I like trying out everything. And then later on, I lean on like whatever I like more, right?
Right.
Whether it be raid or doing mini bosses. But I like that I got to try all of these, and I think the progression's awesome. Because now I can relate with other OSRs players and talk about things in a way I could understand a tiny bit better, right?
Right.
Whereas then if it's like retail WoW where you get to max level and you do the newest raid, it's like I'm not gonna know anything about the previous stuff, and it's all irrelevant in a way.
Yeah,
Right?
it definitely. Yeah, I feel like anyone who goes and plays like retail off the bat, like a new player going to play retail,
They'll be lost.
you just go by like 20 years of the end game history that you never see.
Yeah.
You'll never see it unless you're going in.
Bro, in retail, the starters, every single starter zone is all pretty much useless. Like you'll never ever go back to it. Like you'll never do any of that stuff again. And like you don't need any of it. You could just pretty much skip straight to the end game. It's like It's crazy. Retail is so vertical. Everything is useless from the past.
You become like a collector or something that you're trying to, complete all the collection log over there. I don't know. But
that's so much game design.
like
It's so much game design that they just throw away in retail. It's just so much thrown away art, items, everything. Like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't know if it's bad or good, but like, it's just a lot of it's just thrown away.
And cons to that, right? You just get to skip to the best, like, new stuff where you don't have to like do all the grind. And I guess that's where like people get to choose if they want that or not, right?
Right. Yeah.
But Retail WoW feels like a seasonal game where like this one is like you go on a journey and you enjoy like the traditional things that OSRs players have.
Right.
And it's cool that I get to experience it all. I think it's so cool.
So speaking of experiencing it all and kind of bouncing off the what you were talking about, there was like 50 rogues, so you didn't get the thing you needed, kind of thing. A big selling point of old school, especially for Iron Men, is the fact that you really don't need to play with other people to do the content in the game, especially if you need to get new gear or get your upgrades to progress your account a little more. What's been your thoughts so far on being able to just kind of go in with like almost like a single player feel to complete things in the game?
I love the single player aspect.
I want to say I love it.
Yeah.
I really like that I can go in and
talking to
spam it
Jimmy.
as much as I want to get the drop.
Yeah.
Because in WoW, you have to wait once a week, which could kind of be a bummer for raids, of course, right?
Yeah.
I also, this is kind of like off topic, but I like that there's no tank or healer role in OSRS.
No Trinity.
It's just you bring your potions. If you fuck up, you're dead. It's your fault. There's
True.
no like, oh, I didn't get healed. Let's blame the healer or let's blame the tank. And in FF, I also didn't like tanks because they could F up every single mechanic and they'll live because they're so tanky, right?
Yeah.
But in this game, like if you F up a mechanic, you get punished pretty harshly.
Right.
And I really, really like that part about OSRS. And I think that's
there's so many good things that are very great about OSRS, guys. No tank healer Trinity system is amazing. And contribution in the raid equals chance of loot. Amazing. It's an anti-carry system. So sick. I love that.
OSRS, where it's like classless, everyone's the same. You go in with the set of potions and you just send it home.
Yeah, it is a cool part of it.
Cool.
Especially
It's
since
really
like
cool.
there's nothing in the game like an item that will be irrelevant to you. Like if you go and get a good drop somewhere, it's not going to be like class dependent. Like, oh, I'm not a warrior, so this doesn't matter for me. Like I'll just sell this or whatever. Like anything you get, you can use.
If there was a dungeon that had roles like that where you needed one person that could tank, then maybe Justicar could be useful. I could see maybe doing something like that, Rat. That could be a good idea.
Use sort of thing, which I think is really nice. I guess my time in WoW is kind of like, there's so many times I left a dungeon disappointed or something because the thing that dropped just wasn't for me. It's like,
I get it.
The warlock gets it. It's like, yeah. So I like that aspect of it for sure. You said you've been doing some raids.
Yeah, we've been doing Toa. Cox, we're pretty new to, so in Ulm 5, we're getting wrecked right now. But
yeah, Ulm's
Toa,
tough to
we've
learn.
definitely sharpened.
Yeah,
Ulm is like tremendously hard right now.
The first time, like I'll never forget the first time where I was kind of being guided through and having to dodge those crystals falling was like a nightmare, like trying to just comprehend everything going on around me. It was just just overwhelming. So yeah, it's a very fun one to learn. Super fun.
Yeah.
Through your journey so far, like looking back, do you have a quest cape at all, or have you done a lot of the quests?
Savage doesn't have his yet. He's still working on it.
I kind of like stopped for some reason, but you don't have to do the diaries, right?
No, you don't need to do diaries for quests.
I have a handful of quests left. I could probably push for it, but it hasn't been my priority.
Gotcha. So just to make sure that you've done like a good chunk of them, but just like looking back on everything so far, what would you say? What part of the game has been your favorite experience? Like whether it's a certain grind that you were really enjoying, or just the like experiencing.
You listen to another one tonight? I think I'm going to finish all my glass blowing, try to finish it all before tomorrow, before we do TOA tomorrow. And then hopefully get a light bearer from TOA into a Zenite, and then we go right back into Inferno. That would be ideal. TOB win. I think we need all plus 90 stats, so maybe like 4 or 5 months at the current rates that everybody's going until we start doing TOBs. Seems like pretty far away. I mean, Joker could probably start now, but everybody else is really far.
Bosses for the first time. Like, what really sticks out as your highlight?
This is gonna sound weird, but I was in Moons for a very long time, and I was in Titan for a very long time. I think I'm almost like 636 kill in Titan to get all my stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I absolutely hated it, where I was like, man, why am I being so unlucky where all my friends are getting in like 70 kills, right?
Yeah.
And I'm almost getting 700 kills. But the viewers were saying that it's trauma bonding, I guess.
Yeah.
And when I look back at it, it's like, damn, that sucked. But at the same time, I had fun grinding my ass, like trying to get that item, right?
100%, yeah.
I do think I enjoyed the bosses a lot more.
That's good. Yeah, it's
if I could choose one quest though, Sins of the Father. That was really
biz.
good.
Sins of the Father is the best quest.
Read the story too. Yeah.
Sins of the Father is the best quest in this game. It's the best. It's the best character writing. It's so good.
Nice. Have you done
most cinema? Most cinema.
I have not done that.
Ooh.
I'm gonna do the Guthics and Desert Treasures soon, though.
Yeah. Both the people I talked to that said that they did not like quests both said that Desert Treasure 2 was one of their favorite parts of old school RuneScape.
Really?
Yeah, so it's gonna be really fun watching you do that. I'm really excited. Yeah.
Okay.
That's excited. That's the.
And then Desert Treasure 2 and Dragon Slayer 2 are both very good as well. But my personal favorite is Sins of the Father. I think that Vanascula's character and the reasons for what she's doing and trying to overthrow the vampire brother who's sleeping, and then when he wakes up, he's like this Giga Chad who like uses like this cool way of poetry of talking to her to like demoralize her. It was so cool.
Quest that makes people into quests for a second, like even if it's just for one quest, people get into it because of how cool that quest is. It's that good. Like it is by far the best. Yeah, it's not even close. So I'm stoked for you to do that one. I'm excited.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah,
talk about WoW lore. Don't get me into.
So
I mean, Illidan and Arthas are goats. I mean, you can't really. I mean, Illidan. The story of Illidan tops anything in RuneScape. But like that's like something totally different, guys. Like that's like deep WoW lore. Most people don't know much about it.
I guess right now, there's been a bunch of WoW streamers who have, they tried RuneScape. They gave it a couple weeks, wasn't really feeling it. Recently, the recent topic has been Showbeck kind of burning out a little bit, not finding himself
the Showbecker,
motivated to find a goal or anything like that. It's just like very natural parts of playing an MMO, playing old school.
Yeah.
So where would you say that you currently stand? Like, do you have long-term goals in mind that are kind of keeping you here, or like how are you viewing old school right now?
We're here to Classic Plus
for sure. I said from the start I wanted to get Fire Cape and then Inferno Cape, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Inferno Cape itself is a challenge. Like I looked at Wooks clearing it, or my friends showing me them fighting it. You gotta like set up the boss. You gotta go and pick up like
Inferno Cape's pretty tough.
Range play like in a 6-second tick. And it's like, damn, it's so deep. And I'm an Iron Man, so I gotta farm every single item before going there. So it's a really long stretch to go, and I'd love to get there. So that's like where.
I mean, you could pretty much just get Bofa and go right in. Maybe someone should tell Savix that.
My headspace is at right now, and I don't see myself like dropping it anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could go back to the Showbex thing, I know some people are being harsh, but I feel like he got to try the game, and he's experienced it a lot more than some of the other WoW people that tried it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Sony, Annie, Soda, like multiple other names, right? I will say he got far and he got Quest Cape, and it's up to him to see if he wants to continue it or not, right? And he might be burned. Maybe he saw like what the game is all about. It's very grindy. Maybe it's not for him. So I think people shouldn't hate on that, right?
Oh, definitely not. Yeah.
I think most people are upset though, like which I could see the perspective of is they're really invested in his story, and he wanted to get like Zuckhelm and all these other things, right? And he told them he'll get them, and I guess those people are the ones that are mad because they were so invested, right? So I can understand from both sides, but it's just unfortunate that there's like some clash on it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's at the end of the day, I mean, everyone's journey is so fun to watch, and it's nice to get invested in somebody's story and journey, especially the players that have just been having a blast watching people try it for the first time. But at the end of the day,
I did not see Shobek quitting after he got Bofa. That kind of caught me off guard. I didn't know he was going through whatever he was going through. I thought he was just memeing. Getting Bofa and then quitting is crazy.
A video game, like you know,
that's when the game starts.
You know, if he says he's gonna go get a Zuckhelm on an Iron Man, first of all, if you have any context whatsoever about old school RuneScape, you should know that a new player saying that they're gonna go get an Iron Man Zuckhelm is just something that you should playfully cheer on, because there's no
guys, I'm gonna get an Iron Man Zuckhelm.
No way that is gonna happen. Why would you think that's gonna happen at all? It's a hard thing to do, man. Like, it's one of the hardest things to achieve in video games, like not just MMOs, but like that the challenges you need to do for that are insane. So I would never hold it against a new player, be like, oh, you didn't do that thing you said you were gonna do. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, no one thought you were gonna do that. Like, it's fine. But you know, it's just like it is a game at the end of the day. Like, no one else's story is gonna truly matter except for yourselves, and it's like you can't fault people for, you know, not having motivation to get a goal achieved on a game that asks for hundreds of hours of time investment. Like, you can't demand that from somebody if it's not something they are really wanting to do. So I completely understand. I talked to him a lot.
Dragon darts
for
100 hours of fletching, 100 hours of mining,
and it definitely makes sense.
RuneScape is like, it's just crazy like that. Oh, you want to anguish? 100 hours of crafting. You have to just throw hundreds of hours at professions if you want stuff.
That's where he's coming from. I totally see that, but you know, I think as long as you do have a goal in mind that you're actually wanting, like as long as you have a desire to get that Infernal Cape, you're gonna have no problem logging in and working towards it. That's just how old school goes, I guess. But is what it is.
Yeah, I will say one of the most grindiest MMO I played, man. It's a good problem to have in an MMO, I think. Like, having so much to do, I think it's a good problem to have in a game.
Definitely.
Because in other MMOs, like, you kind of run out and you leave, right?
Yeah. It doesn't. I guess some players I see would kind of see like the quest cape as the end goal for a lot of stuff, because I've definitely felt that way before. But just kind of looking at, you know, all the creators, all the series, all the streaming, it's like you can kind of see just how much potential there is to like find a new path to take and a new journey on a new account kind of thing. So
yeah, it's awesome, man.
It's a never ending journey. Like, you could just seriously never beat the game, and it's a great time watching everybody else. It's good.
It's funny how you say that, the never beat the game. It's like, I guess the definition depends on the players, but whenever I ask chat, like, when do you beat the game? They always say never. And these guys are playing for like years and they still are collecting things, right?
Yeah.
I guess for me, it's like when you beat all the bosses, that's when you beat the game. But for them, it's like they have to have everything collected, all the logs completed. And it's like they'll never be able to achieve that, right?
Right.
It's literally endless. It's crazy.
Well, the thing is, funny enough, the first video I made that this video is going to be a sequel for is like the why people play RuneScape. Like 5 years ago, I had said in there like that RuneScape, like, you can't beat RuneScape even if you were to get 200 million XP and everything, full collection log. Like, there's nothing more you can truly achieve on the account. Your journey doesn't end there because you're making a new account. Like, it's not beaten. You don't think it's beaten in your head. That's why you started a new account. Like, every maxed player has multiple accounts that they're on. Like, it's just the way that their gaming life has worked. So even when you think it's beaten, which, I mean, no one's even had an account that has achieved that yet. So it's
There's
like,
no way.
you know, nobody ends their journey just on that one guy. Like, yeah.
Did you guys anybody here make a max account? You maxed out everything and then you just made another account and just like started playing another one? All right, everybody that just typed yes is clinically insane. All right, we just figured them out. We just found them all.
Yeah, sure. That character's story, it's its own thing, but player to game, it's just not beatable. Like you'll never be beating the game in that sense. So it's a
I got a
very
max main
unique
and an
MMO
Iron Man
in that sense, I think.
Holy shit,
I agree with
There's
that.
No way.
So at this point, would you say that old school RuneScape has kind of solidified itself as a permanent game to play, like in your tool belt, especially on stream, like for, I mean, I don't want to say years to have you say like, oh, I'm playing this for years, but like, do you see it as a game that you could play in the future, like long down the road, just whenever?
Permanent. I don't know if like permanent is the right word, because I thought WoW was gonna be my permanent game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point I thought Final Fantasy was gonna be my permanent game, but once I got what I wanted, which was like doing an ultimate in Final Fantasy, right? It's one of the hardest raids, takes like 3 months to learn. Some people could do it in a week or like a month, right? But
yeah,
for the average player, it takes like 6 months or an year to learn the ultimate.
Dude, Knight, learn the content on the main, enjoy the challenge on the Iron. You can afford to learn without much penalty on the main. I wish everything that I had done that first. I can't go back now, but if I could go back and not make an Iron Man, I would. Because I've already burned my second playthrough of this game. I've burned my second playthrough of the game by doing it on an Iron Man first. I could have had one full playthrough on a main, and then I could have had another playthrough on an Iron, and then I could have had a third playthrough on a hardcore. I burned it.
Ultimates. And once I beat the ultimate and got everything I wanted, I was like, okay, there's not much to do in here anymore, right? Because I got what I wanted. And I guess you could say the same with like WoW, where you beat all the raid to Naxxramas. It's like, okay, what's next, right? I just don't want to spam Naxxramas. It gets kind of boring.
Or we could just done a group Iron. Yeah, a group Iron later.
Kind of like I said, the goal right now is Inferno. Hopefully I could get it right.
Yeah.
But if there's another like really...
This guy thinks he's getting an Inferno on his Iron Man. Are you kidding me? This guy, freaking Savix, has no idea. He doesn't know how hard it is to get 87 crafting. So you get an Anguish necklace. I mean, this guy doesn't even have Bofa yet. Probably doesn't even have any like light bearer. Probably doesn't have anything, dude. Like this guy's over here probably can't even make adamant darts yet. You know what I mean? Like this guy thinks he's getting a freaking hasn't even done Zora yet. This guy's gonna, like, you know how many kills he's gonna have to do to get a blowpipe? This guy's talking about Infernal Cape. Are you kidding me?
Really interesting game that comes out near the time. I mean, we're MMO lovers, right? We would love to try new.
Oh, sorry guys. I was just reading some comments from my chat earlier. Savix will definitely get an Inferno.
Things, and if it's fun, we'll play. But if it's not fun, I'll probably come back to RuneScape, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And I guess it's the same concept for like WoW, where if some things are getting kind of slow and maybe my audience is not enjoying it as they used to, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would probably play Classic WoW and then maybe hop back to osrs and like bounce around, right? But I don't think I'll ever like quit RuneScape, because I'm pretty damn invested into this game.
Yeah.
And weirdly enough, now I kind of like what I call the homework, which is like the farming, my birdhouse run, getting my seaweed planted, blowing glass. Like it's kind of becoming a like part of my daily routine now.
Right.
And I'm really...
Does Iron Man grow on you over time? Do you just one day enjoy the farming? Am I just gonna one day wake up and just enjoy blowing glass for 100 hours? Am I going to enjoy herb runs? Yes, no, yes, no. No. One day you do so much PVM, you don't have to do farm runs. So you just grow out of it, huh? Once you've done high intensity content, you'll enjoy the chill content. I definitely enjoy doing this right now after the Inferno. I'll tell you that. Like, I enjoy basically, like, I don't really want, if the entire game was just one Inferno after another, that would not be a good game. So I get the idea of like having to have content where you can chill, and then extreme content where you're like, boom, let's lock in right now. But you don't want to be locked in 100% of the time because it's just too much. And that's what retail WoW is. Like, it's just difficulty after difficulty. You're pushing endless amounts of Mythic Plus. You're pushing Mythic Raid gear. Or you're pushing Mythic Raid into Mythic Plus. And, like, that's it. That's the loop. It's so much locking in.
Really enjoying it.
Yeah, I think if there's a way to make that, you know, not feel like, you know, quote unquote homework. Like, if it's a comfortable, cozy thing that you integrate in your life, it's like, why not, you know? Yeah, that's good, though.
It's making me disciplined, you know, and I like that. Like,
yeah, I guess it can. Absolutely. Yeah, it can make you disciplined.
Yeah.
So right now,
everything I need to do.
Right now, there's this is the first temporary game mode that's come out while you've been a part of the old school community, the Gridmaster stuff. And did you? I think I saw you had tried it for like a couple days, right?
I'm planning to complete it after I come back from my break. I'm gonna be gone on 27th and coming back on November 1st. After I come back, I think I'm gonna finish out the rest. I think I have like 13 tiles left.
Nice,
dude. Savix took a break and now he's taking another one. What the heck, Savix?
So you're enjoying it?
I didn't want to play, but I think it's fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. I don't think there's been too many other WoW guys that have been playing.
I think it's only been Guza and I. That played it.
Yeah, because Sardako said he's not even going to touch it because he's like, it's XP waste for my main account. I'm like, all right, yeah, I get that, man.
Yeah, I had the same reasoning. I told everyone, like, this is my main character. This is like my firstborn son. I want to show him all the love and I want to do everything on this character, like first time experience. But everyone kept saying try it out. So I was like, okay, I'm going to try it out. Because at the end of the day, like I tried out RuneScape, right? Because I was open-minded and I was like, I'll try it out since everyone's saying it.
Yeah.
And I tried it out. I think they did a good job. It was fun. It was really fun. And I'm looking forward to completing the rest of it.
Yeah. It's a really, really fun thing to see.
Have you completed it?
I haven't completed it yet. No, I started super late. I think I'm on like day 3 right now, and I've gotten. I just got my 99 construction out of the way, and just kind of.
Oh my goodness!
Doing yeah. So I'm just slowly getting through it. I think
the fence and the thrones. Like,
the marble fence.
Okay, that marble part took forever. Man.
Yeah, I made sure to go get as many of the XP bonuses as possible. I think I'm at like 10x XP right now, so it went by pretty fast. Nice. Yeah, it's been a blast though. But I'm I really hope that a lot of the WoW guys will try a league when it comes out, because it is. Like, Gridmaster was super fun. A lot of people tried it on day 1.
Guys, we're going to be doing Deadman mode to get the black and red Bofa transmog. I need it, I want it, and I have to have it.
But leagues is like that. Those day ones of leagues are some of the most fun you can have in video games. Even if you're not even into RuneScape much, playing on day 1 of leagues is some of the most fun.
You're going to die? How dare you, Cheapo Depot, think that I would ever die? Do you really think I'm gonna die in Deadman mode, guys? Me? Absolutely not. We're getting in there. We're going undefeated, clapping everybody up. We get in there. We get out with the Bofa, and that's it.
The craziest, most chaotic shit ever. It's like, it quite literally is like classic launching on day 1 sort of thing with how many people are running around, and it's awesome, man. I can't wait for you guys to experience that. If you guys do try it, it's gonna be great.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I'm hoping that Jagex continues like experimenting with temporary game modes like that, because I think it is a big plus.
It's a good mix, and
I'm just gonna follow Odablock around.
Miss the old games, so you go play back your main account, right? But it's a good pitch. It's a win-win for both the community and the company, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I guess a question that I wanted to ask you in particular about old school RuneScape PvP, because I know you were into it probably before most other of the WoW guys. Like, you were getting into it a little more You would
This guy didn't leave LMS
and have
for
him
like a
teach you
month.
a bunch of stuff. So I just want to hear like just your general thoughts on old school PvP in general, because it's generally looked at as like there's too steep of a learning curve. It's overwhelming. It's not worth it. It's like what are your thoughts on it as someone who's kind of dove in and experienced a little bit of it?
Gosh, PvP, huh?
Yeah.
I think PvP and MMOs are super fun. It's just the devs kind of forget about you because PVM is a little bit. I almost want to say it's easier to balance because you don't see any monsters complain like, "Hey, that guy's too strong" or "That item's too strong," and they
yeah, that's
whereas
true.
Players, they cry about everything, man.
Yeah,
like,
they do.
I will say, like, PvP is super fun, has a lot of great people, but at the same time, even I myself was included back when I used to like play a lot of arena. I used to be one of the crybabies that would say like, nerf this class, buff this class. Like, can you guys get this thing damn straight, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like negative noise in it. I think that's why like the devs just give up throwing the towel because it's really hard to make PvP scene happy.
Yeah,
however, going back to
they'll
what
never
you were
be happy.
saying,
Actually, there's the PvP scene will never be happy. So at a certain point, you just gotta let them be unhappy, and they either play or they don't.
I think PvP, I'm a beginner, right? And when you're a beginner in WoW and you PvP, you don't know anything and you get your first kill, it feels amazing, right?
Right.
But as you get deeper into it, you become a little bit more tarnished in a way, like rugged, like you go through many things, right? Toxic wars, toxic teammates, players.
Do an Inferno run? I can't, because when I was doing an Inferno run, everyone was telling me to go get an Anguish. So now I'm getting an Anguish and you're telling me to go do an Inferno run. Man, I just can't make these people happy anymore, guys. I don't know what to do.
And
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my pizza.
So you get kind of roughened up and you kind of almost become an elitist. I think at some point I was an elitist until I started playing my viewers in the future. But right now I'm in that baby step where I'm just learning, and getting one kill feels amazing, right?
Right.
And I had so much fun with PvP. But again, same thing with WoW. PvP is not that popular. And when I would do LMS, everyone in my community would complain like, "Oh, you're wasting EXP. PVM is more fun." Like,
yeah.
And at the end of the day, like, I love doing what my audience enjoys watching, right? Because I'm a streamer and you're like a YouTube streamer, right? And you want to see what you want to do, what they want to watch or they're subscribed for, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I definitely kind of put away the PvP scene, but PvP was super fun for what it was. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, the whole LMS system is really nice for just kind of dipping your toe in, at least to kind of get a feel for it. Because I mean, I honestly, I don't even know
saying that he wanted to PvP, but his audience didn't want to watch, so he had to quit. Was he kind of sweeping that under the rug there?
Current landscape of like PvP worlds, but when I learned how to PvP for the first time, it was through like the one defense pure PKing on PvP worlds, and it was insane. Because
your headset cord reach the kitchen? Yeah.
Death. Like you lose your stuff every time you die, so it's not like you can practice LMS or whatever. So it was like
I'm like 4 feet from the kitchen though.
Whole different environment, a whole different learning process, and it would have been really fun to see people learn how to PvP in that sense, because LMS, it's obviously zero stakes. You know, you just kind of repeat it until you get it right, and like that just wasn't how it was beforehand.
I think here's what I will say. Like, if I continued playing LMS, I would have probably got hungry enough to want to start doing the pure or just doing the PK stuff, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But the LMS, I like how everyone has like the gear set you start with, and everyone has 3 prayers, offensive and defensive, and it's like whoever does the rock paper scissors the best. And I will say, I'm surprised by how like complex it could get. Like, it's only a few prayers, right? But man, some people go crazy on the switches.
It is like
double swapping.
Once you get into the like high risk Oda block tier of battles, it's like half of the fight you're not even worried about mechanically clicking correctly anymore. It's psychological warfare at that point. Like it's
yeah.
Your skill can only get you so far in sense of clicking when you're at Oda Block's level, you know. So it's just like they're just like faking each other out. Like, what am I gonna do next? What am I gonna do?
Exactly.
Thank you, Corn.
It's like, dude, it's a whole different game. Like, it's not even possible to get to that point. Like, those dudes have decade plus of experience doing that shit. It's nuts, but it is really cool that something like LMS kind of let you experience that side of the game, because it really is hard to approach it at all anymore. Because I think if LMS,
we got a cauliflower margarita pizza, guys,
didn't exist, like 0% of new players would be experiencing PvP.
How recent was LMS added?
LMS actually came out very early on. Like, you know that phase in the video game world when Fortnite got popular, so like everyone was making a battle royale, like everybody.
Oh, no way. It was around like the Fortnite times.
LMS has existed for a really long time, but not in its current format. It used to be very different, but LMS itself as a mini game has been around. I don't even remember what year it was, but they were on top of it, like surprisingly fast. The whole battle royale wave, they were on it, which is crazy. But yeah,
that is really cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad they put it in because we got to experience it, right?
Yeah. It's super cool.
I think OSR's is super fun.
Yeah. I've been very good friends with Kevin Framed.
I'm just trying to eat healthier. I eat a lot of pizza, so if I could eat cauliflower pizza, it's better for you. And it doesn't make me feel bad after I eat it.
I think you call him like the lure or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, the lure framed.
The lure framed.
Yeah.
I've like been by his side through all of his, like, you know, the PvP journey, and it is
tastes like 80% the same too. Like, it's not, you can't really tell much. It's still fucking good. I mean, pizza's still good. I don't know what it is about pizza, but when you put food in this shape and form, even if you change the bread and the sauce and everything to something maybe like more healthier, it's still good.
It's just different world, man. Like,
I didn't know you guys were like close friends. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, I've been very, very close with him for like 13 years. Yeah, very, very good guy.
Is really good too. I saw his switches. He's fast.
Yeah, he is. He knows what he's doing, but he doesn't like to. He doesn't like to do like PvP competitions or anything like that, because he just, I don't know. Maybe he just gets nervous, anxious, and like, which I get. I wouldn't want to fucking PvP against anybody. It was like when we were in Texas, just doing that like PvP shit. That was like the most mental warfare with me and no one else. Like, it was just me against myself, sitting there getting PK'd like by someone with a fucking crossbow, me not knowing what to do with myself. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
cool.
The adrenaline, man, it's fun.
Yeah, but
and it could be nerve-wracking. Yeah.
But I guess one last question here, a very important one.
Sure.
What would you rate old school RuneScape out of 10?
Out of 10. I want to give it a really good score. I think it's really fun in its own way, and it has its own culture, and I think the community is awesome. I think it's like any other MMOs, right? There's like that toxic part, but there's also that welcoming part and patient people just watching us bash our heads and doing everything wrong and being supportive.
What kind of answer is this, Savix? What is he talking about?
But yeah, and I'm saying that because like the community matters, right? It's like who you play around with in the game. Because without that, it wouldn't be an MMO, right?
Right.
So since it's like an online game, I think the community itself is, I gotta give it a 9, I think.
A 9. Nice.
A 9.
That's a good score.
For the gameplay, I think I'll give it a 10.
Gameplay 10?
Yes.
Damn.
There's a lot of things that I would complain about, right? Where I'm not a fan of how this game is like a beat game. I didn't know that coming in, but it's almost like a beat game where there's like a rhythm you gotta follow. And
yeah.
Click, right? So for myself, I'm not the biggest fan of that, but every time I complain about it, people are saying like, oh, you need to get used to it, or it's the game. And they're right. If I was to like complain about this and make them change it, in the way I would be making retail right? Where I'm asking for too much changes and it would lose what the game is really all about, right?
Right.
And these guys have like history with this game where they played it for like years upon years, like a decade, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And from that perspective, like I could understand it. I could understand their levels of love for this game and how much they care about these tiny little changes, and even them adding sailing recently, right? Like they're afraid of it because it might change the game too much. And I get it, dude. I get it. Like retail went through so much changes, becoming what retail is. And I guess some people love retail and some people might love sailing. Some people might not, right? I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, mixed feelings. I'm
mixed feelings. Okay,
I'm glad, but I think that's another thing that kind of to bounce off that, like with especially with the tick system, is. But one, first of all, I think that all of you guys got pushed way too hard into understanding ticks way too early. It's crazy how much it was present in all of your gameplay, like in early game. Like it is so insanely unnecessary to know about until you are in like very end game. Like it's crazy. So like, I guess that was like
you don't know about ticks in Inferno, you'll know quickly. I know that. I definitely know about it now. How do you feel about sailing? We'll see what happens with it. I don't know. I don't have any opinions. We'll see if it's fun, man.
The counter to it, it's like if you're feeling like that pressure to understand 100 BPM every 0.6 seconds, you need to understand like clicking twice in between your prayer, you know. It's like you don't need to do that. Like you can min-max and be the most efficient player possible, which I understand, you know, Iron Man, you got to make your own supplies, whatever. But ultimately, if it's something that's like hindering your experience at all, you simply don't have to do that. Like it's so optional that it shouldn't ever be a reason to kind of hold you back or like demotivate, because ticks weren't even known about before old school. Like ticks have always existed, but no one even knew what it was back then.
It's kind of like 2004 Classic WoW, where like nobody really knew anything, but since it was out so long, like these players find a mechanic within itself for them to min-max upon, right?
Exactly.
And I guess like in the same way, this is how they figured it out. Because I'm pretty sure the prayer flicking was not intentionally made for them to be able to do that.
No,
but
it is absolutely not.
That's
not
exactly what I'm saying. And I also think it's cool that they kept it in. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, it is.
So in a way, like I appreciate the game.
That's crazy.
I think that's why I'm giving it a high score, because within its flaws, I think it's
cool how players will invent the new standard for how you're supposed to play. But until it was invented, nobody played that way. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool how people discover those things and it becomes like normal to do it.
It's beauties as well. And I accept what the game is all about, man. It's really fun.
Yeah, I guess that is true. It's like the tick system and like the clock that the game runs on, if you like look at it a certain angle, it seems pretty ugly, but the players have somehow turned it into something beautiful. Like it's just really cool. Yeah. That's true.
Awesome.
Sweet.
The game's been fun.
Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad everyone's enjoying it, and I'm excited to see you wear an infernal cape one day. That's gonna be sick. That's gonna be really sick.
I'll get it one day. Okay, I'll get it one day.
You will. We'll all be watching.
It might even be me taking a break, but one day I'll be wearing it.
Yeah, you will be. Cool.
Because I hear that some people get it like after 5 years too, right? Like
I still don't have one.
Hey, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I might not get it for a while. But
it's one of those grinds where like you
could get that infernal cape thing in like 5 months, guys. It's not a big deal.
Need to really, really want it because it does take a lot of time, a lot of commitment. Like it's just if you don't like, I've never thought to myself like I need an infernal cape now. Like I need to prove it to myself and others. So it's like, why would I go do that if I don't really want it right now? Like, I'm sure I've had urges here and there, but, you know, one day I'll get it too. Why not? You know, but until that time comes, I'm not going to stress it. It ain't going anywhere. That cape will be there for me to get, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
that's awesome, man.
Savix, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to talk with me about all this stuff. That was a lot of fun.
Of course.
I'm stoked that you've found a very comfort cozy place in the old school community. I think everyone's stoked that you're over here, and very excited to see what happens these next few months. See where you get, what you're up to. It'll be cool.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak about it and inviting me over for this great video that you're about to publish.
Guys, this is why I've been working so hard on my Inferno cape. I'm trying to beat Jimmy to it. Okay?
Man, I hope you get a lot of likes and leave some nice comments and subscribe, boys.
Yeah, they better like and subscribe or I'll be pissed off. I'm be pissed.
Yeah.
A big thank you to Savix for taking time out of his day to talk with me. It was a ton of fun. All of his links are down below. Make sure to support him. Go follow his Twitch. Go say hi to him. Go to his YouTube. Subscribe to that. Watch his videos. Turn your ad block off. He's a great guy. He deserves that. Our next and final guest is someone who I have wanted to talk to about MMORPGs for actual years.
Thank you so much
He was one of the first, if not the first, WoW creator to ever react to my initial World of Warcraft video, and ever since, I have tuned into him and learned a ton about MMORPGs because of how insightful he is. He has a great outlook on a lot of gaming topics, so I was stoked about this one. He's one of the biggest names in the WoW community, one of the nicest people you could ever talk to. I cannot wait for you guys to listen in on this discussion. So I'll see you next episode when we talk with Zaryu.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I'm so smart. PX Rot, man, thank you very much for that 2 month there. I appreciate you. We already watched Zaryu's, but I think tomorrow we could check out Jokey Boy. We could check out Joker's interview tomorrow. I really enjoy listening to these. It's something kind of nice about just blowing it down, blowing some glass, chilling and listening to a Jimmy podcast. I think that this was one of the best things he ever did. Morg, bruh, thank you for the 2 month prime. Guys, 99% of primes on the planet are unused. Some people don't even know that they have one available just sitting there. And Jeff Bezos gets to keep that money every single second that you don't use it. He is getting richer. And instead, you could be giving that to any streamer of your choice. And that's why I'm starting a movement. Hashtag bankrupt Bezos, 1 prime at a time. Thank you guys for using those primes on me. Noah, legend. Morg, bruh, legend. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. On the hype train. Let's go. I don't use mine because I am a hater. A lot of haters found their way into this stream somewhere. I don't know if we had a sign that said haters welcome and everybody just kind of walked in. But like, maybe we'll figure out what happened with that. Yo, Mason. Thank you very much for that 2 monther, Mason. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all. Sard, I hate you. All right. Well, you know, to each his own. Why do they hate you, Sard? I don't know. But I'll tell you what, guys. Don't let anybody ever piss you off. It's not worth it. Okay? If somebody makes you mad, just pretend they're not there. That's what I try to do. But I fail every day. Bill Biscuits, thank you very much for the prime. You're doing great. Love the stream. Yo, thank you, 1-1. I just hit 63 for the first time. Yo, congratulations. So many clauses. You sign off onto Prime. A lot of clauses, huh? Life is full of clauses, okay? But the best clause is Santa Claus. Everybody knows that. And always remember that. All right. Why don't we raid No Monkey? 07's in the chat, guys. Have a great night. I'm going to blow glass for 4 more hours. But I'm going to do it in silence, listening to some music or watching a movie or something. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I appreciate that as always. The RuneScape community has been awesome. And I enjoy being here. Thank you guys for watching my stream. And just for chatting and being positive. I really appreciate any positive comments. Every now and then, if you throw a positive one in there, if you're just joking around and you're being mean, that's totally fine. But throw some positivity in there every now and then, and I would really appreciate that. It goes a long way. Thank you guys. Holy cow, with the prime on the way out. What a legend. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. Let's be nice to No Monkey when we go over there on his new hardcore character. I'm gonna see what he's doing. Looks like he's in CG. A lot of people are in CG. I also need to do more CG because I'm completely broke. I don't like being broke. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.